AP is also saying that reporters saw tanks roll into the heart of Baghdad on the western side of the Tigris River. Also occupied was the Al Rashid Hotel. Apparently, U.S. troops, again, we've said that U.S. troops occupying the presidential palace as well as the Iraqi Information Ministry. These reports are just coming in bits and pieces, trying to bring them to you as quickly and as in an organized fashion as possible. We also have Reem Brahimi, CNN's Reem Brahimi on the line from Amman, Jordan, no doubt seeing these pictures as well. Reem, you know this area very well. Oh, she's not seeing these pictures yet. Reem, you've heard these reports. According to the Associated Press, U.S. troops occupied key positions, not only a major presidential palace, but also the Iraqi Information Ministry. Certainly a major development.
A very, very major development indeed, Bill. Those reports of armored columns coming into central Baghdad, occupying those key areas. Now that area, from what I've told, I've been speaking to people in Baghdad, this area is full of government buildings. It includes, as you mentioned, the Information Ministry. Not far from there also the Foreign Ministry, the presidential palace compound is not too far, the Republican palace.
Yeah, Reem, I'm sorry, we're having a very hard time hearing you. We're going to let you clear up the phone, and as soon as you can, come back to us. Just having a technical problem there as you continue to look at this picture in the lower right-hand side of your screen, what appears to be an oil trench fire that has been ignited. The black smoke we've all come to know over the last 18 days or so. This in a region, there you see some tanks, 2 tanks off in the distance. General Shepard, can you identify, I know it's a little bit hard, the camera's now just moved off what appears to be 2 tanks there.
Yeah, I'm looking at some tanks on what appears to be a dike there. I would assume that those are coalition or Army tanks, U.S. Army tanks, as opposed to Iraqi tanks, but I can't tell the distance that this is shooting in. If it came in closer again, I probably could.
Yeah, Reuters is saying that at least 25 tanks and a similar number of fighting vehicles from the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division thrust into the south of the city via Highway 8 early on Monday. This, according to U.S. military sources, telling Reuters correspondent Luke Baker. The column apparently in the central Al-Kark neighborhood near the city's main racetrack and near one of President Saddam Hussein's city palaces. This, according to Reuters sources, and the source also said that the U.S. Vance was receiving close air support, which would, of course, jibe with what we have been seeing in the skies over Baghdad. Those 2 A-10 Warthog planes circling overhead.
Yeah, all of this is correct. That Highway 8 goes down to Hila, and then bends out toward the airport, becomes Airport Road from south, and then turns west to go to the airport. The Tigris River runs north-south through the city, and there's a big thumb that comes out and points toward Highway 8. Baghdad University is on that thumb. The Ministry of Information, if that is correct, and that's what's being hit, is on the west bank of the Tigris River, and just inboard, or just west of the river across the Sinak Bridge. There's about 4 major bridges there in downtown Baghdad, the Al-Jumariya, the Sinak, the Al-Harar, and the Shuhada bridges. There are 4 main bridges right there that cross into the governmental area. And the Ministry of Propaganda, or the Ministry of Information is there. And again, the presidential palaces they're talking about, presidential compound, could be so many around that city that it's unclear which that would be.
Well, according to Reuters, 2 tanks are in the presidential compound. This from a Reuters correspondent who had a vantage point apparently about 500 yards or so away from the main palace of President Saddam Hussein. Apparently 2, again according to Reuters, 2 U.S. tanks smashed into the presidential palace compound, bringing the war right to the heart of Baghdad. Now, just so you know, CNN also has Arabic speakers who are monitoring all the major Arab broadcasts right now, Al Jazeera, Abu Dhabi TV, and the like. So we are monitoring their reporting to bring that to you as well. Lebanese broadcasting saying that those trench fire, that trench fire we saw, there you see some sort of explosion on the left-hand side. General Shepard, could you tell what that was at all?
That probably was a tank round, although again I just saw it on the left-hand side of the screen. Probably a tank round. Again, to orient the viewers, The area that we saw bombed on the first night, you know, that we were talking about shock and awe and that type of thing, that is the area on the west bank of the Tigris that you appear to be talking about now, and the people appear to be identifying, full of palaces, full of governmental buildings of all types. It's a very large area. You can think of it as standing at the Pentagon, looking past the Capitol to the Supreme Court, and then from the Pentagon going north up to Georgetown. That's about how big that area is, where all of these are. So this is a long way into the city and a key area of the city in there.
We now see some sort of fire breaking out in the top portion of the screen. Lebanese Broadcasting reporting that that trench fire we saw before was lit, according to Lebanese Broadcasting, as some sort of a smoke screen to make it difficult for the forces. That, of course, a tactic we have seen a lot of really ever since the air war over Baghdad began. We now see another fire breaking out there in the center of the screen. Apparently, just been handed a report that an attack company, the 3rd Battalion, 7th Infantry, this report from the Associated Press, entered presidential compound, began securing the building and searched the grounds. They apparently drew small arms fire from a clock tower overlooking the compound. That clock tower quickly destroyed by U.S. tanks. Most of the compound severely damaged from prior U.S. raids already. Also, AP reporting earlier that not only this presidential compound occupied, but the Information Ministry as well, which is just an extraordinary development when you consider that it was just a couple of days ago that the ministry is still being used for press conferences that have been widely commented on both by the U.S. audience and internationally as well. 9:06 a.m. in Baghdad, a new stage of the war has begun.
A couple other things to think about, Anderson. Daylight raids, daylight air support. You can see fighters in Bradley fighting vehicles and dismounted infantry there. Things to watch for tomorrow morning, or later on, or really tonight or tomorrow morning, does the Information Ministry come up again, broadcasting from another mobile facility.
John Shepard, I'm sorry, in this picture we're looking, it seems like you can see some sort of movement on the ground by people, soldiers, and it appears as if the tank opened up and they actually got in it. I don't know if that's a tank or some sort of fighting vehicle.
I believe there's 2 fighting vehicles on the left, probably Bradley fighting vehicles, and 1 tank on the right is what it appears to me that I'm looking at it.
So it looked like there were actually soldiers on the ground somewhere in the area where those fires began, and now we're seeing a rather large fire breaking out. Perhaps in response to some sort of artillery shell, I suppose.
Could be. It looks like a petroleum fire. It's very dark, dense black smoke, so it could be another fire that was set an oil fire that was set, but it looked like it's getting bigger, so possibly not.
Not only are we monitoring this with retired Major General Don Shepard of the U.S. Air Force, we are also watching this with Kathleen Koch, who is live at the Pentagon. Kathleen?
Anderson, I think the general is about to make a very good point. It will be quite interesting to see in the next couple of hours whether or not the Iraqi Information Minister has his daily briefing to the media every day around 3 or 4 in the morning Eastern time, about 11 or 12 a.m. In Baghdad. He comes up to the podium, makes a number of pronouncements about what the Iraqis have done in the way of defending their capital. As a matter of fact, the U.S. Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz spoke on some of the Sunday morning talk shows about the content of those briefings, describing them as, if we weren't at war, as being almost comical, almost like a Saturday Night Live skit. So it will be quite interesting to see whether or not that briefing occurs today.
And here's another thing to watch for, Anderson. Do these tanks withdraw after a couple of hours in there? If so, it's very likely that they had intelligence and knew exactly what they were looking for. They're not just wandering in. The size of force that was described is not big enough to hold this whole area, no question about that. So they can't go in there and stay and hold it. On the other hand, they have just been looking for something and then withdraw.
This is a tape picture you're seeing. We just saw this moments ago, an explosion on the left-hand side of your screen. As on the right-hand side of your screen, you see some, it's hard to tell given the contrast of the colors and the distance, some sort of a vehicle, a tank, armored fighting vehicle. What we do know the AP is reporting that the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division, U.S. Infantry Division, met only moderate resistance as it entered the city, entering the central part of Baghdad. According to these early reports, and early reports are often inaccurate, but the reports we are getting thus far is that U.S. forces have taken up position deep inside the Baghdad presidential palace. Also, there is apparently a presence at the Rashid Hotel, as well as at the Information Ministry. I've just been handed another Associated Press report. Colonel David Perkins told his troops before the operation that this mission was intended to be, quote, a dramatic show of force to demonstrate that U.S. forces can enter Baghdad at any time, anywhere. Bradley fighting vehicles as well as tanks took up fighting positions around the presidential palace on the way in. That's up Highway 8. U.S. troops apparently had to pass through a 400-yard-long minefield to approach the area. There were 200 anti-tank mines spread on the road, according to the Associated Press. U.S. troops pushed them aside, proceeded down the highway, trying to piece together. We're getting these reports in bits and pieces, trying to piece together as much a coherent picture as we can for you. We are told that by Reuters that 2 U.S. tanks smashed into a presidential palace compound. One Reuters correspondent telling Reuters 2 tanks are in the compound. Apparently some small arms fire was received by these forces from a watchtower. That watchtower then taken out. Excuse me, not a watchtower, a clock tower that overlooked the compound. Then tanks quickly destroyed the clock tower. That compound already severely damaged by previous raids by coalition strikes. You are now looking at another live picture. This one, Al Arabiya, a moment ago, Abu Dhabi TV. Also told now that, according to the Associated Press, Iraqi troops did not use any mortars or artillery against the American forces. F-16 fighter jets flew overhead, ahead of the U.S. armored column, bombing any tanks or APCs along the way. U.S. troops also fired mortars on key intersections before passing through those intersections. Then tanks took up positions. General Shepard, sound familiar to you?
It does indeed. What we saw there a moment ago was dismounted infantry using either a Bradley fighting vehicle or a tank. I couldn't tell which for shelter. Basically, they're behind it. As objectives are identified, they may be employed to search something. The tank or Bradley fighting vehicle will cover them. You can always expect in these cases to be attacked by enemy mortars if they have them, or enemy artillery if they have them. Difficult to hit moving targets, what have you. But it appears right now, it appears to me that we're looking down toward, well, I can't tell for sure. I can't tell if we're looking across the Baghdad University and at the presidential compound area, or if we are looking from the northeast to the southwest over the bend in the river. I just can't tell for sure. No, I think we're looking. Yeah, I think we're looking from the northeast down across the presidential area, and then toward the Baghdad University on the left side there. Again, you see tanks, 2 tanks on the left side of the screen there, and earlier we saw what appeared to be a Bradley fighting vehicle up there with dismounted infantry.
And this is a live picture. We are back to a live picture now where you did see those tanks as well as that fire that witnesses described as an oil trench fire that was set by Iraqis to obscure and try to delay the advance of this U.S. column of tanks, armored vehicles that launched an attack on central Baghdad.
Now, worth a note is this oil fire. That does obscure vision. In other words, if a pilot is looking down through that visually, or someone from the ground is looking through it visually, they can't see through it. But we do have sensors that will see through that smoke, Anderson. So it's not something that just because you light a fire, that you're not able to see through it.
This, of course, on the banks of the Tigris River, and we are monitoring reports both from the Associated Press and Reuters, as well as we have Arab speakers here at CNN monitoring all the different Arab broadcasts, bringing you this information as close as we can, trying to get a sense of exactly what is going on the ground. What we do know is this column of U.S. tanks and APCs, armored personnel vehicles, moved into central Baghdad. Don't know exactly when the operation began, but we do know that at this point, according to both Reuters and the Associated Press, the armored explosions continue at this point. We do know the presidential palace has been taken.
Their tank round.
General Shepard, you thought that was two tank rounds?
Those are definitely 2 tank rounds, Anderson. No question about that.
Also significant to note that not only have there been coalition aircraft flying overhead, earlier we saw an unmanned aerial drone flying, then we saw these A-10 Warthogs. What you did not hear at the time was any sort of air raid sirens, any sort of warning like that, nor did you see any anti-aircraft firing. Associated Press is reporting that the column only met moderate resistance, as they characterized it. According to one Reuters witness at the presidential palace, there were some small arms fire coming from a clock tower that overlooked the presidential compound. That clock tower then taken out by U.S. tanks. Kathleen Koch is at the Pentagon. Kathleen, just remarkable developments this morning.
Remarkable, and as Anderson, as the general just mentioned, you see this thick, acrid black smoke filling the skies over Baghdad, making it very difficult for our pilots to see what's going on the ground. And this can make it one of the most dangerous points in any mission when you have U.S. warplanes in the air, U.S. forces on the ground. Obviously increases the possibility of friendly fire. But up to this point in this conflict in Iraq, the U.S. has fared pretty well on that point. We have 3 confirmed U.S. deaths thus far in the war from friendly fire, 4 confirmed British deaths. Compare that to during the first Persian Gulf War back in 1991, when 35 out of the 148 deaths in that conflict were due to friendly fire. That's almost 1/4. So they've taken great care in this conflict to do their best to really minimize those friendly fire deaths, putting special reflective tape on every soldier's helmet, on every vehicle that's out there in the field, to make sure that no U.S. pilot mistakenly shoots one of his own. Anderson.
Kathleen, just have another report in from the Associated Press. It says across the river on the southern tip of the old palace presidential compound on the west bank of the Tigris, fire raged in what used to be an army camp. Apparently no sign of any Iraqi troops. This after a group of Iraqi troops was seen running northward. 2 Iraqi tanks apparently motionless, as we continued to hear heavy machine gun and light arms fire. Associated Press is reporting that members of Saddam's Fedayeen paramilitary fighters prevented, at the time of this report, prevented journalists from leaving their hotel to try to get a closer look at exactly what is going on. So some members of Saddam's Fedayeen paramilitary fighters apparently preventing journalists from leaving their hotel at this time. And according to General Peter Pace, Vice Chairman of the Joint... Excuse me, I'm just reading this report as we go.
Anderson, if I could interject,
yeah,
those efforts to obviously keep journalists in the Al Rashid Hotel and not let them leave, that's very much in keeping with efforts by the Iraqis to carefully control all the information that comes out of the capital city. As we know, all the journalists that report from Baghdad, and indeed everyone recalls that our CNN journalists were ejected from the city. But those who remain, when they file every report, there is an Iraqi information ministry, a person standing right there by their sides, making sure they only say what's acceptable.
Anderson, I just saw a couple of other things just about a minute and a half ago. 2 vehicles that are right in the center of the screen were firing down at those trenches leading up to the burning oil fire at the bottom there, indicating there may be personnel down in there. You always have to watch in one of these fights about somebody coming up behind you to either attack the dismounted infantry. Now, there was a shot that just took place. Somebody shot and just went off in one of those trenches. I suspect that there are Iraqi soldiers in those trenches that someone is taking a shot at because there were dismounted infantry that they could shoot at from behind.
Yeah, according to the brand new Reuters report, the palm trees on the edge of the river Tigris, which is what we have been looking at, have been set ablaze in the fighting. Not sure if they were intentionally set ablaze or just somehow in the shelling, in the return fire, they have been lit ablaze, but that is some of what we are seeing. Also, according to Reuters, Iraqi forces set ablaze a nearby oil trench in an effort to try to confuse U.S. forces. Now, Reuters has a correspondent who has said, and I quote, "I can see 2 tanks in front of my eyes at the palace gates," that being one of Saddam's presidential palaces. She continues to say, or this correspondent, Samia Nakul, continues to say, U.S. commandos have stormed inside. There is firing everywhere. They are right in the heart of the city. And now on the left-hand side of the screen, the shot from downtown Baghdad, you can see some of the smoke starting to waft into downtown part of Baghdad. Not many vehicles moving on the streets, just a few cars here and there on the left-hand side of your screen. For any residents of Baghdad who have been listening to the Iraqi Information Minister over the last several days, who was assuring the population there that U.S.-led forces were not as close to the city as was being reported, it is going to be hard to sell that story today.
Anderson, I find it interesting to watch those vehicles moving on the streets there in the city of Baghdad as if everything is normal. It's a pretty astonishing image as you see the plumes of smoke rising in the background. But I've heard some people, though, compare the situation in some ways to the normalcy that the citizens of London conducted their lives with back during the Nazi bombardment of London in World War II during the Blitz, that every day in London, while that was going on, the aerial bombardments, 1 million people went to work every single day. So apparently the citizens of Baghdad are carrying on as much as possible with life as normal.
And difficult, of course, to tell whose vehicles those are. So much of what we have heard over the last 18 or 19 days or so, stories of soldiers, paramilitary forces, militia, using civilian vehicles to move around. Very difficult, obviously, to get a sense of what is going on right now on the streets. We're joined by, and pleased to be joined by Reem Brahimi, CNN correspondent who has spent a lot of time in Baghdad, more so than most correspondents. Reem, as you look at these pictures, what goes through your mind?
Well, it's something quite extraordinary, I would say. I don't think anybody expected this to happen at this point. There was a lot of speculation that once they'd secured the airport, the coalition forces would actually make more than just 1 or 2 probe or reconnaissance missions inside the capital before actually trying to take Baghdad. So apparently, well, this is it. They're beginning their assault on the Iraqi capital. Key buildings, I understand, have been taken over. I was hearing you say earlier on that 2 tanks were seen going into the presidential compound, that some troops were also heading toward the Al Rashid Hotel as well as the Ministry of Information. All those buildings are in the same area. They're all on the west bank of the river, of the Tigris River. The Ministry of Information was damaged in a couple of bombings in the past 14 days, and so there may not have been that many people there at the time. I understand that the press center, at least the department that deals with journalists, had actually moved its activities to the Palestine Hotel where all the journalists are. So not clear how many people would have been there at this time. As far as the Rashid Hotel is concerned, that would have been also relatively empty. A lot of the journalists before the war had actually left the Rashid Hotel, fearing that it was in an area that was likely to be targeted, and went to the other side of the river to that Hotel Palestine where everybody is. And of course all that neighborhood has lots of government buildings, so of course that's the area where they would probably be starting, not only the Republican Palace, which I understand they've been going toward, but also the foreign ministry is in that area. A lot of government buildings in that area, as well as the buildings that host the offices of the Vice President, Yassin Ramadan, and Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister. All that is all in the same area, on the same side of the river, if you will. And that, Anderson, actually had been what had caused, from what I understand, a lot of people to move from that side of the river to neighborhoods on the other side of the river where sometimes they had family. In the past couple of days, since it's been known that the U.S. troops were actually in the airport, well, a lot of people have been moving from one neighborhood to another. I'm told that even yesterday taxi drivers refused to go to the west side of the river for 2 or 3 hours during the day, fearful that something like this would happen and that they might get stuck in the middle of a street battle. Anderson? Oh, you can see there the buildings from far. Just looking at those pictures, this pan, that we're getting a lot of smoke in the background. All these, yes, very likely the government buildings.
And on this picture, which we are looking at right now, which I assume to be along the banks of the Tigris, we just saw a handful, 3 or 4 soldiers walking along the ground. Couldn't actually identify, it was only up for a brief amount of time, whether they were U.S. forces or Iraqi forces. Reem, give us a sense, though, of location, distances. It's a little bit confusing for those of us who aren't as familiar with the layout of Baghdad. When we see this picture there, and we just saw some incoming fire, and now we're seeing one of those vehicles, one of those armored vehicles moving backwards. It looked like they took some incoming fire, the one on the left-hand side, which is now backing up.
Well, basically, Anderson, if you look at where the camera is located from, if I understand correctly, on the other side of the river there. You can see the pull-out there. From the camera, to reach the other side of the river, one has to actually go along the Tigris on the one side and then cross a bridge. The whole thing, it's not very far, as you can see, but it does take some 15 minutes to get there. And now once we're on that side of the river, the palace compound is quite a huge compound. I remember we had been able to see some of it at the time that the inspectors were there, because that was one of the sites that had been checked out by the UN weapons inspectors. Very, very vast compound, and there's believed to be something like hundreds of buildings. It's apparently also a palace that hosts a lot of the active presidential offices. This is where a lot of the aids to the president, or a lot of the business of the president, was being carried out. If it's the same, the Republican palace that we're thinking of here. And that palace in question is not far at all from, again, the Rashid Hotel, the Foreign Ministry, the Information Ministry. They're all maybe within walking distance. The streets in Baghdad are quite wide, and distances are actually quite big, because everybody has a car. As you know, fuel is, not everybody, but most people have a car. Fuel is so cheap, and definitely that was the case until the 1991 Gulf War, before the sanctions started to hit Iraq hard. But the streets are very wide. It would take maybe by foot, I would say 10 or 20 minutes to go from the palace to the Rashid Hotel.
Now, Reem, given the, I'm not sure what shot you're looking at, but given the irregular shape of these figures and the way they are moving, it would certainly seem that those are not U.S.-led. Those are not U.S. forces, whether they are military.
They don't seem equipped like U.S. forces, but we might, again, it is from a distance. But clearly, some people may be trying to make their way toward another entrance there.
Yeah, just so,
or an exit.
And as you know, Reem, just for our viewers, we are monitoring all the different Arabic broadcasts as well. LBC, Lebanese Broadcasting, is saying that they believe these are Iraqi soldiers. There had been a report previously by the Associated Press that characterizing the level of resistance that the U.S. column had met in the early moments of this movement into the center of Baghdad as moderate. We also have this report of small arms fire being taken at the presidential palace. Now you see this wider shot. So what is that, Reem, as this camera pans along, what are those buildings there that we're looking at? Can you tell?
Well, my understanding is that would still be part of the presidential complex. It's a very, very vast complex. I'm just watching the camera pan there. And then they're moving into, that was the building, near a building, I think, that was destroyed. On that side of the river, basically, I remember the first days of the war, we literally watched a lot of these buildings being burned down and bombed. One of them was the Ministry of Planning, also not far from the presidential palace. And then you had the office that I mentioned, that was the office of Tariq Aziz and Yassin Ramadan. All these had been bombed quite early, I have to say, in the bombing campaign. And so all along the river, there's a lot of white space that nobody would really be able to access for security reasons. There are a lot of areas around there that you wouldn't be able to go and take a walk. There you wouldn't be able to go from one place to another along the river on that particular side of it. Maybe on the other side you can. But for security reasons, a lot of those areas were also sort of secured in a way. So it looks like they're making their way toward a bridge, probably, because if you go further in that direction, you do hit a bridge at one point.
All right, Reem, stand by. We're going to check in with Kathleen Koch, who's at the Pentagon. Kathleen, are we hearing anything from the Pentagon or from Centcom about what's going on?
They're not saying much right now, Anderson, though this strategy is not quite in keeping with what we had been led to expect, that basically the U.S. military was going to try to cordon off, to squeeze the remaining regime supporters into ever-shrinking sectors of Baghdad, cut them off from their supply lines, cut them off from any reinforcements, leave them with no means to fight, and force them basically to surrender. So this is a bit more aggressive than what we had been led to expect at the moment. But obviously, if the U.S. military was looking to operate with an element of surprise, they've done that.
And we are looking at what clearly are not U.S. forces walking along, sometimes jogging or running along the Tigris River. General Shepard, can you identify what those vehicles might be?
Yeah, those are tanks. There appears to be tanks. Again, it can be either tanks or Bradley fighting vehicles, but those appear to be tanks. The people we see are Iraqi forces. It appears that about half of them are armed, carrying their own rifles, if you will.
Are those U.S. tanks? I'm sorry.
Those are U.S. tanks there, yes.
Okay.
But the people we saw running there along the banks were Iraqi soldiers. Could be members of the Special Republican Guard. You know, they look like those dark uniforms we've seen play earlier in the week, although you just can't tell from that distance. But it appeared that about half of them were armed with their own rifles and the others were not.
And as always, in the early moments, the early minutes and hours of an operation like this, there are so many early reports. It is often very difficult to get an accurate picture of exactly what is happening on the ground. Often that takes hours, if not days, to actually find out. Sometimes one can never find out the exact details of what has gone on. We have been getting lots of reports over the last hour or so, sometimes contradictory, sometimes not. Bits and pieces that we are trying to bring to you. We are monitoring both all the Arab broadcasts that we can from with our Arab speakers here at CNN, as well as the Associated Press, Reuters, and other sources on the ground. We are seeing more of those Iraqis running along the banks of the Tigris, whether or not they are military or paramilitary or citizens, difficult to tell. Some clearly do have weapons, what look like AK-47s and small arms with them. Others seem unarmed. Now we're just gotten a bulletin from Reuters. This one claiming U.S. military says 65 U.S. tanks and 40 fighting vehicles were involved in this operation. No reports of U.S. casualties so far. The U.S. military, again, this is from Reuters, saying they are in control of one Baghdad palace. They have entered a second. That is consistent with an earlier Reuters report from a Reuters eyewitness saying that they saw at least 2 tanks entering a presidential compound, that some of the U.S., and then they also described commandos entering the compound. Some small arms fire was heard, believed to be from a clock tower overlooking the compound. That clock tower then targeted by U.S. tanks, which destroyed said clock tower. Also reports the Information Ministry as well as the Al Rashid Hotel occupied by U.S. forces. Okay, just got another report from the Associated Press. This one has some actual quotes from troops. It leads off saying U.S. troops seized key buildings at the heart of the Iraqi capital, including major presidential palace, Information Minister, as well as the Al Rashid. Again, it says under the cover of A-10 Warthog planes, which we were watching for quite some time before we even heard about this ground operation, and really the first inkling that any viewer had of something going on. We saw this unmanned drone flying over the Baghdad, really unopposed, not being fired upon by anti-aircraft batteries at all. Then we saw the at least 2 A-10 Warthog planes, often referred to as tank killers, because of the close air support that they are able to bring in with their guns as well as their munitions. We are told that, according to the Associated Press, the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division rolled into central Baghdad around 6 a.m. Baghdad time. That's about 3.5 hours ago, entering on the western side of the Tigris. They came up Highway 8, meeting only moderate resistance, mainly small arms fire, assault fire, a few rocket-propelled grenades. AP quotes a Captain Chris Carter from Watkinsville, Georgia, who said, "I do believe the city is..." Well, Captain Chris Carter said, "I do believe the city is freaking ours." End quote. He said another palace on the eastern side of the Tigris was being attacked. And again, this from a Colonel David Perkins, said, quote, "I hope this makes it clear to the Iraqi people that this," meaning the regime, "is over and that they can now enjoy their new freedom." This from a Colonel David Perkins, who gave sort of a pep talk, if you will, to his troops before the operation began, before the 6 a.m. operation went underway. Colonel Perkins apparently talking to his troops, saying that the mission, that today's mission, this mission that we are witnessing live, was intended to be, quote, "a dramatic show of force," end quote, demonstrating that U.S. forces can enter Baghdad at any time, anywhere. A U.S. military official at Centcom confirms that coalition forces are currently conducting air and ground missions in and around Baghdad. Centcom would not comment on specific targets currently being attacked. The official would also not say what time the operation officially began. They would say that they started the current operation at a time of their choosing. That, of course, a message we have heard a lot in the last 48 hours or so. U.S.-led coalition forces making a point of often saying that they are operating on their own timetable. They pick and choose where to go and what to do. General Shepard, why is that something Central Command and U.S. Forces on the ground are often reiterating? What do you think?
Well, I think they just want to make sure that the citizens of Baghdad gradually know that that the coalition is in charge of Baghdad and that the regime is gone. The whole idea of getting the citizens to cooperate, give information about where weapons are stored, weapons of mass destruction, where remaining members of the Republican Guard, Special Republican Guard, Special Security Service are, will come from the populace. And they're not about to tell us until such time as they are convinced that the coalition is in control. And that's going to take some time. So they're going to keep reiterating that as part of the information operations campaign.
General Shepard, Reuters is saying that the U.S. military says 65 U.S. tanks as well as 40 fighting vehicles involved in this ongoing operation. A large number to you?
Yeah, it's a reinforced battalion that would be involved here. That would be very logical, of tanks and other people involved as well. A logical question for the viewers as we watch those soldiers flee is why isn't somebody engaging them? Well, they probably are not visible to the tanks that we're seeing there. Also, from the air standpoint, the aircraft up there would have to be under control of a forward air controller saying those are definitely enemy. We want you to shoot them or drop on them or fire missiles at them. The airplanes would not do that on their own. Because of the chaotic nature of a ground battle and the fact that you have people and vehicles moving around, it's really easy to shoot some of your own, either from the ground or from the air. So you've got to have knowledge at all times about where your own people are. And from an air standpoint, the targets have to be marked by a forward air controller.
And of course, the question, the level of command and control still available to Iraqi forces. When we, General Shepard and I were watching that not only that pilotless drone flying over Baghdad several hours ago, but also those A-10 Warthog fighters flying over the city, virtually unopposed. No anti-aircraft batteries opening up, firing upon them, raising the question, of course, how much command and control is there? How much central authority is left in Baghdad to direct fire, to direct some sort of organized response to this? Associated Press characterizing the level of resistance to this operation that we have been witnessing for the last couple of hours as moderate.
Yeah, as I listen, Anderson, it appears to me that what would be logical is that going into their objective here in downtown Baghdad, they probably ran the same type of gauntlet of fire that the 3rd of the 7th Cavalry experienced going north. In other words, they would go through these villages or settlements. They would be fired out from the side, sometimes at close range, sometimes from beyond. Rocket-propelled grenades, small arms fire, sometimes machine guns. Probably ran into the same thing there. It's moderate to people on the outside, or even light when you're there. It's heavy if it's aimed at you, and very likely they will get in there, and then it remains to be seen whether they will leave or whether they're going to stay for a while.
General Shepard, one of the things we learned from British forces recently in Basra in the last 12 or 20 hours or so is that they began an incursion into Basra and then decided to stay because they judged the level of resistance they met on that incursion was lighter than they had anticipated, and they decided to just stay and occupy the region that they had advanced into. Is that a possibility on something like what we're witnessing now today in Baghdad? All right, I think we lost General Shepard, but that, of course, is one of the questions. What happens now? As according to the Associated Press, this operation began at around 6 a.m. Baghdad time. That was about 3 hours and 40 minutes ago. The level of, we are no longer hearing, at least from our vantage point, as many explosions, as many what we believe to have been artillery fire, tank fire, perhaps rocket-propelled grenade fire.
Anderson, this is Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon.
We are joined right now by Ron Martz, who's with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who is in Baghdad. Ron, what can you tell us?
Right at the moment, I'm in the center of downtown Baghdad in Zahra Park, which is home to the Iraqi monument to the unknown soldier. There's also a large reviewing stand here where Saddam in the past has reviewed his Republican Guard troops. I'm about 50 meters at the moment from the large crossed sabers, which are supposed to signify the Iraqi military might. The 3rd Infantry Division, 2nd Brigade combat team moved in here this morning. About an hour ago, they started securing the park here, which is right near the Ministry of Information, the Al Rashid Hotel. A portion of this particular task force went on and is at the moment supposedly securing one of Saddam's palaces on the west bank of the Tigris River. We're still under fire here. There's a lot of machine gun fire, a lot of tank fire. Opposition on the way in was relatively light on Highway 8. A lot of small arms, RPGs fired by teams on tops of buildings and from highway overpasses. But the forces here are moving to consolidate the gains that they have and essentially oust whatever remnants of government there are here.
Ron, you said you were currently facing some sort of machine gun fire. How intense would you say it is?
Well, some of it, most of it is outgoing, hopefully. At the moment, I don't hear any incoming, but there is still a constant chatter of machine gun fire, tank fire in the backgrounds. I'm assuming there is some mortar fire coming in, occasional RPG rounds. Our position is somewhat surrounded by the tanks of Charlie Company of Task Force 164, who I'm embedded with. So I feel like I'm in a fairly secure position. We're behind a small building here in the park. Looks like somewhat of a refreshing stand that has been used for various events here. Like I said, viewing stand that Saddam has used in the past to review his troops. Fire has slowed now for the moment. It's kind of a cloudy, foggy, cool morning here, so it's difficult to see much distance. You can see probably 200 to 300 meters out. I can see our tanks, U.S. tanks, out. They're about 100 meters from me, facing out. And at the moment, the incoming fire seems to have slowed down a bit.
How much advance warning did you get that this was going to happen today? I don't want to ask you too much about the operation itself, but how much did you know far in advance that this was going to happen?
I knew last night that it was going to happen, that they were going to do this. I had been briefed on it last night about the move in here and the efforts to essentially plant the flag in the center of downtown Baghdad and remove whatever vestiges of government are still left here. And that appears what they're trying to do at the moment.
I don't know if you can say this, use your own judgment on this, but do you have a sense that this is just a probe, or is this something larger than that?
No, this is something larger than that. I believe that their intention is to stay here. It is a significantly larger incursion than the one on Saturday, on which I was on. On that one, they took a single task force, which has about 700, 800 soldiers in it. They drove north on Highway 8 and then west to the airport and linked up with other forces from the 3rd Infantry Division. That was the 1st Brigade, which had taken the airport. The airport at that point was secured. On this one, they took 3 task forces of the 2nd Brigade Combat Team, which is roughly about 5,000 soldiers, and I believe the intent at this point is to stay in the park, to stay in central Baghdad, and to do whatever it is they need to do to change the government here.
And Ron, just remind me again, I'm sorry, you are with the 2nd of the 3rd?
I'm with the 2nd Brigade Combat Team, Task Force 1-64, and I'm actually embedded with Charlie Company, which is a tank company out of Georgia.
So are you in a tank right now, or are you outside?
I'm in an armored personnel carrier at the moment. I've got the hatch open and sort of crouching down in the hatch a bit. Got a soldier standing up next to me here, kind of watching my back a bit. And but as I mentioned, the incoming fire seems to have slowed down a bit, and we seem to be fairly well protected at this point.
At any point in this operation, and the reports that we have gotten thus far is that the operation began around 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Baghdad time, which would have been about 3 hours and 45 minutes or so ago, though it may seem much longer to you. Have you seen many civilians? What sort of a response have you gotten other than from the people shooting at you?
Well, not a lot actually, because for most of the move I was in the back of the personnel carrier here as a safety precaution, because on the move on Saturday we were traveling along and we had the upper hatch open, the roof open, and there were soldiers firing out. 2 of the soldiers right next to me were wounded, and so the decision was made to make the move with the hatch closed. I requested permission to open the hatch to file a story with the newspaper and to call you folks also, and they have graciously granted me that permission. I haven't seen any civilians at this point. There was some chatter on the radio that I heard that there were some civilian vehicles. They're trying to be as cautious as possible, not targeting civilians. They have been firing warning shots. The civilian vehicles have been turning around. If they see anyone with weapons, though, those people are instantly fired on. What we heard last night was that there were a number of people leaving Baghdad to the north, leaving by roads to the north, trying to escape central Baghdad, a lot of older people. So I suspect there are not a lot of civilians left in this area at the moment.
Ron, just so you know, you're being played both on CNN Domestic here in the United States, also CNN International to an international audience. Just so you know who you are going out to. Ron, I want to read you something we have just been handed from Reuters. Reuters is quoting Lieutenant Colonel Pete Bayer, who said, quote, "We have seized the main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. There are 2 palaces down there, and we are in both of them." He went on to characterize, he said, "The operation has been highly successful so far. What we're trying to gauge is what Saddam's response is." With that in mind, tell us about the response you have seen thus far. There have been real questions about what level of command and control there still is among and from the Iraqi regime. What sort of a level and what sort of a coordinated response have you seen?
Well, the response seems to have been a bit lighter today than it was on Saturday, as I mentioned previously. There does not seem to be a great deal of organized opposition at the moment in this area of downtown Baghdad. They seem to have been isolated pockets of 1s and 2s. They had rocket-propelled grenade teams on the tops of buildings and on overpasses trying to target vehicles as they came past. They had individual snipers with small arms on tops of buildings, and again on the highway overpasses, trying to take, just hearing some small arms fire here in the near vicinity. So it's been mostly 1s and 2s, small units, small technical vehicles with light pickup trucks with machine guns mounted on top or in the back. But it does not seem, the opposition does not seem to be well organized at all.
All right, Ron, I want you to hold on. We're also getting a report from Reuters that the U.S. says they are near the Iraqi Information Ministry in the Rashid Hotel, but have not yet taken them. That an update. Earlier reports seem to indicate there were troops already in the Rashid, so that an update. And Ron, just stay with us. We're joined by Kathleen Koch, who is at the Pentagon. Kathleen?
Anderson, a statement now from a Pentagon official on what we've been watching going on here in Baghdad over the last hour or so, saying, quote, "This sends a powerful message to the remnants of the regime that we can go where we want, when we want." And he continues, "It can't be anything but alarming to the remnants of the regime to see a brigade commander standing in a presidential palace in Baghdad." And Anderson, I think it was a very important point you were trying to make earlier with the general when he got cut off there, but that this is very much reflective of the same lack of coherent, cohesive resistance that that apparently the British saw to the south in Basra. And the U.S. military has been saying for days that they believe that relatively early on they decapitated the Iraqi military commanders from their forces. And so there hasn't been a direct and clear line of communication, and that's why they have been pleasantly surprised, I think one can say, at the lack of resistance that they've encountered.
And Kathleen, I'm sure you heard Ron Martz reporting, Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who is in an armored personnel carrier as we speak, part of this operation, reporting that from all he can tell, U.S. forces plan on staying where they are, that this is not just a probe, as we saw on Saturday, a probe to test resistance, but an actual move, and a move not only to send a message, but to take control of Baghdad. Ron, still standing by, I know. Ron, how surreal is it? You mentioned that the area you're in, Zahra Park, is that area with those crossed swords, that enormous statue meant to I guess honor Iraq's military. It's got to be just a surreal sight to see that, given all that is going on.
Well, the crossed swords are quite impressive. Large hands holding the swords up, crossed probably a couple of 100 feet with an Iraqi flag at the apex of the swords up there. From where I am standing at the moment, I cannot see the statue of Saddam. Oh, I do see it now. It's been pointed out to me. There's a statue of Saddam on a horse about probably 100 meters just to my left forward, directly in front of the large reviewing stand. The park itself looks a bit overgrown. Looks like it hasn't been used in quite a while. Nobody's cut the grass here. But the facilities are quite impressive. They have a large light tower here with speakers on them down to my front here, which I'm assuming is the south or southeast. There's another pair of cross sabers that are. Are you still there?
Yep, we have you, Ron.
Hello?
Yeah, Ron.
Hello?
We have you, Ron. You're still on the air?
Okay. To the other parade field, and you've got tanks on the parade field in front of the reviewing stand, and it is as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of a cloudy, overcast, foggy, cool morning here. So a lot of the buildings, the government buildings in the background, are somewhat obscured by the mists. So it's not exactly surreal. I mean, the only people that I see here at the moment are U.S. troops and the armored vehicles that they have.
Ron, earlier, we are very limited in what we can see. Our images are from various camera locations throughout the city, but earlier we heard a large number of explosions, sounded like mortar fire or artillery fire. We heard automatic weapon fire. Give us a sense right now of what you are hearing. I know what you just described, what you are seeing, largely just U.S. troops in the area you're in around Zahra Park. But give us a sense of the sound, the smells, if you will, what it is like being there on the ground right now in the midst of this thing.
Well, the sounds that I'm hearing a certain amount of small arms fire, a certain amount of fire from machine gun, 50 caliber, .6 meter mounted on the tanks. every once in a while I hear a 120 millimeter large boom to it. About 5 minutes ago, there are some airstrikes in the area. At the moment, there's a slight smell of burning vehicles in the air here. I don't see any plumes of smoke, mainly because of the obscuration of the fog and the mist. And the firing now is very, very sporadic. It's only on occasion, and apparently are just warning shots for vehicles, civilian vehicles that are coming into the area, trying to warn them away before they get into a fire, or out that they want to minimize civilian casualties.
All right, Ron, you're breaking up a little bit. Just to for viewers who are joining us, just so you know, Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, embedded with Charlie Company of the 3rd Infantry. He is in an armored personnel carrier in Zahra Park, some 50 meters or so from the large crossed swords that many who have followed the history of Iraq and Baghdad over the last couple of years probably have gotten used to seeing a very symbolic statuary. U.S. forces now some 50 meters from those, holding a position, and we have Ron is talking on a satellite phone, so it sort of comes and goes. We're trying to stay with it as much as possible because it is a first-hand, very eye-level account of what is going on right now in central Baghdad. Ron, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. I've just had a tank round go off in the background. I don't know if you could hear that boom. The pace of fire has picked up quite a bit, a lot of machine gun fire off to my front. That would indicate to me that there are possibly some of the technical vehicles mounted with automatic weapons that are firing in this area here.
And Ron,
can you still hear me?
Yeah, I still hear you, Ron. What's the area?
I don't know if you can hear the tank rounds going off in the background or not, but large booms. Those are 120 millimeter cannon from the Abrams tanks.
Can you see what they are firing at?
No, I can't see what they're firing at. There's too much mist, smoke in the area, fog. All I know is that they're firing out. They can fire out to a distance of about 2 miles or so. So what they're looking for are hot spots. Their thermal imaging sites can pick up vehicles and individuals with weapons at a good distance. So it's difficult to see exactly what it is they're firing at.
Well, I can definitely hear them now in the background as you were just speaking. How close an area are you in? How much of a vista can you actually see? Is it a very residential area? Is it very spread out?
Well, it looks like outside the park there are office buildings. They're multi-story. I can't tell if they're apartment buildings or office buildings. Just had another tank round go off here about 75 meters to my left here. They're firing out to my right front here. So it's beyond the park because there are a lot of trees here, a lot of vegetation, but there are buildings in the distance here, just beyond the one pair of cross sabers.
Ron, joining us is also retired Major General Don Shepard. General Shepard, your thoughts as you listen to Ron Martz reporting?
I just wanting from Ron if they are now taking any fire in these positions. I understand they took fire going in, but since they've been inside there, have they taken any fire? You getting any mortar rounds, anything of that sort?
Ron, I don't know if you could hear General Shepard. He's asking, are you taking in any incoming fire? I know we know you got some on your way to this position, but where you are now, is it largely outgoing fire, or are you getting anything coming back at you?
At the moment, I can't tell. I can't tell any mortar fire. I hear what appears to be the 25 millimeter gun of Bradley firing out. I hear small arms fire coming in, but I have not heard any incoming mortar fire since we took up positions in the park here.
Ron, how far are you from the Tigris River? Do you know?
From the map, it appears to be less than half a mile. It appears to be only a few blocks. I can't see the river from here, again, because of the fog and the mist, the smoke that's in the air.
Is there a large amount of black smoke wafting in the air above you, or is it just more?
No, a lot of it is obscured by the mist. I did see one large plume when I first got out of the hatch here, and much of that has been obscured. I can't see too far in the distance. It looks like the visibility is about maybe 500 meters or so.
Okay, Ron, I asked because some of the images we were seeing from along the Tigris River, images we are looking at right now, not only did we see what appeared to be Iraqi soldiers and or irregular paramilitaries running along the banks of the Tigris away from an area we had seen shooting, some of them armed, some of them apparently not armed. But we also saw a large amount of smoke coming out of palm trees along the Tigris, as well as at least one what appeared to be a trench filled with oil, and that bilious black smoke that we've all come to know pouring forth. So that's why I ask about the black smoke where you are now. Are there still?
No, nothing at all like that at the moment. Nothing at all like I saw on Saturday when they made their first drive into the city.
Before the operation went underway, was there any sort of a talk by the commander to the unit you were with?
Just to stay safe, be buttoned up, and to be mindful of civilians in the area, to pick their targets carefully, to minimize whatever collateral damage that there might be. But if anybody has a weapon, basically take them out. These guys have, from Charlie Company, have been in constant contact for almost 2 weeks now. They had a day of rest yesterday, but they're back in the middle of it again today.
Okay, and we just want to point out again, earlier reports from Reuters had said that both the Al Rashid Hotel and the Information Ministry had been taken by U.S. troops. Reuters is now reporting that U.S. forces are near the Iraqi Information Ministry, as well as the city center, the Rashid Hotel, but have not taken them. This, according to Lieutenant Colonel Pete Bayer, the operations officer in the 3rd U.S. Infantry Division. And a military source told Reuters reporter Luke Baker that U.S. forces had no plans to take either building at the moment. We've also just gotten a bulletin from Reuters also saying that, that Iraqi Information Ministry firmly in Iraqi hands. This, according to a Reuters witness. So that, of course, jibes with what Lieutenant Colonel Pete Bayer is saying, that U.S. forces are near the Information Ministry and the Rashid Hotel, but have not taken them. And according to Colonel Pete...
I know that...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know that we are only a few blocks from both the Al Rashid and the Ministry of Information, and I cannot say one way or another whether they have been taken. I know that was part of the mission today, was to take both of those facilities and to secure them. But whether that has been done at this particular moment, I don't know.
Again, you have been listening to Ron March. He's a reporter embedded. He's with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Ron, it's Zahra Park that you are in right now?
Zahra Park, yes, that's Z-A-W-R-A. The large park in central Baghdad.
And it sounds like the outgoing fire has died down somewhat. Is that right to say, or is that?
It has. Anderson, I'm going to have to leave now. I've got to turn this phone over to my photographer to get some photos out here. So I can call you back in a little bit.
All right, Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Stay safe. Appreciate you calling in.
Okay, thank you.
We'll check in with Ron a little bit later on. Just want to give you a sense of what is going on at this point. It is 2:03 a.m. here on the East Coast of the United States. It is 10:03 a.m. in Baghdad, where an operation is underway. As far as we know, this is what is happening on the ground in Baghdad, both from the Associated Press and Reuters reporting that around 6 a.m., column of U.S. tanks and armored personnel carriers from the 3rd Infantry Division moving in to the center of Baghdad. The U.S. officer who was quoted, Major Michael Birmingham of the 3rd Infantry, said, "We are attacking right down in the center of the city. The other day was just an incursion. This is for real." Ron Martz reporting that he, along with the forces he was with, the Charlie Company of the 3rd Infantry, briefed the night before that the operation would occur. According to the Associated Press, began around 6 a.m., moving into the center of the city. Early reports, and we say these are very early reports, according to Reuters, 2 tanks entering a presidential compound near the Tigris River. You are seeing some of those pictures right now of some Iraqi forces, believed to be Iraqi forces, moving along the Tigris River, away from the direction where we saw some firing. Reuters reporting that of those forces moving into this presidential compound, small arms fire was heard from a clock tower. The tanks took out the clock tower. Reuters has a witness, a Reuters correspondent, saying they saw what they described as commandos, U.S. commandos, entering the presidential compound. Early reports had said that the Al Rashid Hotel, as well as the Iraqi Information Ministry, had also been taken. That is now not the case, according to U.S. officials being quoted as saying that U.S. forces are near the Information Ministry and near the Al Rashid Hotel, but in fact have not moved upon those 2 locations. You just heard from Ron Martz, who is an embedded correspondent, and he is near the Al Rashid Hotel and near the Iraqi Information Ministry. He is in the Zahra Park, sitting in an armored personnel carrier. They have been taking some incoming fire, but he characterized the level of resistance for the unit he was with as being light. The Associated Press, in an earlier report, characterized the resistance. Another column had met as moderate, but certainly not major, according to these 2 reports. The Reuters, I've just been handed another Reuters bulletin. According to a witness, Reuters is now reporting that many Baghdad bridges across Tigris are being blocked by Iraqi forces, and that there are Republican guards with rocket-propelled grenades defending various ministries, not specifying which ones, but given the fact that the Information Ministry has not been taken, one can imagine that that would be in reference to the Iraqi Information Ministry. We are joined on the phone not only by Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon, but Major General Don Shepard, retired Major General Don Shepard from the U.S. Air Force. General Shepard, your thoughts?
Well, it sounds again like this is going to be a temporary armored raid. When they're going to go in, they're going to take things of that they're interested in the way of points, hold them for a while, go inside and pick up what they've got in the way of intelligence information, and then go back out. Again, this message they keep repeating: we can go anywhere we want, anytime, right into the heart of the dragon, if you will. This Zahra Park, where Ron was broadcasting from, is on the western side of that presidential compound area on the west bank of the Tigris River. It's the Iraqi Air Force headquarters, which was hit the other night, is north of that, a couple, 3 or 4 blocks. The Iraqi Intelligence Service headquarters is about 2 or 3 blocks west of Zahra Park, and the zoo is right near Zahra Park also, all in this presidential compound area. So it's a very, very large area. I did see on some of the shots earlier, it appeared that the tanks were taking fire from either RPGs, the tanks we were watching taking fire from either RPGs or perhaps mortar rounds. So you'll see them move every now and then. They don't allow mortar rounds to just zero in on them and stay in one location. You'll see them move a few hundred yards one way or the other. It appeared that they did that. Also, the people I saw running along the banks, again, about half of them appeared to be armed, half of them did not, but undoubtedly military personnel. And the vehicles, the tanks, were shooting down into those trenches that led up to the oil fire on the bank of the river there earlier, Anderson.
Kathleen, anything new from the Pentagon?
Yes, Anderson. We've been talking with officials here about this question of will the forces stay here in downtown Baghdad? And at this point, they will not speculate, won't tell us definitively what the plan is. Will they stay? Will they go? One of them did, though, call this a show of force, which they define here as, quote, an operation to demonstrate U.S. resolve that includes increased visibility of U.S. forces. And obviously, these forces are very visible today. Another official saying this sends a powerful message to the remnants of the regime that we can go where we want, when we want. It can't be anything but alarming to see the remnants of the remnants of the regime, to see a brigade commander standing in a presidential palace in Baghdad. So, Anderson, whether they stay there for any extended period of time or not, they've certainly made quite a point, sent quite a clear message to the regime.
Certainly is. I'm just reading another Associated Press report. Nothing particularly new in it. They say that more than 70 tanks and 60 Bradley fighting vehicles took part in this raid, all under the cover of those tank killers, those A-10 Warthog planes that we saw circling the city of Baghdad before we began to hear the heavy firing that occurred. Also the pilotless drone flying overhead. Associated Press again saying that this operation began around 6 a.m. The 2nd Brigade of 3rd Infantry Division barreling into the capital on the western side of the Tigris along Highway 8. A little bit of clarification from the Associated Press on some of those images we saw of people running along the Tigris River. Associated Press reporting that Iraqis, some nearly naked according to the Associated Press, fled along the banks of the Tigris. Some actually jumped into the water. An ammunition depot across the river was on fire. I believe we saw that. We saw at least some sort of a depot explosion. And just to reiterate, we heard from Ron Martz, who's with Charlie Company, the 2-3 in Zara Park as we speak, holding their positions. He seemed to be under the perception that they intended, or at least his unit intended, to stay in that location. That not just some probe to test the level of resistance as we witnessed on Saturday, but an actual operation to take territory and hold it. It remains to be seen what will happen with that. I want to check in with one of our embedded correspondents, Martin Savage, who is with U.S. Marines, not in this location, outside the city. Martin, what's the latest where you are?
Well, Anderson, as you know, the U.S. Marines have been pushing up on Baghdad from the east side. You have the Army that is on the west side. You have the Marines that are on the east side. Obviously, the eventual goal is to encircle the city with U.S. military forces. That's why the Marines have this eastern sector. They have had sporadic fighting throughout the 3-4 days that they have been pushing into the southeastern suburbs here. Not heavy fighting, not big battles by any means, but sporadic fighting that's been taking place either with remnants of Republican Guard units or with Iraqi irregular army or paramilitary units. They have not suffered any casualties on the U.S. side. They do believe they have inflicted casualties on the Iraqi side. Clearly, the Marines are part of the overall mission here, and they do have specific objectives that they have been assigned. Some they have already achieved, which we cannot tell you about. But their job is to get on the east side, to make sure that they could move in on the city if they so choose, but also to cut off any Republican Guard units that may be off towards the Iranian border. You know that Iran and Iraq have always been at loggerheads for quite some time, put a long war. There has been a large emplacement of Iraqi troops that have always been up there around the Iranian border. What this part of the move is designed to do is not only suppress Iraqi units here around Baghdad, but also to cut off any reinforcing units that might be pulled from the Iranian border positions there. So that's what the Marines are about. That's what they continue to be about. And they are focused on that mission today. Maybe not directly involved with what's happening in the center of Baghdad. They're not far from it. Meanwhile, all through the night last night, we heard heavy bombardment hitting around the area of Baghdad. Combination of air attacks, airstrikes being called in, and also heavy barrages of U.S. Marine artillery opening up. We have continued to hear it into the morning hours. It's died down somewhat now. There was a time when you could see large plumes of smoke rising in the area, but due to dust that has been kicked up by the wind, that's been obscured. So there is fighting to the east, nothing like what you're seeing in the center of Baghdad. The Marines have a mission, and they're on it. Anderson?
Martin, how much information do the Marines you are with have of the big picture? How much do they know about what is going on, for instance, in Baghdad right now?
None. Not other than what they may hear either through BBC radio or through CNN, hearing it from our broadcast truck. But otherwise, no, because this is an army operation that's taking place in the center of Baghdad. Different channels of communication, different channels of command, plus they have their own mission they have to be focused on. So for them, their objectives are outlined by their commanders, not by what they hear in the media. And quite frankly, media access out here is pretty doggone limited, Anderson.
How badly do the guys you're with want to get into Baghdad?
I can tell you that every one of them here would love to be in the heart of Baghdad right now. There is no question. Every one of them would love to be in the thick of the fight if that were possible. But they also know that they're Marines, they're trained, they're disciplined, and they have their own objectives to achieve. And they have achieved significant objectives, and there are more that are waiting on the plate to be taken. So they know that sooner or later, if Baghdad does fall, they will have a significant role in making that success come about. Anderson.
Martin, the position you're in the position that you are in now, do you have a sense of are there many Iraqi civilians? Are there many Iraqi forces around where you are? Do you have a sense of sort of where you are in the big picture?
Well, as you see in the background here, it may look fairly desolate. It is not. Once we were to leave this immediate area, you would find that you would go right into the heart of towns and villages, a lot of these which are suburbs around Baghdad itself, the southeast. There are a lot of houses, a lot of apartment buildings here, and a lot of Iraqi people. And they are sort of caught up in the midst of not a no man's land, but a civilian population mixed in with a military population that, according to military commanders here, has chosen to hide and fight using the civilian population as their sort of shield, which is why it has been difficult for the Marines to move forward. They are not going to open fire unless they have a clear target, a clear objective that is an opposing force. And they are always trying to keep the civilian population and collateral damage at the forefront of their operation. So as they push forward, they are trying to clear homes, clear alleyways, clear streets. When you have a lot of people that are out in those streets, it is difficult to try to ascertain who may be good, who may be a threat. But they have worked very smoothly and have done it with the least amount of civilian casualties as possible, and apparently have driven away a lot of the Iraqi forces. As I say, not heavy fighting, not major opposition, skirmishes are the way it's been described to us. Anderson?
All right, Martin Savage, appreciate you joining us. It's going to be a long couple of hours for us all. We'll probably check in with you in a little bit as well. Martin, thanks very much. We, again, are monitoring what is going on right now in the city, in central Baghdad, something quite different than what we have seen thus far in the 18 days, 19 days now of this conflict, and in the few short days that U.S. forces have been in and around Baghdad. On Saturday we saw a probe, if you will, a test of what sort of resistance U.S. forces. We saw the 3rd Infantry moving heavy armored units into part of Baghdad. They met some stiff resistance. There were some major firefights, large numbers of Iraqi forces killed. Exact number not known, may never be known, but what is going on right now in central Baghdad is different as far as we are told. We're joined in our continued coverage. Kathleen Koch is at the Pentagon, and retired Major General Don Shepard is joining us on the phone as well. General Shepard, just give us your overview of what do you think the level of resistance, characterize for us, if you will, the level of resistance. We are told that it has largely been small arms fire, no large-scale artillery, no use of that anti-aircraft fire. Are those significant points?
Yeah, I don't see anything that looks like it's really organized resistance, again, where you've got major columns of tanks coming against U.S. Army tanks. This appears to be, again, small arms fire, rocket-propelled grenades, which can be fired from anywhere. You saw the troops, Iraqi troops, fleeing the area there. They had small arms only with them. So again, this pretty much is what we've been exposed to on the trip north. Although there have been some fairly sustained battles that lasted a long time, it's not heavy organized combat with unit on unit, Anderson. So it follows the pattern we've been seeing.
Kathleen, I want to come to you at the Pentagon in a moment. Just been handed a report by Reuters. Apparently, earlier reports, and as most viewers know by now, in a combat situation, the early reports are often incorrect. Earlier, there was a report that both the Al Rashid Hotel as well as the Iraqi Information Ministry had been taken by U.S. forces. Both those reports turned out are apparently erroneous. According to Reuters, both the Information Ministry and the Foreign Ministry in Baghdad are firmly in Iraqi hands. Apparently, there are heavily armed Republican guards spread over the area, taking up fighting positions. This, according to a Reuters witness. The Foreign Ministry, just a few hundred meters or yards from one of the main gates of the presidential palace, which U.S. forces say they now occupy. You're seeing a map there. Reuters correspondent Khalid Yaqub Owais said Republican Guard units, some carrying half a dozen rocket-propelled grenades, were spread over the area, taking up fighting positions. He said, quote, "There is a no man's land between the Iraqi troops and American troops on the street in front of the ministry." Also, according to Reuters, many of the bridges that cross the Tigris still under the control of Iraqi forces, but according to this one witness, the bridge directly next to the information ministry was open. So exactly unclear what the situation is on the ground. We heard just a short time ago from Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, embedded with the 3rd Infantry, that he was actually sitting in an armored personnel carrier as we talked, sitting in Zahra Park, very close to both the Al-Rashid and the Information Ministry. So if there is a battle to be had, if there is a no man's land developing between Republican Guard forces by the Information Ministry and the Foreign Ministry, Ron would seem to be somewhere in that location. Let's talk to Ron. He rejoins us now on a satellite phone. Ron, any change in your situation?
Well, the unit that I'm with has maneuvered. They are directly behind the statue of Saddam on a horse, and they appear to be ready to blow up this statue.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ron. I lost you on that last bit. Can you just repeat Can you repeat that? Ron, are you still there? All right, we've lost contact with Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. We'll try to get contact back with him because he seems to be in a key location in Zahra Park, right in central Baghdad, very close to the Information Ministry, very close to the Al-Rashid Hotel, both where, according to the latest Reuters report, there is something of a no man's land being established, with what Reuters says is Republican Guard units taking up positions with rocket-propelled grenades and taking up battlefield positions. We will try to reestablish contact with Ron. I want to go to Kathleen Koch, who is monitoring events at the Pentagon. Kathleen, things seem to be moving fast.
They are, Anderson, and I think that the timing of this bold strike right into the heart of Baghdad is very interesting, because it was just yesterday that some of our embedded reporters were saying that commanders in the field told them that this could all be over in a matter of days. And Central Command, on the other hand, was warning reporters, oh no, let's take a step back from that. As you've seen in virtually every briefing, the Central Command spokesperson gets peppered with questions about when will this be over, when will this be over, almost like children on vacation asking their parents, when will we get there, when will we get there? And Central Command has always said it will be over when it is over. They would not give a timetable, and so it's a bit surprising to see this bold strike so quickly. And as the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporter was just saying, these troops are about ready to blow up this statue of Saddam Hussein. This is something else we've seen as U.S. forces, as coalition forces have moved throughout the country of Iraq. An effort not only to overcome Iraqi forces, but to tear down, to destroy all of these symbols of the regime, the big posters of Saddam Hussein, the statues, to also visually eliminate for the population of Iraq any reminder that this regime is in control, or that it will be for any increasing length of time in the future.
Yeah, Kathleen, I understand we have Ron Martz back on the phone. Ron, I understand the forces you are with are set to blow up the statue of Saddam Hussein?
That's correct. They're maneuvering into position. I am probably, at the moment, no more than 50 meters from the statue. We're facing the back end of Saddam and the statue, and the fog and the mist is closing in here, so visibility is declining rapidly, but they are expected within a few minutes here. I think they're waiting for some other media to show up here to get some photos of this. They've positioned infantry forces on the ground around here in case there are Iraqi forces remaining or maybe hidden in the reviewing stand here. Still hearing the chatter of machine gun fire off in the distance, but there are U.S. forces on the ground here now outside their armored vehicles.
And Ron?
And they are positioned.
Sorry,
Yes.
I just want to clarify for our viewers, we are looking at a live shot of Baghdad in which we see a statue of Saddam Hussein raising his hand. I do not believe that is the statue you are talking about. I think the location you are in is different. What we are looking at is basically some sort of a park with civilian traffic moving around in a traffic circle. So I just want to clarify, as Ron is talking about the statue that U.S. forces appear ready to blow up in Zahra Park, it is not, in fact, the image we are seeing now on television, just so there's no confusion about that. I don't want viewers trying to find Ron in the picture because he's not going to be there. It's a different park. But Ron, the park you are in, Zahra Park, is quite centrally located and quite near the Information Ministry and the Rashid Hotel. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're only a few blocks from there at the moment. Looks on the map to be maybe a quarter of a mile or so. I can't tell from here, again, because of the fog and the mist that's closing in. They've obscured all the buildings around the outside of the park area here, so it's difficult to tell, but it appears from your description of the statue that you were seeing live that it is not the same statue. The statue that I'm looking at is of Saddam on a horse, and it is located directly in front of the reviewing stand on the parade field or the parade ground in the park here.
And how far is that statue from that famous statues we have seen, a memorial of the two crossed swords?
The statue is located halfway between the two crossed swords. I would imagine that the distance between the two pairs of crossed swords is about 100 meters, maybe 150 meters. Troops are telling me probably closer to 200 meters. And the statue is directly in the middle of that, so it's about 100 meters between the two pairs of crossed swords, and it's directly in front of the reviewing stand.
And in terms of an iconic image of Baghdad, there is perhaps none better than that image, that statue, the two crossed swords. Obviously, an image that U.S. forces are quite aware of. As they prepare to, I guess, blow up this statue right in Zahra Park. Ron, I don't know if you have heard, Reuters is reporting that Republican Guard units are setting up fighting positions around the Information Ministry and the Foreign Ministry, according to Reuters, that just a few hundred meters from, or a few hundred yards from one of the main gates of one of the presidential palaces, which U.S. forces now say they occupy. They are setting up these positions, and they are described as armed with, each unit armed with a half dozen or so rocket-propelled grenades. Do you get any sense of there being battle lines being drawn around where you are?
No, I cannot see any of that. I do not hear any indication of that from any of the fire that I'm hearing. Most of the fire is outgoing fire, machine gun, tank rounds outgoing. And again, the fog and the mist is closing in fairly rapidly here, so it's very difficult to see much beyond 100 meters now in either direction.
And in the image we're seeing, we're obviously in another part of the city from where you are, we are seeing civilian vehicles. Whether or not they have civilians inside them, can't say, but they are certainly civilian pedestrian type vehicles. Are you seeing any signs of is there any traffic near where you are, or is it basically deserted at this point?
It is basically deserted except for U.S. troops that are here. This particular area is on what appears to be the southern edge of this park. There is a road not too far from here, probably about 150 to 200 meters, but I cannot see that far at this point. I see a couple of abandoned civilian buses about 50 meters to my rear, and they do not appear to have been shot up, but they do appear to have been abandoned. But I see no other civilians, no other traffic except for U.S. military vehicles.
And Ron, just reiterate for us, if you will, your sense of whether or not you are there to stay. There was some indication from the Pentagon that the forces would not necessarily stay in the positions that they are now, that this was largely a show of force, not necessarily the much anticipated battle for Baghdad. Is that the sense you're getting on the ground now where you are?
No, the sense that I'm getting is that they are here to stay, that this is something that they are going to remain here until the provisional government takes over.
And you had characterized the kind of incoming fire that your unit had received as you were entering the center of the city as light. The Associated Press reporting, characterizing some of it as moderate, but certainly not heavy. Mainly small arms fire. Did you get any rocket-propelled grenades?
Yeah, there were several rocket-propelled grenades, from what I understand, that were fired at the various vehicles as we drove north on Highway 8. Again, I was inside the armored personnel carrier, did not see or hear any of those, but the troops who were looking out the hatches, who were firing on those positions, told me that they did take a number of rocket-propelled grenades fired at them. I think we had one or two that hit Charlie Company tanks, hit them in the skirts. They bounced off rather harmlessly, though, as they usually do. So that does not appear to be a real problem at this point.
Ron, just give us a sense, and we hope to stay with you as long as we can, just give us a sense that when you know or when you think it looks like they're going to blow up the statue, because we'd like to talk about that as the time approaches. So just feel free to break.
Okay, I've been told it should be within the next 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, if you can stay with us, we'd love to just keep talking to you. I'd love to follow the story as it develops. You seem to be really right in the epicenter of where things are happening right now. As you came into the city in this column, and it was a column, we were told various reports of several dozen tanks as well as armored personnel carriers. Did you get a sense, or did you hear any close air support being brought to bear by these A-10 Warthogs that we saw circling over the city of Baghdad?
I did not hear any of that this morning. I heard some of that on Saturday around the airport. I did hear some aircraft go over this morning. I did not hear the sort of distinctive sound that the A-10 makes when it fires its 30-millimeter cannon, but there was some close air support. That does not appear to be something that they're going to use at this particular point because of the obscuration. The mist and the fog, as I keep mentioning, is closing in rather rapidly, and it's difficult for them to pick out targets in this kind of conditions.
In terms of visibility, what's your visibility, would you estimate at this point?
I'm estimating probably no more than 100 meters in any direction.
And before you were talking to us, you were talking in an armored personnel carrier looking out the hatch. Are you still in that position, or are you outside the vehicle?
I am still in that position. We've got another armored personnel carrier pulling up next to us here. Got some tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles right next to us here also.
We heard that. That sounded like some sort of a tank round, perhaps?
No, that was just, it may have been a tank round. I see now that they have, some of the infantry troops over here have captured several prisoners. Hang on just a second, it sounds like... I don't know if you can hear that, Anderson, but that was the end of Saddam's statue. They hit it right in the horse's legs, and it toppled over. Troops here are cheering. There was a tank round that hit it, some machine gun fire, and the statue was gone.
How big a statue was it, Ron?
I would imagine it was about 30, 40 feet high.
And where is it now? Is it laying on the ground? Are you there? We have been talking to Ron Martz, reporter with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, embedded with the 3rd Infantry. We are told that Iraq's Information Minister is holding a press conference. Let's listen in.
ما يجري في ملاحقتهم الآن وآخرتهم في منطقة اليوسفية.
In Al Yusufiyah, chasing them to Al Yusufiyah.
Finish الصورة أنه هم مثل ما أعلنوا
is exactly as they announced, but because they are sick in their minds, they said they got into 65 tanks, as some of the TV networks in the middle of the city, and I'm telling you, this is not true. This is part of their sick mind. The Americans are not there, are not in Baghdad. There are no troops there. Never. They're not at all. They tried through a Dora to pass through armored personnel, and they were surrounded there, and they were dealt with, most of them. They were slaughtered. This is only to attract attention, in fact. They gave them, in fact, poison yesterday. The soldiers of Saddam Hussein have given them a lesson they will never forget. Actually, in fact, in this meeting, I will not mention the number of the people killed from their troops or what has been destroyed. The battle is still going on, and I can say, and you can actually mark it for me, you can record it for me, they are beginning to commit suicides on the walls of Baghdad. And we will, in fact, encourage them to commit more suicides. We have given them, in fact, death and poison, the bitterness, and hope, God's willing, we will give you the information. I will give you the information. Those mercenaries, God, I swear by God, those who are staying in Washington, they have sent their troops to be burned. Exactly as President Saddam said, God will burn their bellies in hell. This is an Arabic expression, in fact, because the killing they have seen, they witnessed yesterday, will give a lesson to those mercenaries and the criminals of war who are staying in Washington now. They started to, in fact, suicide. The battle was very fierce, and God has, in fact, made the Iraqi soldiers victorious, and the battle still goes on. In the main fronts, maybe you have been disturbed by the sound of the bullets, because we had to deal with those mercenaries. We assure you now that Baghdad is safe, it's secured and great, and the Iraqi Baghdadian, the people of the Baghdad, are strong. They told me that in the Rashid Hotel and the Ministry of Information and the correspondent of Al Jazeera, unfortunately, the correspondent of Jazeera, I'm sitting actually at the Ministry of Information. I went to a Rashid Hotel and I greet the Ba'athist and the soldiers, those heroes, and I greet the citizens who are carrying the machine guns. Please, Please, the Americans, they always depend on a method which I called yesterday. It's too stupid, actually, and silly. And all I ask you is to check yourself. Just check. Do not, in fact, repeat their lies. Otherwise, like them, unless and I blame Al Jazeera one more time. It is in fact marketing for the Americans. Please check and don't play that role, please. Look for the truth. I'm telling you. And all I ask you to is to check. I told you yesterday how they ran away at the airport, Saddam's airport. What did they do? The Americans, the losers, what have they done? They sent their occupying soldiers at the honorary hall just to show that this place was used by Saddam Hussein. This shows you how cheap they are. They changed the subject into that Saddam Hussein, this great man, would he use this building or not? Would he use this bed or not? Those cheap, they don't deserve except to be, in fact, scorned. They are attacking a people and a country, and they are involved with a brave people and a fighter and a political system, complete political system, just to teach you. And they went to the honorary hall to distract the attention from their soldiers who have been, in fact, slaughtered, to show walls and buildings of the honorary hall. See how cheap they are. Instead of, so that you do not see the disasters of their soldiers, they show you a honorary hall. Those people who are in fact silent with them, who go along with them, they deserve contempt. That's for. Please. We have in fact given you some hard time.
which came from Dora.
I'm ready for your questions. Why this call for the Security Council? We say that policy and diplomacy is the Iraqi cannon, is the Iraqi fighter. Here we are going to play actually to draw the policy. This is the policy. But Kofi Annan and the others, what is requested for them is to condemn the aggression before the United Nations becomes a place of prostitution. It doesn't deserve more than a place of prostitution.
Just one by one. Ragio on BBC News. There is a battle going on less than half a mile away. Heavy machine gun fire, mortars and artillery in the distance.
هناك معركة تجري على بضعة كيلومترات من هنا، ولقد قال بعض الصحفيين أن العديد من الأمريكيين منتشرون بدباباتهم في هذه.
I have explained in Arabic, and briefly I'll tell you. They pushed few of their armored carriers and some tanks with their soldiers. We besieged them and we killed most of them, and I think we will finish them soon. My feelings, as usual, we will slaughter them all. those invaders, their tombs will be here in Iraq. They have no control even on themselves. Don't believe them. Those invaders will be slaughtered.
هل طهرت المنطقة سيادة الوزير من MBC
هي الآن تطهر وهذه للمشاغلة.
It's now being cleaned, in fact.
This is to deviate the attention حتى يحرقوا الانتباه وإحنا عاملين بهم كويس.
We are doing well.
أريد أن أقول لكم.
I want to say to you, please. I want to say to you. Now, the subject, the issue, they lost last night. We dealt with the situation with their through the Dora. None of their soldiers is there, or mercenaries is there now, any place. Surely Baghdad now is all arms, and all its citizens are ready and armed. They are supporting the people's army and the forces of the Republican Guard. Don't believe those slayers.
You have been listening to something of an impromptu press conference given by Iraq's information minister. Rather surreal, frankly. The information minister denying that 65 U.S. tanks have entered the city of Baghdad. He said 65 tanks in the center, not true. He said Americans are not in Baghdad. He said, quote, they have no control even on themselves. When asked the question whether or not they had control of parts of Baghdad, he said no, they have no control even on themselves. We're joined by a panel of people right now. We're going to talk to Reem Brahimi, who is in Amman, Jordan, monitoring events. Reem, things seem to be moving very quickly on the ground right now.
Absolutely, very quickly indeed. It's very interesting. On the one side of the Tigris River, you have these U.S. troops moving into those very symbolic sites, the Republican Palace, toward the Ministry of Information, the parade ground signaling the victory of President Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq war. Next to that, the big new building for the ruling Ba'ath Party. A lot of very, very symbolic areas that the U.S. troops are heading to. And on the other side of the river, Anderson, well, the Minister of Information talking to journalists, denying that that U.S. troops are in Baghdad. The Minister of Information saying that the U.S. was just trying to propagate propaganda, that these were lies, urging journalists to really check out the truth, not to believe what they're listening, what they're hearing from the United States, to go out and find out for themselves what the truth is before reporting anything, repeating that in fact the Iraqi troops were slaughtering American troops and that they had surrounded them, and that the soldiers of President Saddam Hussein were standing firm and allowing Baghdad to resist. Anderson?
And Rima, I'm sure as you well know, there are a lot of reporters in the Palestine Hotel who probably would like to check out what is happening on the streets in central Baghdad right now. Reuters reporting a little while ago that they were being blocked from doing so by what Reuters described as Saddam Fedayeen forces who had taken up positions around the hotel, preventing journalists from leaving. Reem, I want to show our viewers a picture of this famous statue that we've all come to know of, the crossed swords. And I'm showing this because we've just heard, Reem, from Ron Martz of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who is some 50 meters away from this statuary, where they have just blown up another statue of Saddam Hussein on a horse. Where is this, and how important a symbolic position is this?
It is quite an important symbolic position, Anderson. That famous crossed sword monument is believed to have been actually cast out of, been modeled on the forearms of President Saddam Hussein himself. It's a huge statue with two arms holding two crossed swords. On the end of, if you look at what's dangling at the end of the fingers of those hands holding the swords. It's actually quite interesting. There are huge nets going down to the ground, and in those nets are the helmets of Iranian soldiers who died during the war between Iran and Iraq. Actually, part of the road itself is actually paved with those helmets, and they're believed to be real helmets from that period. Right next to that is a monument known as the Monument of the Unknown Soldier, and that's also where a lot of the big, quite important ceremonies would take place. Ceremonies to mark the end of the Iran-Iraq War, ceremonies to mark the beginning of the revolution that brought the ruling Ba'ath Party to power. And behind the crossed sword monument is also a new building for the ruling Ba'ath Party. Interesting building as well, because every single time Baghdad has been attacked by US strikes, well, that building has been hit, and then they went on to rebuild it again, each time slightly bigger. So very, very symbolic value indeed. And those parade grounds, people may or may not have seen footage for a long time, for years. This footage has been used over and over again of a parade held to mark the end of the Iran-Iraq War, on which Saddam Hussein was actually heading the parade on a white horse. So a huge symbolic value, those parade grounds. There's also some a park all around that area where families typically on a weekend or on a Friday will come with their children and just sit on the grounds of the near the monument and just have a picnic with their children. But
is that Zahra Park you're talking about?
Zahra Park is, again, not far from there. Now, Zahra Park, from what I hear, they were actually rebuilding it when I left Baghdad a couple of weeks ago. They were redoing a lot of things at Zahra Park. It's also near the zoo of Baghdad, and they were reconstructing a lot of things. But I spoke to people in Baghdad just yesterday, Anderson, and they were saying that the entire area has been reduced to rubble, that there's been a lot of bombing around that area, the Zahra Park, and most of it has been reduced to rubble by now, because it's a very central area that's really at a crossroads. This is you inevitably pass the Zahra Park if you're going anywhere from one place to the palace or to the Rashid Hotel to the Foreign Ministry. You will pass by that park, and from what I understand, all that area, there's a lot of rubble, a lot of destruction, a lot of bombings have taken place there in the past couple of weeks.
And as far as we know from reporting by Ron Martz, embedded journalist, he's with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He is embedded with the 3rd Infantry. He is now sitting in an armored personnel carrier in Zahra Park, where he reported, and we heard the sounds live just a few minutes ago, he describing a statue of Saddam Hussein riding a horse being blown up, brought down by U.S. troops on the ground in Zahra Park. We actually heard the sounds of the statue being brought down. A cry of excitement, I suppose, went up among some of the U.S. forces who brought down that statue. We want to bring in a retired Air Force Major General Don Shepard, who has been with us throughout the morning, called in as soon as he saw this drone flying overhead many hours ago over the city of Baghdad, knowing something seemed to be brewing. General Shepard, your thoughts? So much has gone on, so much to talk about in the last several hours.
Yeah, the excellent reporting by Ron Martz is very useful there, because we're only seeing little bits and pieces, and we're not sure exactly what we're looking at. Clearly, when the drones came over early on, the indication that that they were looking at some type of advanced maneuver for maneuvering troops on the ground. And then as we saw the A-10 aircraft, it was apparent that they would not be there unless there were troops on the ground. So this is all falling into the logical pattern.
General Shepard, I just hate to interrupt you, but just so you know, we're going to be looking at a series of stills that we have been getting, and just you could talk over them a little bit. That, I guess, one of those oil fires set by Iraqi troops, as far as that's what Reuters was reporting earlier.
Yeah, indeed, but they looks like a Bradley fighting vehicle or M1A1 tank in the back. I can't tell exactly from where I'm sitting. The other thing is that the conference by the daily conference by the Minister of Information was the normal babble that goes on. Nothing meaningful militarily that came out of it, other than denial that there are any Americans in the city or anything of meaning going on, or if they are, they're being attacked. Now, that we've been used to this, but I think this does serve the Iraqi leadership in the Arab community. It's a thumb in the eye of the Americans that, hey, you can't keep us off the air, and we're going to keep talking. And there's a lot of bravado in it, so it does serve some useful purpose for sure.
Well, you know, it's interesting to see how those kind of things are dealt with after a while. I mean, the credibility, I think, of the Iraqi Information Minister among audiences, no matter where they are in the world, after a while must be called into question when you have Al Jazeera, you have CNN, you have all these different independent news agencies reporting what they are actually seeing, and then juxtaposed to the words coming from the Information Minister, it takes on a surreal tone. As we look at these still photos, in the last one, I think we saw what appeared to be U.S. forces along the ridge, along the Tigris, along the palm trees. These would clearly seem to be Iraqi forces moving away in a rapid pace from some of the shots we saw earlier.
Yeah, these are Iraqi forces, and as we saw the moving video of it, they were about half of them armed. We couldn't tell in that picture. These are U.S. The previous picture there was U.S. forces along those things. They're probably rooting out Iraqi fighters in there. I think over the next few days you will see a lot of these people disappear in uniform and just disappear into civilian clothes and blend into the society. That'll be another phase that will be difficult to deal with. There's an M1A1 Abrams tank there and a Bradley fighting vehicle as well.
Very unlikely that Iraq has armored vehicles left in the city. Those would clearly be easy targets for those A-10 Warthogs, wouldn't they?
There are probably a few hidden here and there that we haven't uncovered, but yeah, for them to be able to use them in any meaningful way would be unlikely. Ron mentioned the fog. One thing you got to be careful of in a military operation is the weather. What happens this time of year, you have cool nights and very hot days, and that transition early in the morning between cool and hot, fog and mist forms, therefore you won't be able to use air support, and then when there's a lot of firing goes on the battlefield, you'll see a mist that comes over the battlefield. It makes it very difficult for air support, so you got to be careful not to get yourself trapped or not to get yourself in a position where your vehicles on the ground get confused and can't withdraw or move to a new location if they have to.
And as you talk about this mist, we are looking at this live shot of Baghdad downtown, 10:55 a.m. A shroud of fog and or smoke enveloping this part of the city.
Yeah, this is just morning mist, and again, the firing from the combat going on there would add particles to the air that things just congeal onto. So it really gets smoky on any battlefield. So you got to watch this. Again, it really hammers your air support in many ways.
General Shepard, we are hearing sort of conflicting reports, as we often do early on in one of these things, but out of the Pentagon we are hearing this is not necessarily the beginning of the battle for Baghdad. This is a show of force that it was described as by Pentagon officials. We're also hearing from Ron Martz, who's on the ground in Zahra Park, right in the heart of central Baghdad, that his indication, or what he believes, is that they are there to stay at least in this position he is in now. Your sense of the likelihood of what's going to happen in the next couple of hours?
Yeah, it is confusing early on. We heard early reports about the Al Rashid Hotel, the Ministry of Information. Since then we've heard that's not really true. And then I have assumed in the beginning that they would be going in and coming out at this early stage, but Ron says no, they're being told that they're here to stay. If so, that means that they feel very confident that they can reinforce this position if it comes under attack, and there's been no real meaningful attacks. So again, there may not be any big battle of Baghdad. There may be what we've seen all along, which is harassment fire, people firing on vehicles with rocket-propelled grenades, and then a gradual lessening of the intensity of the attacks as this is turned over to a new government and the bad guys are rooted out here by the coalition.
All right, General Shepard, appreciate your comments. As always, just to update, it is almost 11 a.m. in Baghdad, and quite a morning it has been, starting around 6 a.m. or so, a column believed to be about 65 tanks, about the same number, a little bit less, about 40 armored personnel carriers from the 3rd Infantry Division moving into the center of Baghdad. What we know and what we don't know, differing reports right now. Early on, a report that both the Information Ministry as well as the Al Rashid Hotel had been taken by U.S. forces. Then about an hour later, that report turned out to be not true. Those two buildings, two positions still held by Iraqi forces, but a presidential palace has been apparently, both Reuters and AP reporting, has been taken by U.S. troops. Not sure the current status of that right now. We've been talking for quite a while now to Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He in Zahra Park in an armored personnel carrier. Apparently U.S. forces have taken that park and seem to now, for the time being at least, holding that position. Ron, what's the latest where you are?
Well, at the moment, some of the infantry troops that are assigned to this particular task force are clearing the reviewing stand. You may occasionally hear some pops and bangs in the background. It seems that they're going through it room by room.
Okay, Ron, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we were just getting in these live pictures. This is not Baghdad. This is Mosul in northern Iraq. What looks to be a major fire going on. Not sure if it's the result of some sort of aerial bombardment. There, of course, have been major aerial strikes in Mosul, in northern Iraq, in the oil-rich regions, those key cities, Mosul, Kirkuk, long a target of U.S. coalition airstrikes, as well as the intense interest. And there you see another, really the explosions just growing. Again, not sure what those explosions, what generated them, but these are live pictures from Al Jazeera. We are bringing them to you just as we see them ourselves. Of course, we have known there has been a lot of activity in the last 48 hours or so in northern Iraq, heavy aerial bombardment. Also hearing from one of our reporters, Thomas Naibo, in northern Iraq, 173rd Airborne Brigade shelling with howitzers, shelling intensively some Iraqi positions near where they are. Also, we heard of movement of Peshmerga fighters aided by U.S. Special Forces moving towards some of the major cities in northern Iraq. And again, you see those explosions on the right-hand side, Mosul in northern Iraq, on the left-hand side, Baghdad, shrouded in smoke, shrouded in early morning mist. And there is so much going on really all over Iraq at this moment. We are also receiving reports from British officials that the UK now saying they control the majority of Basra. Still some resistance in the old area of Basra. That a report that just came in a short time ago, that from Reuters, quoting UK officials. Also a UK military spokesman saying Saddam no longer in control of his forces. That is UK military officials' characterization. Also Reuters reporting, same UK military spokesman saying that Saddam has, quote, no significant forces left. But what we are seeing on the left-hand side of your screen, this live shot of Baghdad, whatever forces are left in Baghdad, apparently positions are being taken right now, and there on the right-hand side of your screen, major explosions, major fire in Mosul in northern Iraq. We're trying to find out what is the source of those explosions. Going back to what is going on in Baghdad, we understand, according to Reuters, positioning lines being drawn near the Foreign Ministry, near the Information Ministry. Reuters reported Republican Guard units witnessed with anti-aircraft, rocket-propelled grenades, with dozens of rocket-propelled grenades per unit, taking up defensive positions around the Information Ministry, around the Foreign Ministry, and that very close to where Ron Martz is in Zahra Park. We're going to check in now with CNN's Tom Mantier, who is live in Doha, Qatar, as we continue to look at these pictures. Let's go to Tom Mantier at Centcom for the latest. Tom?
Anderson, the pictures can be very telling, but they really don't tell you much about tactics or what is really going on. What you see is airplanes flying over the city. You see some tanks and APCs moving around. You see some Iraqi soldiers running along a bank. But here at Centcom, hopefully we'll get a better idea of what the plan is, how it's unfolding in Baghdad. Joining us now is Captain Frank Thorpe, U.S. Navy, the public affairs spokesman here at Centcom. 4 hours ago, it appeared to be starting in Baghdad.
Tom, I think the best way to characterize what you see today is a continuation of very deliberate work in the effort to liberate the Iraqi people. What you see, as much as you saw on Saturday, is an armored combat formation moving through the city, quite frankly through the heart of the city today, by leadership facilities such as presidential palaces. The Republican Palace there in the heart of the city was one of the places we were able to drive through, and also the Ministry of Information. So the best way to characterize it is another day in a continuing effort. The ultimate goal is the end of the regime.
But this seems more or less a probing action than coming and staying.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them a probing action, but on the other end, I wouldn't call it a coming and staying. This would be an armored raid through the city, bringing down any resistance that we meet, and also taking down any leadership capabilities that we see as we go through.
There was a raid on one of the presidential palaces where it was basically occupied and forces went through, were able to go through the building. What was the purpose of that?
What we've done throughout the last 2.5 weeks is target regime command and control capabilities. We know that the regime has used these palaces for command and control purposes, and so those kind of places continue to be the focus of our effort.
There was a drone, a platform. What kind of eyes and ears do you have above the city?
We've got some pretty good surveillance capabilities above the city, but I have to tell you, the best information coming right there from the heart of the city is the embeds. There's been much conversation over the last couple of days specifically, and perhaps the last couple of weeks, as to what really is happening compared to what the Minister of Information has to say and compared to what we have to say. And I think the most telling thing we can tell is by what you see on the embed reports of exactly where we are.
Let's talk about what we see. We see what we didn't see on Saturday. We see forces in sight of the cameras that have been pre-positioned in Baghdad by many of the Arab television networks providing. I mean, we see them live on the streets of Baghdad, which we really didn't see on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. And so this will give us a first-hand view of the U.S. forces moving right through the heart of the city. Again, I really want to characterize this, though, as a deliberate effort, just another day in the continuing effort to bring down the regime. Tom, we may have some tough days to follow. This may not be over yet.
Will these troops leave today, or will they hold positions in the city? Is this about territory?
We're not going to characterize what exactly we're going to do. I'm sure some people in Baghdad are wondering that exact same thing, and we'd like to keep them guessing a little bit. But again, throughout Iraq, this isn't about occupying the country. This is about liberating the country for the people of Iraq. And that's the message we continue to send with the use of our military forces in the cities and the areas around the cities throughout the country. We want to be very clear on all our actions with the Iraqi people that we don't, our intention is not to occupy the country, it's to liberate the country.
All right, Captain Frank Thorpe, thank you very much. A message that was loud and clear, apparently, sent this morning as U.S. coalition armor made its way into the city. Troops that you could see, airplanes that you could see, bombs that you could see dropping. So this is a different phase, if you will, but another, what might be called an incursion by some, but one that's definitely more visible. Anderson, back to you.
It certainly is that, and has been more visible for these last couple of hours as we have been covering it live. Tom and Tira, Doha, Qatar, and Centcom headquarters, thanks very much. We're going to talk in a moment to our security analyst, J. Kelly McCann, who's joining us to monitor these events. But first, we want to go to CNN's Walter Rogers, embedded with the 307th Cavalry. Walter, what's the latest where you are?
Well, what we're seeing in Baghdad, of course, is the third incursion in 3 days in a row by the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division. And that kind of pressure which we're seeing in the heart of Baghdad is causing widespread desertions by Iraqi soldiers in the field. The 7th Cavalry continues to chance upon 18 or 20 tanks or fighting vehicles, that is to say armored personnel carriers, simply abandoned by the Iraqi forces. The Iraqis will pull into a grove of trees. They'll park their BMPs in someone's driveway. They'll take off their uniforms. They'll dissolve into the countryside. There still has been some fighting out here in the suburbs, but again, the pressure in the heart of Baghdad seems to be sapping the will of the irregulars in the countryside. Last night, a C-130 Hercules and several other planes went into the Baghdad International Airport. Army sources told us that as the planes were landing at the airport, the Iraqis opened up with anti-aircraft fire. What the Iraqis did not know was that there was a pair of F-16 fighter bombers overhead. As soon as the Iraqis opened up, the F-16 fighter bombers dived down, laid down bombs, and totally suppressed any anti-aircraft fire at the airport. Again, one Army soldier, 7th Cavalry, told me just a short while ago, this is the first time in over 2 weeks I have not fired my gun at anybody. And all indications are, of course, that with the pressure on the heart of Baghdad, third day in a row of 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry inside the city. This war is definitely winding down, at least in our sector. Anderson?
Walter, we have seen all morning long pictures of those A-10 Warthog planes flying overhead, flying over Baghdad. I know you have personal experience having been underneath those Warthogs when they came in for close air support and some of the engagements you were involved with in your unit. Describe, if you will, what it is like being on the protected end of those A-10 Warthogs.
You have to love them, and you have to love those Air Force pilots who come in at very low altitudes generally, take great risks. What it's like is we were in an ambush a week to 10 days ago, nighttime ambush. The 7th Cavalry called in close air support, and what you hear is this plane overhead, and there's this whirr sound, and that's the Gatling gun going off, 30 millimeter, and all of a sudden you see ahead of you in the field on either side, and very close, these explosions. It's the most magnificent set of fireworks you ever saw in your life, unless you're, of course, an Iraqi at ground zero, and then they just disintegrate. They start these huge fires. There are these multiple shells, 30 millimeter shells exploding on the ground. It would be terrifying if you were the target, but if you're being protected by those A-10s, I can tell you, you'll love them. Anderson?
Walter, it's very hard for us to get a sense as we look at these pictures of what is going on in central Baghdad and as we hear from correspondents inside the city to get sort of an overview from the location where you are now and without asking where you are exactly. Is there a sense of something happening right now, or is it a sense of business as usual where you are?
I think the fellow Tom Montier was talking to, the Navy captain, was being very restrained in telling you what's happening. What's happening now is we are transitioning from combat operations increasingly on the edge of the city to what is called SASO, that is security and stability operations. The Army now controls the area around Baghdad. We assume the Marines control the northeast and southeast quadrants. So SASO operations, security and stability operations are underway. Headquarters are being set up. This is like for military police operations. This is to stabilize the countryside. And increasingly, you're going to see less and less combat, except perhaps in the heart of Baghdad itself. As I say, the fight's gone out of the Iraqis, at least in the sector we're in. And you're going to see the Army stabilizing the countryside, trying to restore a degree of normality to the areas around Baghdad. And one other point that should be noted, the civil affairs officers with whom I've been traveling have been telling us increasingly Iraqi civilians are coming out and greeting them warmly. For example, one soldier I was speaking with a short while ago, a West Pointer, said he and his unit were coming up the road. They thought they saw a sniper on the roof. They looked more closely, and it was a young Iraqi boy waving. That's indicative of a growing feeling in the populace, particularly in the Shia neighborhoods, of welcoming that the Americans will receive. Anderson?
Walter, one of the remarkable things I noted while watching those A-10 Warthogs flying over the city before we actually had word on what was going on the ground, there was no anti-aircraft fire going at them. Take that into consideration with the UK military spokesman just a few hours ago saying Saddam can no longer control his forces. He has, quote, no significant forces left. Give us a sense, if you will, your understanding of what kind of resistance there still is out there on the streets of Baghdad.
Well, every day the resistance in the areas around Baghdad through which we've traveled has diminished. It was very substantial when we first got here 4 or 5 days ago. You lose all track of time. But every day the Army cuts it down. And if indeed those A-10s are not getting 20 millimeter anti-aircraft fire, it means that the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division rolling through the city is doing a fine job by suppressing any Iraqi resistance at all. As I say, in the western suburbs, it is diminishing every day. The Army 7th Cavalry called for no outgoing fire last night, no outgoing artillery fire. That's the first time in at least a week that they felt secure enough that they didn't need to call in mortars or their 155 Paladin guns. So what it means is the soldiers who are engaged in combat inside Baghdad itself and in the area we're in have done such a fine job of putting the Iraqis out of business, the Iraqi irregulars, the Fedayeen and the remnants of the Republican Guard, that there just isn't that much fight left in them. Anderson?
All right, Walter Rogers, appreciate you joining us. We'll try to check in. We'll try to check in with you coming up in the next few hours or so. Walter Rogers reporting with the 7th Cavalry. We are now joined by Ben Wiedemann, who is somewhere in the vicinity of Mosul. We just saw explosions a moment ago, large, huge explosions, perhaps the biggest we have seen, at least on camera, in Mosul. Ben, what can you tell us?
Yes, Anderson, I'm about 25 miles to the east of Mosul on the Kurdish front lines at a place called Hazar, and we can certainly feel the really deep, basically we can feel the earth shake beneath us and hear these distant, long rumbles coming from the direction of Mosul. And this comes after a night of intense bombardment by coalition aircraft and missiles from this side of the line onto the Iraqi army frontline positions. I was told by one person who was here overnight that it was one hell of a light show. And from where I am, I can't really see anything coming from Mosul. But as I said, Anderson, you can really feel it.
And Ben, I'm sorry if you said this in the beginning of your report, about how far are you from Mosul, or if you can say?
No, I have no problems telling you. I'm 25 miles to the east of Mosul at a place called Hazar, which has been a fairly static front line for the last 4 days or so. This is as far as the Kurdish troops have been able to go at this point. And this is about as close as you can get to Mosul in northern Iraq if you're on the other side of the lines.
And in Mosul, are the oil fields around Mosul? Because I'm trying to figure out exactly what the explosions are that we are looking at. We're looking at some sort of ongoing fire, whether or not those are the result of coalition artillery or coalition aircraft, or perhaps oil wells being lit on fire. It's difficult to tell. Do you have any sense?
From where I am, no, I don't. I don't have access to those pictures you're looking at, but I suspect that I do know where the Jazeera camera is, and that is not anywhere near. The oil fields are on the outside of the city, and to the best of our knowledge, those fields have not been lit or ignited in any way. So, and I suspect it's not coalition artillery, because there is no coalition artillery that has that kind of range in this area. So most likely it is probably B-52s that are dropping those bombs on Mosul. Anderson?
Ben, and we have people who have been monitoring all Arab language broadcasts, and Al Jazeera is reporting that those are the result of a munitions dump being hit. That which would explain the significant size of the explosion which we are seeing. So the lines where you are relatively static in terms of there hasn't been much movement of Iraqi troops. Have they been falling back at all from the positions they've been maintaining?
Basically, this is a position that's 3 miles beyond the Kalak Ridge, which held for about 2 weeks. So the Iraqis did pull back to this position about 5 days ago. The Kurds managed to push them a bit beyond, about a mile beyond, but the Iraqis were able to reoccupy the mile on the other side of the river here. So it has been fairly static. Now, it's worth noting that there is a large military contingent of the Iraqi army in the northern part of the country along a 500-mile front line that separates the Kurds from the Iraqi army. And there are about 120,000 Iraqi soldiers in the north of the country. Now, it's worth also noting, however, that these do not include, to the best of our knowledge, the Republican Guard. And I spoke to a group of Iraqi soldiers who had surrendered to the Kurds yesterday north of Mosul, and they certainly did describe a situation which was not very ideal for the Iraqi troops in this area. Morale is low. People are deserting. People are changing into civilian clothing, trying to mix into the local population, because there does seem to be a feeling among the ordinary conscripts in the Iraqi army in the north that the end is near, so to speak.
Ben, if you can give an overall sense, it's a little bit confusing, the situation in the north, I think. We have heard, of course, of that friendly fire incident, coalition aircraft dropping munitions on Peshmerga fighters, U.S. Special Forces who are traveling with them. Give us a sense of where that happened in relation to where you are and in relation to where Mosul is, because it seems like in some parts of the north, Peshmerga fighters are moving downward, moving further south, and yet in other parts the lines remain static.
Well, almost across the line that separates the Kurds and the Iraqis have been falling back. Now, the friendly fire incident you referred to is to the southeast of where I am. It's about 70 kilometers, which is about 45 miles to the southeast of Mosul. And according to our understanding of that situation is that that was an area where the Kurds had moved ahead. And because the lines are very fluid, sometimes the Kurds move forward. In the evening, they oftentimes move back. So clearly there's the communication between the Kurds and the coalition aircraft is not always ideal. Now, where I am, for instance, I'm looking at a group of American spotters, the men who direct those airstrikes. So this particular segment of the front hopefully will not be victim of any of these friendly fire incidents. But it is a very fluid front line, and it's worth noting that the Kurds don't have heavy equipment. They don't have tanks. They don't have armored personnel carriers. They have some artillery, but not very long range. So what they do is they take advantage of the vacuums created by withdrawing Iraqi forces. They fill them in, and they hope that the U.S. air power will allow them to maintain their positions. But in the absence of air power, of American air support, they really are, in a sense, not very capable of holding their positions. What we've seen, and certainly in where I am, is that when there is not U.S. aircraft flying overhead, the Iraqis have a tendency to lob artillery shells at the Kurdish positions. So, like I said, in the absence of really constant U.S. air support, the Kurds aren't really capable of holding any ground they take. Anderson?
Ben, this is a morning of fast-moving events. Just want you to hold on 1 second. We've just received a report. The Associated Press is reporting that, according to British officers, the body of Chemical Ali has been found. Chemical Ali, of course, Ali Hassan al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin. You are seeing a graphic right there. The man put in charge of southern Iraq during this operation. The man accused of gassing Kurdish villages, therefore nicknamed Chemical Ali. There had been hints that this might be the case, that his body might be identified earlier. We were reporting, British officials were saying they had hit his house in Basra, the southeastern city of Basra, where he was said to have been commanding forces from. It was believed he was in the house at the time. His bodyguard had been identified earlier, as well as a number of other forces who were in the house at the time. But now confirmation coming from British officers, according to the Associated Press, who say that in fact his body has been found. Chemical Ali is dead. Ben Wiedemann now standing by in northern Iraq. And Ben, just so you know, we're also bringing in J. Kelly McCann, CNN security analyst, who is with me here at CNN headquarters in Atlanta. So Ben, it might be some questions coming from me, maybe from Kelly as well. Kelly, as you look at those pictures in northern Iraq, that enormous explosion that, according to Al Jazeera, is a munitions dump, what goes through your mind?
A lot of things. You know, two places on the battle space that has not been really talked about a lot is Kirkuk, of course, which we know is the oil separation plant, and then again the seat of power of the Tigriti clan, Tikrit. There hasn't been a lot of mention there, and we know that there are a significant amount of American troops there, and that sooner or later someone is going to either move northward up into those areas or southward. You know, the 173rd has not yet been in combat, so it's interesting to note that they are striking the ammo dumps and possibly to totally dislocate and make resupply impossible for the forces of there.
Ben, do you have any sense of what kind of forces are in Mosul, are in Tikrit, are in Kirkuk at this point? I mean, obviously, you know, we'd heard a lot about the Republican Guard units in Tikrit, you know, the ancestral homeland of Saddam Hussein. Then we heard reports those units had moved south to try to bolster some of the southern Iraqi Republican Guard units. Is there a general sense on the ground where you are now among the Kurdish Peshmerga fighters of how tough the resistance is going to be in these cities?
What we've heard from the Kurds, obviously, is that the Iraqi army continues to man the front lines, and it is fairly experienced troops on the front lines, but they have, in fact, pulled back a lot of their troops and concentrated them in Kirkuk and Mosul. The situation in Tikrit is not as clear as that, because the Kurds, they have intelligence sources on the ground in Kirkuk and Mosul, but in Tikrit they're much thinner. Our understanding, as I said, is that they've concentrated a lot of their forces in those two cities.
Wait, I'm sorry.
The Republican Guard, which
Ben, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We've just got to put up a new live picture. I just want to explain to the viewers what it is, so just hold that thought for 1 second. You were looking at a live picture of Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. Bombers coming in, landing, presumably after conducting missions, presumably over somewhere over Iraq. So that is the image that our viewers are seeing. I'm sorry, Ben, to interrupt. Please continue.
Yes, so our understanding is that there are normally 3 divisions of the Republican Guard based in the along the northern front. Those divisions have been pulled back for the defense of Tikrit, for the defense of Baghdad. Now, one reason why we can expect, if it comes to it, some fairly harsh fighting around the city of Mosul, for example, is that Mosul has a large Arab Sunni majority. And Mosul was one of the 4 provinces during the 1991 uprising following the Gulf War that remained loyal to Saddam Hussein. And it's a very tribal area. Traditionally, they have a lot of solidarity with the Arab Sunni regime in Baghdad. And therefore, there is an expectation that there will be some stiff resistance in that area if it comes to that. In Tikrit, the situation is a little less clear. You do have Kurds I'm referring to Kirkuk, that oil-rich city in the eastern part of northern Iraq. That has a Kurdish population that is sympathetic to the Kurdish militias here in the north. There's a Turkoman population that isn't particularly fond of the regime in Baghdad. And they, in the past, have been something of a thorn in the side of the Iraqi government. There's also a good deal of bitterness in that area because Saddam Hussein has carried out a program called Arabization, which involved the expulsion of Kurds and Turkomans and Assyrians and other minorities from areas like Kirkuk, and their replacement with Arab Sunni, or rather Arab Shiites, from the southern part of the country. Now, we've seen a gradual exodus of Arabs from the north of the country in the areas adjacent to the line that separates the Kurdish-ruled areas and those ruled by Saddam Hussein. We've seen a gradual exodus toward the south as these people basically are afraid that when the Kurds take over, there will be reprisals. And I saw that, for instance, yesterday in a large town that was taken by the Kurds north of Mosul. The Arabs are afraid. They're afraid of some reprisal, some serious bloodshed in the event that the Kurds do take over. But until now, we haven't seen that because most of the Arabs have fled.
J. Kelly McCann, your thoughts, how secure do you think in Iraqi hands are Mosul, are Kirkuk, are Tikrit?
I think there's been a gradual withdrawal. Talking to Ken Pollard, our analyst that discusses, the Iraqi capability, he believed that elements of the Nebuchadnezzar division had been dropped off into Tikrit on the way past to bolster that, but they were definitely headed towards Baghdad to bolster the defenses around the city. Let's not forget that we still believe there could be concealed weapons of mass destruction processing amongst the oil fields or the processing plant in Kirkuk, because as you look at it from an imagery standpoint, there's just so many buildings, so many storage points, so much piping, so it's very difficult to determine. So I know that U.S. forces, coalition forces, do want to get in there and do want to bring the counterproliferation teams in there to go through there, so it's going to be a push south.
So we're going to move now from northern Iraq, from those huge explosions we've seen in Mosul, which Al Jazeera was reporting was a munitions dump going up, believed to be from a coalition aircraft bombardment. Ben Wiedemann reporting that the coalition doesn't have artillery pieces with the kind of range that would require hitting those munitions dumps, so therefore he believes it would be from some sort of coalition aircraft flying over the region. Those are the shots earlier in Mosul, enormous explosions there. Want to move from northern Iraq, though, back down to Baghdad, because that has been the scene of a lot of activity this morning. 6 a.m. Baghdad time, for some 5.5 hours ago. Columns, the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division moving into the center of the city, some 65 tanks as well as some 40 or so armored personnel carriers taking up positions, moving into a presidential palace, receiving light to moderate resistance, we have been told from different sources, occupying this one presidential palace, also occupying a park where we heard from an embedded correspondent, Ron Martz, with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, not only occupying this park, which is in the center of the city, very close to the Information Ministry, very close to the Rashid Hotel. Hold on one moment. You gotta go now. Go ahead. Kelly, just your thoughts on all this activity that has been going on in Baghdad. How significant?
I think it's very significant, Anderson. I think that the word incursion, of course, doesn't really apply here. It's an attack. It's an all-out attack by a very heavy unit that went in there. We talked about reconnaissance and force, you and I, the other night, and I think that this goes well beyond that. That could have been kind of the pretense to get in and look around. And then you saw the layered use of a hunter, first brought in to give a look-down capability, then in the order of battle, probably the A-10s, followed by the tanks, scout unit, and then the whole armored column. But I think that to sit in the seat of power and occupy that is a incredible psyop as well.
Just very briefly, I know you got to go. We saw this almost surreal press conference by the Iraqi Information Minister outside. How surprised were you to see this man standing outside saying the things he was saying?
As we said the other night, you know, it's remarkable to me. A lot of the reporters that are there are saying that, you know, in fact, at the Ministry of Information, just up the road from where the troops are, that in fact Iraqi Republican Guard are in evidence and obviously are in full observation. Well, if they're in evidence to the reporters, they are definitely in evidence and able to be targeted by the A-10s, by other look-down capabilities. So it's a strange occurrence, but probably short-lived.
Yeah, you don't anticipate seeing a lot of these kind of outdoor press conferences for much longer?
I don't, but you know, the truth is, I mean, we know that there are innocent journalists in there, and that was done by design. So I think that there's going to be some caution, but I don't think that, quite frankly, as the citizens of Baghdad, those who can receive the broadcast, look out their windows and see the smoke and see the planes and see the tanks, it just does damage to their credibility even further.
All right, Kelly McCann, thanks for joining us. I know you got to go, but we'll check in with you in a little bit.
Appreciate that.
There has been so much going on this morning. Let's try to recap just a little bit about what we know is going on in the ground in the city of Baghdad. 6 a.m. Baghdad time, according to the Associated Press and Reuters, a column, some 65 tanks, some 40 or so armored personnel carriers, units from the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division moved into the center of Baghdad. On Saturday, we had seen what was described by some observers as a probe to get a sense of the kind of opposition forces would face moving into the city. Not a probe today, much more significant than that, we are told. Not even an incursion, according to some. We just heard recently from Centcom, from Captain Frank Thorpe, who said this is deliberate work. Another day in a continuing effort, he described it as, he said, I wouldn't call it a probing action. He called it, quote, an armored raid through the city. The raid entered apparently a presidential compound near the Tigris River. Early reports, and again, these are early reports from both Reuters and the Associated Press, but a Reuters witness saying they saw 2 tanks at least moving into the presidential compound. Those tanks received small arms fire from what was described as a clock tower which overlooked the presidential compound. According to the Reuters witness, that clock tower was then fired upon by the tanks, taken out. The Reuters witness then reported seeing what she described as commandos moving into the presidential compound. We don't quite have an exact verification on what units those were moving into the compound. We also saw pictures along the Tigris River near that compound of what appear to be Iraqi forces, some in uniform, some not, some armed with AK-47s and automatic weapons, some apparently unarmed, moving rather rapidly, one might say, along the Tigris River away from where we saw some fires burning in palm trees, as well as what appeared to be an oil fire lit, according to Reuters, at least one witness by Reuters, lit in a trench by Iraqi forces to try to obscure the aircraft that we know were circling overhead. How do we know they were circling overhead? Before we even knew an operation on the ground was underway, earlier in the morning, we saw live an unmanned drone circling over the city of Baghdad. A few moments after we saw the drone, we saw at least two A-10 Warthog planes, tank killers they are often called. There you see them right there. That is the picture we saw live several hours ago. They circled unimpeded, unattacked over the city of Baghdad. No anti-aircraft fire at those planes. No air raid warning signals at those planes. perhaps significant information to take into account. Early reports had said that the information ministry had been taken. Then those reports said to be untrue. Early reports said the Rashid Hotel had been taken by U.S. troops. Again, those early reports untrue. So far it is still believed that this presidential palace was taken. What we do know, independent from anyone, we know according to embedded reporter Ron Martz, a journalist we have spoken to in the past in these last 19 days of this operation, Ron Martz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, he calling us from an armored personnel carrier sitting in the center of Baghdad in Zahra Park, looking at two famous statues in Baghdad. One on the parade grounds, a statue of Saddam Hussein riding a horse. The second, memorial to and tribute to Iraqi soldiers and to who fought in the Iran-Iraq War. Two crossed swords, a famous iconic image. What the Arc de Triomphe is to Paris, these two crossed swords are to Baghdad, it's fair to say. There is the image you see. Ron Martz reporting some 50 meters from that statuary, according to him, sitting in a U.S. armored personnel carrier very close to those two crossed swords. We then heard from Ron a little bit later on. They were taking what he described, as they moved in, before he got to that position, they were taking small arms fire, some rocket-propelled grenades, resistance he categorized as light. The Associated Press had characterized it as moderate. Whatever the case, not heavy. In the position we last talked to Ron Martz, he was sitting in this armored personnel carrier with this unit of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division. Where is Zahra Park? It is very close to the Al Rashid Hotel. It is very close to the Iraqi Information Ministry. He could not see what was going on at the ministry, at the hotel, but according to an Associated Press report, we understood that those buildings were still in Iraqi hands, and that witnesses had described seeing units of the Republican Guard taking up defensive positions, battlefield positions around the Information Ministry, around the Foreign Ministry. You're looking at a live picture right now inside Baghdad. Reporters circling around. It's hard to tell exactly what they are taking pictures of. Looks like some sort of perhaps an impromptu press conference. It's outside the Palestine Hotel. Now, what is significant about this, Palestine Hotel, opposite from where the Rashid Hotel is, it's the scene where there are many international journalists who had been trying to leave the Palestine Hotel to report directly on what was going on the streets of Baghdad. We were told, and early reports said they were unable to leave because Saddam Fedayeen fighters had taken up positions at the Palestine Hotel, were preventing journalists from leaving that hotel. This appears to be, we are looking right now at pictures of what we were told are Saddam Fedayeen fighters who seem to be putting on some sort of performance for the cameras. Looks like they are waving small arms. There's a man waving a pistol in his right hand while he holds some sort of automatic weapon in his left hand. You see him standing up above the crowd, being photographed by the crowd. This is a long shot. But these are Saddam Fedayeen fighters, we are told, who are positioned outside the Palestine Hotel, one of the two hotels, also the Al Rashid Hotel, both as the information minister has pointed out, firmly in Iraqi hands. There you see a man, he's now sort of getting down back into the crowd, the camera's sort of moving away. Just about 45 minutes ago or so, there was a press conference given by Iraq's information minister, an impromptu press conference, if you will, given outside, perhaps significant, perhaps not, amidst a shrouded background of some smoke and some smog. He simply saying that all reports that there were any U.S. forces in Baghdad were untrue. The report that there was a column of 65 tanks entering Baghdad, he said untrue. He said, in fact, U.S. forces were in effect committing suicide, were suffering great losses. That is what we heard from Iraq's information minister. Again, this is the live picture we are seeing now from the Palestine Hotel, where Saddam Fedayeen fighters appear to be gesticulating and in front of some cameras. Again, there's activity happening all over. This is what is going on in Baghdad at this moment. We've also heard from Basra, where British officials have said that they have now identified positively the body of the man that has been called Chemical Ali, cousin of Saddam Hussein, a man responsible for military activities in the southeastern region, appointed by Saddam, sent down by Saddam, a man vilified for allegedly using gas against Kurdish forces in 1988, therefore giving him the name Chemical Ali. His body apparently found, the Associated Press quoting a British officer, "We knew there was an airstrike against Chemical Ali's house in Basra, that city surrounded by British forces. We knew earlier in the morning that Chemical Ali, his real name Ali Hassan al-Majid, we knew his bodyguard had been positively identified as one of the people inside the building at the time, one of the people killed in that raid." And now confirmation, according to the Associated Press, quoting British military sources, that the body of Chemical Ali has been found. That is what is going on in southeastern Basra, where British forces have also moved into the city of Basra after not encountering much opposition to one of those probing actions they had undertaken. From southeastern Iraq now, from this live shot of Baghdad, we move up to northern Iraq, where there is a lot of activity as well. Thomas Nybo, our embedded correspondent with 173rd Airborne, reporting that overnight there were some heavy use of 173rd Airborne howitzers that had been driven down by Humvee from their base at the Harir airfield, where that 173rd had parachuted in about a week or so ago. For the first time in about 30 years, the 173rd Airborne firing artillery shells in combat against an enemy, pounding Iraqi positions close to where they were. Also, Ben Wiedemann now is going to be joining us very momentarily on the phone, where we have been seeing, Ben Wiedemann is close to Mosul, where we just moments ago saw an enormous explosion, what Al Jazeera was describing as a munitions dump going up in flames. There you see it right there, an extraordinary explosion, most likely from coalition aircraft. Ben, you're relatively near Mosul. You say that you believe that explosion was most likely the result of coalition airstrikes because the coalition forces in that region don't have artillery pieces capable of reaching Mosul. Is that right?
Well, my understanding is that I'm basically where we're sitting. Actually, I'm lying in a trench right now. We would have heard that artillery go over our heads. Now, I did hear from people who were at this position, which is called Khazar, about 25 miles to the east of Mosul, that they did see rounds of some sort flying over their heads, but those rounds were slamming into the Iraqi frontline positions. Now, from where I am and from where I believe the American artillery is, if those explosions you're hearing this morning came from that artillery, it would have gone right over our heads, and I don't think that artillery has the kind of range that would reach from this point 25 miles to Mosul. And normally it sounds like just the size of those explosions, that it probably comes from aircraft rather than from artillery. Now, we have heard just in the last 5 or 10 minutes some rumbles, very loud rumbles coming from the direction of Mosul. And we've also actually heard incoming 82-millimeter artillery rounds coming in our direction. One round just landing about 15 minutes ago, about 400 yards from this trench here. So despite all this bombing by coalition aircraft, the Iraqis do appear to be able to respond. Now, I'm told by one of the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, who's right next to me, that he believes that's coming from mobile artillery units. Clearly the Iraqis have taken something of a beating, but they're not down and out yet. Anderson?
Ben, describe, if you will, the significance of Mosul as a target, I guess both a military target and a symbolic target.
Well, basically it's the commercial hub of northern Iraq, a very ancient city that has been the center of trade in the north. It's the biggest city in the north, and certainly it's where many of the Arab Sunnis live in the north of the country, and they traditionally have been loyal to the regime in Baghdad. And there's also a very large concentration of Iraqi military in that area, and it really has controlled much of the north. since 1991. So a very important political, economic, and military hub of the north of the country. Who controls Mosul does essentially control the north.
And we're also going to show our viewers this live picture that we have been looking of Incirlik Air Base in Turkey, where we have been watching. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Later on, we'll actually show that. We're going to stay right now with this picture of Mosul, where this explosion was going on a little bit earlier. The shot, not a live shot, but a tape shot. So Ben, the Kurdish fighters who we have understood are sort of moving closer to Kirkuk. It would be unlikely, based on what you just said about the ethnic makeup of Mosul, it would seem unlikely, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Kurdish fighters would be used for an operation against Mosul, more likely against Kirkuk. Is that fair to say?
It's a little complicated, actually. Kirkuk is very politically sensitive. The Turks have made it clear that they don't want to see the Kurds take over Kirkuk because of its oil wealth, the oil fields around it. It's also a city that has competing claims. The Kurds claim Kirkuk. The Turkomen, who are ethnic Turks who live in northern Iraq, they claim Kirkuk. So we understand from coalition sources in the north that they'd rather not see anybody take over Kirkuk at this point. Mosul isn't quite as politically sensitive, but obviously if the Kurds were to take over Mosul, there would be some problems with the local Arab population. And we've heard from many Kurdish sources that their intention is to stay in areas that they consider to be traditionally Kurdish, which means those areas that Kurds have been expelled from, driven out from by the Iraqis. But Mosul, I would be surprised if the Kurds were actually allowed to take over that city, given its ethnic makeup. Many people here are expecting actually that the southern front will somehow meet with the northern front, that the U.S. armored columns that are making their way from Kuwait north to Baghdad, some of them may make their way all the way up to Mosul and therefore preclude the necessity of the Kurds entering Kirkuk, which, as I said, could be somewhat problematic. Anderson?
Ben, I appreciate your ability to give sort of a socio-political status report, given that you are lying in a trench near Mosul in northern Iraq. So I applaud your efforts on doing that. Thank you very much. I want to continue talking with you a little bit, though. We saw these extraordinary night vision pictures Thomas Nybro provided to us of the 173rd Airborne howitzers pounding Iraqi positions overnight. Really the first time, according to Thomas Naibo, that the 173rd had fired artillery shells in a combat situation against an enemy in some 30 years or so. So sort of a historic moment for the 173rd. What is the strategy then in the north if this northern front didn't really materialize as had been expected in terms of the large numbers of U.S. forces? Are we likely to see more continue what we've been seeing thus far, more coalition bombing, trying to keep Iraqi forces pinned down there? I don't quite see what the end game is in the north. Do you?
Honestly, Anderson, no, we don't. What we've been seeing is piecemeal pullbacks by the Iraqi army from areas that are hard to defend, and the Kurds have come in to fill the vacuum. But in terms of a concerted effort to drive back the Iraqis, combining U.S. and Kurdish forces, no, we haven't seen it. What we've seen is, now we've seen, of course, as our embedded reporter up here is saying, artillery support by the American troops. But really, all we've seen is the Kurdish forces coming in to fill the vacuum left by the Iraqis. There hasn't been an offensive in the sense that we've seen in the south. The Kurds have essentially come in and occupied areas the Iraqis have left from, have evacuated. There has been some engagement between the Kurds and the Iraqi army, but not on a massive scale. What appears to be going on is just a gradual pounding of the Iraqi positions, the frontline positions of political and military targets in Kirkuk and Mosul, really just a process of wearing them down, exhausting them with relentless bombings of their positions, in the hopes, I assume, of breaking their morale. But there simply isn't the wherewithal, the military wherewithal, the hardware press the Iraqis on the ground. It's just a process of exhaustion more than anything else. Anderson?
And perhaps a process of just trying to maintain the status quo, given not only the Iraqis' positions, but the sensitive political nature with Turkey and the Kurdish desires as well. It is a very difficult situation. Ben Wiedemann, appreciate you reporting from the trench where you are right now. We'll check in with you shortly on this morning, where there is a lot going on really across the country of Iraq as you look at this, again, this live picture of Baghdad. The seemingly calm belies what is going on right now, as far as we know, in the center of the city. I want to check in right now with Bob Franken. Not sure his exact location, believed to be, Bob, on an airbase, I imagine, somewhere. Bob, what can you tell us about A, your location, and B, what's going on there?
Let's start with the military service, Anderson. I've switched to the Marines and now embedded with 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit. We are located in a town called Qatar. This is where we are right now. A remarkable scene here. The Marines had come from their base. This town, by the way, is north of Nasiriyah, south of Baghdad. This town is one that the Marines had come in effect, to take it over. They came in with their loudspeakers blaring, but an emotional scene of a type that they possibly didn't expect occurred. It turns out that the translator who accompanied them, his name is Qadar Al-Amir, a civilian translator, is from this town. He left in 1991, and suddenly there was a joyous celebration because Qadar Al-Amir suddenly saw his two sons and brothers he had not seen since 1991. A remarkably emotional scene. Meanwhile, as the Marines fanned out, the loudspeakers blaring, saying in Arabic, "Keep away from the area. It is for your security. The coalition forces will not hesitate to shoot." This is what the loudspeaker was saying, but it needn't have bothered. The people of the town erupted in a celebration. Hundreds greeting the Marines, hugging them. I talked to a couple of the Iraqis who said that they were so glad that Saddam Hussein was falling. Remember, they're of course talking and saying what they would expect the Marines to say, expect for them to hear. But at the same time, one of them said that Saddam Hussein and his Ba'ath Party forces had taken and killed two of his friends. Part of the operation is to try and take down or damage as many of the pictures of Saddam Hussein as they can, and they're all over the place. The Marines are also going into the various Ba'ath Party facilities here. In one case, we were inside with them in the secret police headquarters, it was described to us, and we saw what they described as a torture room. It had hooks hanging in the ceiling, a scene that we've seen in other places. But again, as they go on, they go to various parts of this town, which is a fairly good-sized town in the marshy areas of Iraq, as I said, north of Nasiriyah. They've been met by either silent crowds watching them or oftentimes extremely friendly, even enthusiastic crowds. It's quite a remarkable scene, Anderson.
Yeah, it sounds it, Bob. Was there any resistance when the Marines entered this town? I mean, I imagine there must have been. Can you characterize what level of resistance there was?
How about zero? This was an area that they were still a little bit concerned that there might be some what they call paramilitary resistance, and the commanding officer, Colonel Richard Mills, described the approach as controlled aggression. They came in, driving in with the loudspeakers blaring, an effort to intimidate the townspeople, jumped off their trucks, went literally crashing into some of these buildings, breaking down the doors, etc. But as the crowds gathered outside, there was, turned out, no need to control them. It became really a scene of embraces. The townspeople literally embracing the United States Marines.
Bob, if you can give us a sense, what is the ethnic makeup of this town? You might have said it, I might have just missed it. Is it largely Sunni? Is it Shia? Do you know?
Well, it would seem to be Shias. This part of the country would be where there's still Shias. And of course, as you know, about 60% of the Muslims in Iraq, of the population in Iraq, is Shias. The minority Sunnis are the ones who rule the country.
Does the fact that there is this outpouring of emotion, I imagine in some ways, though appreciated by the Marines, it might complicate the situation?
Well, as a matter of fact, this is the kind of thing, obviously we're not expecting such an emotional reception, but what they're trying to do is to come into this town to tell the Iraqis that they are the friends of them, they're only enemies of the regime. We've all heard that 1,000 times. And to try, in effect, to recruit them, to say, hey, our coming in is going to be a good thing. We want to get your life back to normal, minus Saddam Hussein or any vestiges of his regime.
Bob, I just want you to hold on while we are talking to you. We just got in a live shot right now from Abu Dhabi TV. This is a live shot of what is going on in Basra. in southeastern Iraq, some distance from where Bob Franken is reporting right now. But what you're looking at is British Marines taking up positions inside Basra. There has been a lot going on in Basra, not only for the last 2 weeks or so of this operation, but in the last 24 to 48 hours. You are seeing the camera panning over on the right-hand side of your screen, British Marines in positions along the road, off the road, but on the road, civilian vehicles continuing to travel, and there you see some people walking toward the cameras. The camera pans back to the British positions. What is significance about not only that picture, but what has been going on in Basra in the last 24 or 48 hours or so is that British troops have now entered Basra from both the south and the west, and have taken up positions in that city. Now this, of course, Iraq's second largest city, predominantly Shia, but a city that there was significant resistance from the Fedayeen fighters that we have heard so much about in the last 2 weeks or so. But this is really the first time that British forces have taken up and controlled parts of the city of Basra. There's also significant news coming out of that city in the last hour or two. British officials confirming that they believe that the man known as Chemical Ali, the cousin of Saddam Hussein, the man put in control of southeastern southern Iraq during this war, has been killed in a coalition raid, coalition bombing of his property inside the city of Basra. There filed footage of Chemical Ali. It was believed all along it was believed that the attack on his house was successful. Ali Hassan al-Majid's bodyguard, the body of his bodyguard had been identified. Now UK officials saying they believe they have identified the body of Ali Hassan al-Majid. So significant action on the part of coalition forces that going on in southeastern Iraq, in Basra. Now as we move further north into the west, past Nasiriyah, we find Bob Franken in this town with U.S. Marines, with the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, receiving what he's describing as something of a rapturous response by the people there. What happens next? I'm not asking for mission details, Bob, but well, let me rephrase that then. What is going on right now where you are?
Well, at the moment, we've moved to another section of town. It's a little bit more subdued here. We see a couple hundred Iraqis just standing and watching the operation, very quietly watching it. It is nowhere near as enthusiastic as it was just a couple of moments ago. I'm trying to find that translator, as a matter of fact, to see if he can come and talk to us. I mean, it was quite a remarkable scene. So just 1 second. Stay with me, Anderson.
Okay, Bob.
Do you know where he is? Do you know where he is? Where? I need to know. Oh, okay. He's inside one of the buildings now. We're at another headquarters where, as I look over, I see the Marines. They pulled a pickup truck up in the back, and it looks like they're removing weapons of some sort. And they had been removing earlier various records from this building. This apparently is the city's government complex, such as it is, at least the Ba'ath Party complex. And they're removing some sort of devices. I don't really have a clear idea of what it is yet. They're very interesting looking from here, but I'm not quite clear what they are. And as I said, lots of records. And as I said, wherever you go, pictures of Saddam Hussein.
It's so interesting, Bob, to hear the response the Marines are getting in this town that you are in versus the response, for instance, the British Royal Marines were getting in Basra, even in the areas that they controlled. The grip of Ba'ath Party officials seemingly more strong, I guess, in Basra, or perhaps the memories of what happened in 1991 when there was an uprising among the Shia in Basra that wasn't supported by the then coalition forces. Any sense of why the difference in this town? Is it simply events have progressed so far on the ground that there's a sense that the end game is in sight?
Well, it could be, and it could be also personalities, and it could be, I have to say, in fairness, that that the townspeople realize that they better make friends with the Marines because they're going to be the ones who are watching over them for a while. Could be any of those.
The weapons that you were seeing the Marines taking into custody, are they currently where you are visually? Can you see them going to house to? Are they doing house-to-house searches at this point, or is it more just setting up a security perimeter?
Well, what they're doing is going into buildings that have been identified as government buildings and removing material. They're removing some devices now, and I'm not in a position where I can go over and find out what they are. They're like nothing I've ever seen. They're canisters, and there are 3 canisters in each set, and they're coming out by the dozens, and they're putting them on a truck and taking them from this building. At the moment, I cannot speculate on what they might be. Hopefully, I'll be able to find out in a short time. But in any case, they're going into the various government buildings, police buildings, and the like, and trying to find anything they can find. Obviously, looking for any officials they might find, looking for anybody who might be described as an individual pocket of resistance. They're finding none of that. Everybody is in flak jackets and all the rest just in case. But they're going into the buildings, cleaning them out, blowing up any weapons caches that they find, and moving on. And as I said, with a special emphasis on tearing down and getting rid of every Saddam Hussein picture they can find.
And is this happening? Are they at this point surrounded? I'm trying to get a visual sense. Are they surrounded by townspeople, or are the streets kind of clear?
At this particular moment, the townspeople are standing down at the end of the street where we are. There are probably, they're behind a barrier watching. It's just like a police line in the United States. Earlier, they didn't have a barrier like that, and the townspeople made it very clear fairly quickly that, in fact, they were welcoming the Marines. This is a quieter group. They're just standing and watching behind these Marine police lines. The street is completely occupied by Marine vehicles, and they're concentrating on the variety of buildings here. As I said, it was described as, I guess, what you would describe in the United States as a municipal center. To my right, I see a number of portraits of Saddam Hussein, various portraits of him. The Marines have started a bonfire, and they're burning those portraits. They're burning anything that is a reminder of the regime, the Ba'ath Party regime. They're doing it very ostentatiously. They want to communicate the obvious message, which is they're tearing down the regime, but they're leaving everybody else's lives intact. That's the message they're trying to convey.
Bob, do you get the sense, you said they are going to sort of or areas believed to be Ba'ath Party headquarters or used by Ba'ath Party officials? Do you get the sense that they are getting intelligence? And I don't know, maybe perhaps you cannot answer this and tell me, feel free to say so. Do you get the sense they are getting intelligence from people on the ground, from townspeople?
Well, I certainly get the very strong impression they're trying. That's what the translator is doing. And as a matter of fact, these buildings were described to them by members of the town. Any number of the things that they have done have been as a result of descriptions that they've gotten from people on the ground. In addition to which, when they go into these buildings, they take out, among other things, the piles and piles of documents they're looking for further intelligence.
And you mentioned the story of I believe you said he was your interpreter, suddenly, repeat it if you will, suddenly seeing his sons, who he hadn't seen in quite some time?
Well, when he came, he was recognized. And people went to fetch the interpreter, and there was this reunion. 1 second, please. Ben, just a second. The translator I want to talk to is upstairs translating. We won't be able to get him now. Let me ask you a question if I can. I'm talking to Major Dan McSweeney, sorry, Dan, who is acting as our handler here. What are those cylinders they're carrying out?
Looks like they're carrying out some mortar rounds right now. There's various forms of ammunition that are in the building, and the Marines are being very careful to identify them and move them out in a very safe manner.
Very careful, Anderson. Being put in trucks, and they'll be taken away and exploded. That's what they've been doing with the weapons and ammunition.
All right, Bob Franken, we're going to let you regroup a little bit, and we'll come back to you in a little while. Events moving fast on the ground, both where Bob Franken is, north of Nasiriyah, as well as all over Iraq at this point. Bob, we'll check in with you in a little bit. It is just past 4 a.m. here on the east coast of the United States, just past noon Baghdad time. There is a lot to talk about, a lot to tell you about. I just want to recap as briefly as we can what we know. You're looking at a live shot of Baghdad where it is 12:01 p.m. Smoke and haze and smog obscuring visibility somewhat. There has been, since 6 a.m. in the morning in Baghdad, some 6 hours ago, an operation, some 70 tanks, believed some 70 or so armored personnel carriers, belonging to the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division, moving into the center of Baghdad. Earlier it was described perhaps as a probing operation, an incursion. Later on, Captain Frank Thorpe with Centcom says no, it was an armored raid through the city, a security and stabilizing operation, according to Walter Rogers. Regardless, it was an operation that met early on light to moderate resistance, small arms fire, automatic weapons fire, some rocket-propelled grenades. The column moved into the presidential compound and now occupies a park in the center of the city, where we heard from Ron March, correspondent embedded from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Battle lines being drawn around the Foreign Ministry, the Information Ministry as well. Let's check in with Walt Rogers, who's with the 3rd 7th Cavalry outside of Baghdad. Walt, what can you tell us about the situation?
Good morning, Anderson. What we're seeing with this latest 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division inside the city of Baghdad, this is the 3rd day in a row. What we're seeing is a changing complexion of the battle for Iraq, and it's changing again in a way which is favorable to the United States and its ally Great Britain in all of this. We have seen last night here with the 7th Cavalry on the western suburbs of Baghdad, the first night in at least 2 weeks in which we haven't really been shot at, and indeed there's been no outgoing artillery fire. Joining me to talk about this change in complexion of the battle here is First Lieutenant Chris Wade, the fire support officer for Apache Troop. Lieutenant, what's changing?
It seems like since we've come under heavy contact a few days ago, we've seen everything from, light, small arms, RPG, mortars mixed in with the populace to Republican Guard tanks, and over the last few days we've had just sporadic sniper fire, some sporadic RPG fire, but it seems as if now that the division's cordon 360 degree of the city, it seems like things are turning around, and like last night was the first night in almost 2 weeks that we haven't had to call any sort of indirect fire, either mortars, artillery, or CAS, and it seems to be quieting down a bit.
When word got out yesterday that the city was now, Baghdad was now totally encircled by U.S. forces, Marines and the Army, what was that? What was the effect of that on the troops here in your unit?
The morale is great. This unit, we've seen everything from ambushes, like I said, along the way for the past 2 weeks. It's been a roller coaster ride, and we really, when we found out that the city's pretty secure and that we've taken control of the airport, it's exhilarating, and it's great to know that we feel a lot safer. And by no means is it completely safe. I mean, it's still a 360-degree battlefield with many arms within the populace in these small pockets of resistance in these towns. But we feel that the heavy force-on-force Army, armored clash fighting is doctrinally is coming to a halt.
You're a career officer. Let's get personal. West Point class of 2000. The past 2 weeks has been your baptism under fire. Talk about it.
Okay. The training that the commissioning sources provide and the officer basic course it's been up wonderful. It just took over. Before you go into combat, you wonder how you're gonna perform. And
how did you perform?
First couple times when we were hit with ambushes in the south, it was pretty intense. It was just training took over.
What does that mean, pretty intense? Tell us what intense means. That's a euphemism for having people shooting all over at you.
It's just your heart races. The impacts are all around you. Whether you're not sure if it's friendly. We had the A-10s overhead dropping bombs. We had artillery firing. So you don't know if it's friendly or enemy hitting around you. It's just it's exhilarating when you're glad you make it through it. And
did you take out any Iraqi armored vehicles?
Yes, sir.
What was that like?
It was a good feeling knowing that they were after us, and I'm glad I was able to perform my job for the troop. And we brought in mortar, artillery, and with the help of some Air Force personnel, some CAS.
In the background is your Bradley, Apache on the warpath. Did it perform well? Tell me about your crew. How did they perform? Every one of your soldiers, first time under fire, baptism under fire.
They're wonderful. They performed just great. My NCO, Sergeant Sandlin, is great. Young professional NCO.
Your closest call out there past 2 weeks?
Closest call is when we went up the road here a few K and had engaged with the T-72s and BMPs. I think they obviously shot back a few times, had a couple close rounds come in, but we made it out.
Were you taking RPGs or small arms fire off the side of your vehicle? What's it sound like?
It's flies right overhead. It's a lot of cracking, a lot of stuff going off. You hoping that's not the one that's going to get you, but as we were pulling out, we engaged with direct fire, took out most of them, and called it some immediate suppression missions with artillery as we were pulling out.
Short answer, what have you learned in these combat operations of the last 2 weeks? And they have been hairy.
Stay alert, stay alive, stay calm, watch your buddies. 360 degrees. It's never over. It's either super hot or super cold, but you never know what's going to happen.
First Lieutenant Chris Wade, Apache Troop, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, the Fire Support Officer. Thank you very much. Back to you, Anderson.
Walt, just great to hear from Lieutenant Chris Wade. I got a question for you. He mentioned 360 degrees. He's talking about, it's a 360-degree battlefield. But in this urban environment, in this close combat, it's not just 360 around you. It's above you. It's below you. It's multi-dimensional. It's got to be extraordinarily difficult.
It is. It is, and when you say it's multi-dimensional, that's an excellent description. Normally you think of a battlefield as a plane, but really you're fighting in a box as well. And the great threat in this box as the 7th Cavalry and the other U.S. Army units approached Baghdad, the great fear was the vertical box, which is that the Iraqis might have used chemical and biological weapons. Again, the box opened up somewhat last night because the U.S. Air Force was able to send in cargo planes to Baghdad International Airport for the very first time. Now, granted, it was under the cover of darkness. The Iraqis did open up with anti-aircraft fire. We could see the tracers going up in the air, 20-millimeter anti-aircraft fire. And as soon as they opened up, what the Iraqis did not know was that the U.S. Air Force was overhead, protecting its own 2 F-16 fighter bombers, whizzed down, dropped bombs, and that was the end of the anti-aircraft fire. Anderson?
There have been conflicting reports all morning long about sort of how to describe what's going on the ground right now in Baghdad. You mentioned it before. It's a security and stabilizing operation, a SASO, as they call it. Some have called it an incursion, a probe. We had this guy, Captain Frank Thorpe over at Centcom, saying it's an armed raid through the city. Whatever you call it, do you get the sense that something has changed today?
Yes, we have, principally because there was no real fighting where we are in the western suburbs last night. I do need to clear something up. What is happening inside Baghdad, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division is conducting yet another heavy armed reconnaissance. It is a very heavy armed reconnaissance with tanks and armored personnel carriers, Bradleys, and so forth. They are looking for Iraqi pockets of resistance and blasting them out. But what's happening after that, the SASO unit is happening out in the suburbs where we are, where we're seeing a transition from a battlefield operation to an occupation of a certain plot of land, real estate. Anderson?
And that will be interesting to see in the coming minutes and hours whether or not they hold on to that real estate or whether they decide to draw away. Regardless of what happens, I'm sure Centcom officials will point out that they make the decision on what to do at a time and a place of their choosing. Walt Rogers, thanks very much. We're going to check in with you a little bit later on. Let's go to the latest now from Centcom. We'll check in with Tom Mantier in Doha, Qatar. Tom, what do you got?
Anderson, U.S. officials have made it crystal clear that this is a message to the leadership, to the regime in Iraq, that they have the ability and capability to move to the heart of Baghdad basically at will, under the cover of the A-10 Warthog and a platform above the city. Armor units indeed did roll in, did come into the center of Baghdad, as we saw in these dramatic pictures this morning on television. Also, another major development in the Basra area. There are reports of British officials, military officials on the ground in Basra, saying that they have found the body of the man known as Chemical Ali, also the head of Iraqi intelligence for the southern region. Now, this would be significant because Chemical Ali, a cousin of Saddam Hussein, was put in charge of the defense of the south. This is also the man who in 1988 is said to be responsible for the gassing, the poison gassing of thousands of Kurds in northern Iraq. Joining me now is Group Captain Al Lockwood, the British military spokesman here. We're getting field reports that the man known as Chemical Ali has been killed in this airstrike that occurred Saturday night. They did find his bodyguard, which is usually a pretty strong indicator of proximity, but now we're getting reports that his body has been found as well.
Yes, Tom, you're right. I'm still waiting confirmation through our military chain of command, but I'm hearing the same reports as you, and from some fairly reliable sources now, that indeed the body of Chemical Ali has been found.
How significant is this?
Well, he was the leader of the southern area of Iraq, the military leader, put in charge by his uncle, Sadaam Hussein, to look after that area, and he's used terror and whatever tactics he thinks fit to brutalize the people in that region for a very long time and coerce them into fighting. A significant step if he has gone, but I do have to say command and control in the southern part of Iraq and also the Ba'ath Party leadership and the militia now are very much degraded, and southern Iraq is stabilizing more every day.
This man known as Chemical Ali was also appointed governor of Kuwait when at the beginning of the Gulf War when they invaded Kuwait. He has a long history. When he was out trying to drum up support against the coalition, there were those who wanted him arrested when he was out and tried as a war criminal.
Very much so, and we were very eager to arrest him and have him tried as a war criminal. But if it indeed is his body, then possibly this is another avenue that has resulted in it.
What we're seeing on the battlefield, the difference in styles possibly. The British in the south in Basra kind of standing outside the city and waiting and pushing the psychological operations very strongly, and you're seeing the Americans up in Baghdad encircling the city and being very aggressive in their actions. A different style?
Not so much a different style, a different military tactic. We used one around Basra. Obviously, we wish to create as little damage as possible and protect the civilians. That's still very much the whole coalition aim, and the US forces, I know, in Baghdad have very much that aim as well. What they're doing is sending today yet another clear signal to what is left of Saddam Hussein's regime that they can move at free will. Through Baghdad, they can occupy positions of so-called regime influence and power at will now, and that the only way out is for what's left of this regime to surrender, capitulate, and let's save the citizens of Iraq and Baghdad and the infrastructure of the city.
We've seen video feeds coming out of Baghdad of soldiers going along the canals, pulling their shirts off, taking their boots off, dropping their weapons. Are you seeing, or did you see in Basra the same kind of capitulation of people not coming out of their military uniforms to fight in civilian clothes, but to give up?
Yes, certainly in the early days, the large numbers of the Iraqi army that were in the Basra area did surrender to our forces, and we now hold them as enemy prisoners of war, obviously protected by the Geneva Convention. Yes, at the moment in Basra, what we're encountering are these criminals, the paramilitaries, who have no future. They're using every method available to them, hiding behind civilians, hiding in
So there is still guerrilla resistance in Basra?
Yes, very much so. We have now tied it up into one small area of Basra within the old city, a part of the town which is very much traditional old Arab city, narrow streets where we cannot get armor. So we're having to be very careful now, but we're getting an enormous amount of assistance from the local population who are identifying where these pockets of resistance are and who they are, the people involved with it. And we hope very much to bring this to a successful conclusion as quickly as possible.
All right, Group Captain Al Akwad, thank you very much. So apparently there are still pockets of resistance in Basra that continue to fight in the old part of the city. Semi-confirmation that the man known as Chemical Ali, through traditional and non-traditional sources, that his body has been found in Basra after an airstrike on Saturday night directed at his compound. Apparently information derived after the rescue of PFC Jessica Lynch. There was information that he was working out of that hospital. They found a terrain map and a lot of information on different locations, if you remember, at that hospital. And currently an operation underway on the streets of Baghdad that we've seen very clearly this morning. Anderson?
All right, Tom here in Doha, Qatar. We'll check in with you in a little bit. We're going to go now to Amman, Jordan, our own Reem Brahimi, who is monitoring events in Baghdad. Reem, a lot happening very quickly this morning.
Well, Anderson, sandstorm is there's a sandstorm in Baghdad, which is why visibility is reduced. In addition to those fuel fires, which some people I spoke to in Baghdad say have now been set off pretty much in the center of the Iraqi capital. Now there was a lot of artillery fire. It went on apparently all night until 10 in the morning, and again all day. Lots of artillery fire toward the center of Baghdad. Now that palace that was where the incursion took place, the presidential compound, apparently there was quite some fighting there. There was a battle. One of the people I spoke to described the city today as being in state of war from just the sounds that they were hearing and what they had seen moving around Baghdad earlier on this morning. The Iraqis apparently initially some Iraqi troops did retaliate in that area near the Tigris River where the presidential compound is, but on the whole it's been very confusing. Everybody hears shots here and there, but nobody really knows exactly what's going on. Now the Minister of Information of Iraq, Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, spoke to reporters. He said that the Iraqi government was still in control of Baghdad and denied that US troops had been able to get into the capital. Let's listen to how he put it.
The Americans are not there, are not in Baghdad. There are no troops there. Never. They're not at all. They tried through a Dora to pass through armored personnel, and they were surrounded there, and they were dealt with, most of them. They were slaughtered.
Now it's not clear exactly where else the US troops are apart from the sites that we know, the presidential compound. They were heading toward the Rashid, according to sources in Baghdad, as well as toward the Ministry of Information and a parade site, parade grounds in the center of Baghdad as well. All these highly symbolic sites, because those sites have also been bombed during this campaign a great deal, so it's doubtful that any high-ranking official would still be there at this time. And all that on the west side of the river. On the east side of the river, well, it seems to be that there's still some activity of civilian population. Anderson?
Reem, what do you know about what's going on at the Palestine Hotel? That, of course, the hotel where many foreign journalists are based. Do you have any reports what's going on there?
Well, I understand we are hearing reports that journalists are not allowed to leave the Palestine Hotel, that there are some maybe special Iraqi forces, maybe the volunteer forces known as Fedayeen, that are there preventing anybody to leave the compound. That said, I understand some journalists did try to get out and weren't able. It seems to be quite a tense situation. There are a lot of international journalists, a lot of local journalists as well, and there are a lot of government officials from the Iraqi Ministry of Information that have been staying in the hotel with the journalists throughout this campaign until now, and so it seems to be a very tense situation for everybody, I would say. Anderson?
Yeah, we're looking at these images taken a little bit earlier in the morning outside the Palestine Hotel of what appeared to be some men in uniform, some men not, waving both pistols and automatic weaponry seemingly for the camera's benefit. Also people sort of driving by with posters of Saddam Hussein. We're looking now at this picture that was taken earlier of a gentleman getting up on a vehicle and waving around a pistol and his weapon, for largely, it seems, for the cameras from the International Press Corps who is there. How significant, when we heard from Ron Martz, embedded reporter, he's with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, that he was stationed right now in an armored personnel carrier in Zahra Park. Can you give us a sense of sort of the overall location of where all this is happening? It's very confusing. We've heard reports of this presidential palace, one or two of them occupied by U.S. forces, then also the Zahra Park. Then, of course, we've heard the Information Ministry and the Foreign Ministry still in Iraqi hands. How close is all of this to each other?
Well, as far as the Information Ministry, the Al Rashid Hotel, the Foreign Ministry, they're really all about 5 minutes away by car. Baghdad has a lot of large avenues, wide roads to drive through. It appears from what the people I spoke to in Baghdad said that the US troops went to the presidential compound that is also not far from the Al Rashid on the same side of the river. There's a sort of special highway that would take you straight from the airport to that area, and it seems that that's the route they took. So they didn't actually cross any of the neighborhoods that are also around that area, any of the residential neighborhoods, because from what I understand, a lot of the people over there didn't hear or see anything at that point. Now all these areas are one close to the other, but somebody I spoke to in Baghdad also said that these areas have been bombed regularly from the beginning of the campaign, especially in recent days, and that there's a lot of rubble already there. There was already a lot of rubble before the US tanks made their incursion into that part of Baghdad. Anderson?
Reem, I understand we are just getting in a live picture right now of this palace that apparently has been taken by US forces. I don't know if you can see the image, if you can get a sense of it. This apparently a live picture from Baghdad right now where it's 12:22 p.m. It's grainy, but you can certainly see some sort of a tank there, what would appear to be U.S. forces on the ground. Do you recognize this palace, Reem?
Anderson, I can't see the palace from where I am, but I believe it's the palace that we've been talking about, the Republican Palace. At any rate, there would be two of them, two possibilities, either that one or the palace known as Al Sujud. And both palaces located on the same side of the river. Now, those palaces are huge, sprawling complexes with hundreds and hundreds of buildings inside them. The Republican Palace, which I believe is the one that we're talking about here, is also the one that used to, or that hosts the offices of the presidency. That said, that palace has been bombed so many times. We could even see it many times during this bombing campaign. We've seen fires burning all night inside some of the buildings of that presidential compound. So it's not clear exactly who they will find still in there. There are a lot of questions, of course, that are raised now with this incursion. Where are the famous Republican Guards? Where are the special Republican Guards? Because until recently, of course, the Republican Guards, as you know, Anderson, were not allowed to get into Baghdad. Although they were deemed loyal to President Saddam Hussein, they were not trusted with Baghdad itself and have always stayed on the outskirts of the Iraqi capital. The special Republican Guards would be the ones in Baghdad right now. But again, a lot of questions about where are they now, where are the people that were supposed to retaliate. Some of them, I understand, again from sources in Baghdad, have been retaliating, but there's a question of how many people we're talking about here that will be ready to put up a fight. Anderson?
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned this this palace had been severely damaged in multiple airstrikes over the course of some time. I suppose then the value of this being not so much a strategic one per se, or one intelligence one per se, more simply a symbolic one.
You're absolutely right, Anderson. All these areas, even for instance the parade ground that our colleague Ron from the Atlanta Constitution was talking about, that parade ground, a big sign of victory for President Saddam Hussein, who had it built at the time of what he said was Iraq's victory over Iran after the 8-year war there. Well, all those highly symbolic sites, because again, after the massive bombing campaign that's taken place, it's very doubtful that you would find any high-level officials or leaders of the ruling Ba'ath Party actually sitting in their offices waiting for US troops to come in. They would have probably organized some other whereabouts to work or to try and keep control of their situation at any rate. Anderson?
Yeah, and just for viewers who are just joining us, what you are looking at is a live picture in Baghdad of one of two main presidential palaces in downtown Baghdad, now in the hands, believe, or at least early reports say, in the hands of U.S. forces. In the picture in the foreground, you see what appears to be at least one U.S. tank in position on the road, the approach to this palace. And as Reem Brahimi has been reporting, these are enormous structures comprising of dozens, if not more, buildings, an enormous sprawling compound. Apparently, this operation to take this palace, or two palaces, began around 6 a.m., some 6.5 hours ago. We heard heavy firing for a time echoing through the city of Baghdad. but as Reem is reporting now, there's a sandstorm, visibility is low, and exactly what is happening on the ground right now, very difficult to tell. Reem, do you get the sense that, and I guess there's really no way to know this, but well, look, actually, let me change questions. Were you surprised to see Iraq's information minister out again, not on the street, but outside, holding forth, making very strong statements?
I have to say it is slightly surprising to see that despite the fact that there are in effect US troops in the center of the capital, that an Iraqi official would go out and deny it. On the other hand, given the nature of the system that is operated in Iraq right now and the leadership, a lot of it has survived actually in great part thanks to that kind of information process, if you will, thanks to that kind of control over information, if you will. So on the other hand, it's not surprising that they would still come up even now, knowing that there are so many difficulties in communicating as well from one part of the country, of the city, to the other, and that there is a chance that at any rate there are a lot of people who will not really know what exactly is happening. They're just trying to do clearly all they can it's more of a maybe damage assessment now, a sort of damage control now than anything else, and they have a duty to perform. I imagine it's still part of being part of the leadership. I would imagine it very difficult for a Minister of Information in his position to also come up and say, well, we give up. This is totally inconceivable, especially after all the rhetoric that we've heard after the months building up to this, that they've been organizing battles, they've been really working on trying to buy allegiances or co-opt the allegiance of a lot of people, including many recruiting more people in the Ba'ath Party. So I think they're sort of clinging on to what they have, and one of the main tools that is left right now, it seems at any rate, is the Ministry of Information and information itself. Anderson?
That's an interesting point, Reem. Also interesting, as you were talking, we don't have control over this camera, obviously, but the camera had zoomed in on what appeared to be about a half dozen or a dozen so U.S. forces just kind of standing around some of their armored vehicles, around some of their tanks outside one of these presidential palaces, and not appearing to be all that in a defensive position. It seemed from the distance somewhat relaxed. Perhaps not fair to say or characterize it to that degree, but not in a foxhole, not in a trench, kind of walking around, milling about. So whatever opposition they had faced, whatever opposition they may face, it doesn't seem at this moment they are anticipating some sort of a counterattack, at least not on the position that we are seeing right there on this camera. Reem, I want to bring in Kathleen Cope, who's standing by live at the Pentagon, as she has been really all throughout this late night and early morning. Kathleen, what are you hearing from the Pentagon?
Well, Anderson, I think what you pointed out there is very insightful, because it reflects what the Pentagon is saying right now, that we are dominating the battlefield, one official told us. And obviously the posture of those soldiers does certainly reflect that, that they are standing there next to their military vehicles and not under fire, not in any sort of defensive position. And that's obviously the most aggressive and bold U.S. military strike thus far, right into the heart of Baghdad. Unlike the forays the previous 2 days, this one occurring within the direct line of sight of these pre-positioned cameras in the heart of Baghdad. Spokesman for Centcom saying earlier, quote, "This will give the first real view of U.S. forces moving through the city." But still at the same time, you have this statement by the Iraqi Information Minister that Baghdad is safe, secure, Baghdad is great, there are no U.S. forces in Baghdad. This almost surreal statement in this press conference that he held, this impromptu press conference occurring not at a pre-positioned podium, but sort of outdoors, very impromptu. Again, as fighting was going on, one reporter said about a half a mile away. The Pentagon again is saying that this is sending a powerful message to the remnants of the regime that, quote, "we can go where we want, when we want." The one Pentagon official calling this a show of force. The Pentagon has not reacted to one interesting statement that the information minister made, where he said, regarding U.S. forces that the Iraqis had given them poison. He said, "We have given them death and poison." It's very unclear what he was referring to there. The Iraqis denying all along that they possessed any chemical or biological weapons. So I think the U.S. military is going to be very interested in figuring out just what he was meaning by that. Obviously, our forces, as we know all along in the field, have protective suits to keep them safe from any chemical or biological attacks. They have gas masks, special boots, and as far as we know at this point, no chemical weapons or biological weapons have been used against them or have been detected. But just a day of amazing developments. A lot of talk, as you've heard throughout the morning, about Iraqi soldiers simply giving up, dropping their uniforms, different places where there were piles of uniforms and boots found in the street, the forces just melting into the population. And this occurs at the same time as the United States has begun very carefully deploying Iraqi exiles and Iraqi dissidents in different places around the country. They say to help seek out people like this, some of these holdouts who might remain in the background and cause trouble as the U.S. tries to bring freedom to the rest of Iraq. They believe that these dissidents and exiles will also be very important in helping get out aid to the people and helping bring order to a new and free and democratic Iraq. But perhaps also one of the most unusual statements of the morning, in my mind, again, also came from Captain Frank Thorpe at Centcom when he said, "This is just another day." And I think, Anderson, it clearly is not.
Yeah, I think you're right to pick up on that. Captain Thorpe also sort of categorizing this as deliberate work and resisting calling it a probing action. I thought significantly, we lost that picture there. We'll try to get it back, a picture live from Baghdad, but we're still with Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon. Captain Thorpe at CENTCOM resisting calling it a probing action, calling it, quote, an armored raid through the city. Why this sort of quibbling over language? Why is it so important?
Well, I think the Pentagon is being very careful that it doesn't overplay this action. They also are being very careful about what they say about how long the U.S. forces will stay there. Anderson, no one at the Pentagon here giving any kind of firm time frame, but they've been staying away from time frames all along as these questions have come on a regular basis from reporters. When will this be over? When will all this end? And they're saying it will be over when it's over. Yeah. But we've been hearing these reports from those commanders in the field that this could end in the next few days. So perhaps, again, they had this advanced knowledge of this strike and perhaps some to come. Yeah, those darn pesky reporters. Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon, thanks very much. We're joined now by J. Kelly McCann, CNN security analyst. Just a remarkable morning. I mean, no matter what you call it, whether it was a probe, whether it was a security and stabilizing operation, clearly something has changed.
Sure. I mean, you know, there is terminology problems with people who are not familiar with the language, but the security and stabilization kinds of operations can't be done until there is some kind of control. And to that, if you look at the spectrum of combat, yesterday we saw a reconnaissance in force, where it's an offensive operation to probe and test and engage if you find them. There's the tactical term reconnaissance by fire. That's done while you're doing your reconnaissance in force, where you're basically firing on positions to make the enemy move and confirm, yes, they're there, and then you can decide whether that's the appropriate target you want to engage or whether you want to hold or whether you want to withdraw. There are raids, like we saw today, characterized by speed, surprise, violence of action, very fast, a lot of psychological impact. This went right to the heart of the city. It went right to some of the seats of power, right in the middle of the palace.
And that is what you were looking at if you're just joining us. One of the palaces, one of two palaces now in U.S. hands, right in the center of Baghdad. And this is a palace, we were told, in Basra, moving from Baghdad to Basra all the way in southeastern Iraq. A palace now in British forces' hands, British having moved into Basra in what was initially described as a probing action, but then British forces felt that the level of resistance that they met was sporadic, and they sensed a weakness, and therefore they decided to stay and maintain the position. For a moment you just saw an embedded British reporter, I believe it was John Bowden, standing up there ruining the shot, but that was a shot of British forces controlling a palace now in Basra where they hold a position, and mirrored action we see now in Baghdad where U.S. forces hold at least two palaces.
Absolutely, and the footage we had earlier shot from the east side of the Tigris River looking to the west side and watching the Iraqi troops strip themselves of their gas masks, some dropping their rifles, some taking their uniforms off, really goes to the confused state of the battlefield and what the coalition troops are dealing with right now. I mean, these men basically are taking off different parts of their equipment. Some may go to another spot on the battlefield. Some may choose to leave the battle space altogether. But those that keep their rifles, take their tunics off, take their camouflage or sateens off, they become then in the same category as the Fedayeen, irregulars, still combatants. Those that choose to totally disarm and stop aggressive action then become non-combatants. All the men and women that are there are sorting that out right now. It's a very conflicted space.
Yeah, conflicted space, that's a good term. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, on the one hand, you hear Iraq's information minister, who is certainly optimistic, I think it's fair to say, in his assessment of the situation. I'm being understated here, but let's just call him optimistic. Given, you mentioned the word control in reference to U.S. forces, and this being a sign of control on the part of U.S. forces, it's also could, I suppose, be interpreted as a lack of control on the side of Iraqi forces. And what I mean by that is, when we saw those A-10 Warthogs circling overhead, we didn't see anti-aircraft fire trying to target them. When there was a pilotless drone moving at, you know, about 120 or so miles per hour in the skies over Baghdad, could have easily been picked down out of the skies, but it wasn't. And so far, what early reports are indicating, the resistance that U.S. forces on the ground in Baghdad have met this morning was described as either light to moderate, seemingly a lack of control. You say it's a line of communication
Absolutely.
problem.
Think about it, Anderson. We just heard that report from the north, up in Ben Weiderman's area. How are they communicating to those forces up there? I mean, no one can believe that there's real VHF or UHF communications up there that we're not listening to. I mean, it's incredible when you look at the whole picture and you think about what would it take to have a cohesive fighting unit. The Minister of Information the other day said that Iraqi soldiers were responding to their last written order. Now, you can imagine, when would you go to written orders by courier? You would do that only if you had no other way to communicate that wasn't secure. And think of the sluggishness on the battlefield compared to encrypted digital burst communications. I mean, truly, you are seeing a battle space just come completely disintegrated. Right as we're watching it here, it's incredible.
Yeah, it is. The lines of communication, I mean, I guess in a highly motivated army, it would certainly be a problem if the lines of communication were degraded or eliminated, but you would sort of fall back on the motivation of your individual troops. You know, what the U.S. Army calls the Army of One, they sort of depend on highly motivated individuals. That's not necessarily the case with the Iraqi forces.
But one of the principles in combat is mass. In other words, they can become an annoyance, they become a nuisance, they can inflict casualties. But in order to move someone out of your space, you need to mass. And the only way to mass is to communicate.
We've got to break in here. We have a live picture right now from Basra. I understand some activity going on. These are live pictures on Abu Dhabi TV. Clearly someone wounded, injured, being loaded into a Red Crescent vehicle to be taken to... Okay, we're literally getting these pictures. Obviously, a person who is
battlefield. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take off from that picture. Those were pictures from Basra, from southeastern Iraq. Obviously, some casualties being taken, offloaded by the Red Crescent. And the situation in Basra has really changed in the last 24, 48 hours or so. We heard about that British probing raid that really has now turned into a holding of territory.
Well, and remember, you know, the other day we actually listened on raw footage to the feed, as it were, of the British commander getting his troops ready to go in, and it was very similar to this. His orders to his men were, we're going to do this fast, we're going to do it powerful, we're making a statement. They just met no resistance. So it is a very similar kind of thing. It's just that perhaps the situation around there with the Shiite population now starting to gain trust and confidence, you know, that's starting to change. They will turn out those who were loyal to Saddam now that there's going to be humanitarian aid come in. Basra will be the site of the first humanitarian aid project. And so, I mean, I think they are similar but dissimilar in the size of troops that are executing these operations and a few other ways.
In Baghdad, it seems we're hearing some conflicting reports. The embedded correspondent Ron Martz, who's with Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who was reporting to us live from really the center of Baghdad, from Zahra Park, where he witnessed one of the statues of Saddam on a horse being brought down by U.S. forces. He's saying that the indication he had got were that those forces were there to stay, or at least they thought they were there to stay. We're hearing from the Pentagon, from Centcom, that no, this isn't a holding operation.
Right.
This is just a raid, and maybe we'll hold it for as long as they want it to, and then move back. Why the discrepancy?
Because, well, as you and I were covering an hour or so back, you know, number one, of course, the only people that know are the operational planners and those that have all the intelligence. I mean, those clearly on the military side. But the fact is, it would have to make tactical sense to jeopardize a massed force. If you were going to occupy, for instance, a palace.
Wait, I'm sorry. And by the way, these are the first pictures we're looking at live inside. These are tape pictures inside one of Saddam's palaces. These pictures just taken shortly ago. This one of the palaces, one of two palaces now held by U.S. troops in Baghdad. This is the one in Baghdad, not the one in Basra.
In order to hold something like that, it has to make either strategic or tactical sense. You wouldn't jeopardize putting a force where they could be basically attrited by indirect fire, rocket-propelled grenades, you know, fleeting attacks in the night, unless it made good tactical sense. It has just as much impact to make a lightning raid inside and then withdraw as it does to go in and then actually stay there. So literally, the combatant commander at this point, since he does dominate the space, it's at his leisure.
If you're wondering, that was just a surreal shot just a moment ago. It was actually two U.S. soldiers seemingly resting asleep, one curled up, the other laying on his back. Clearly, whatever the situation has been for the last 6 hours or so, and there we see some sort of broken part of a stained glass window. Whatever the tactical situation, there seems to be a level of relaxation inside the presidential palace at this point that they can, you know, get some shut-eye.
Remember, the first rule of being a Marine or a soldier is when you can eat, eat. When you can sleep, sleep. You know, and I mean, I'm sure they're taking advantage of that 15 to 30 minutes that they can after a morning's fight.
You know, you said that there must be a tactical reason, must be a strategic reason. Just to sort of play devil's advocate with you a little bit. Oh, there's a toilet in the Saddam Palace.
Gold-plated.
Gold-plated, yeah. Just to play a devil's advocate here a little bit, is there not the possibility that though maybe strategically this particular building is not important, or tactically this particular building is not important, from a psychological operation sense, it's important to hold this, and maybe that will tactically have or strategically have some advantage down the road?
You've answered your own question. It becomes part of the strategic plan. In other words, PSYOPs is an annex in the overall operations plan at the very large strategic level. If the combatant commander decides that it is important, in other words, to send a message to the population that we are now staying in the presidential palace, strategic decision.
Okay, fair point. Again, you were looking at these rather surreal images from inside a presidential palace in Baghdad. Very interesting. Again, these pictures just come in. The first time we are seeing them, taped pictures. We saw actually someone leaving this palace just a short time ago with a small handheld video camera. Not sure if that's where these images are coming from or not. But this one of two presidential palaces now held by U.S. forces. The question is, how long will they hold them for? And that being a question that I think it's fair to say Pentagon officials and Centcom officials will tell you, and military units on the ground will tell you, they will decide when they want to give it up, it being up to them. And it's very important that U.S. officials keep making that point, that it's their choosing when they choose to take something, when they choose to leave.
No question, especially when it comes on the heels of Mr. Sahaf continuing to say that there are no coalition troops in Baghdad. And here we have pictures from the airport, we have pictures from the palaces, we have pictures from the embeds from disparate news agencies that are obviously verifying that coalition forces are inside the city, and then to come on the heels of that to have the Minister of Information say no, that's not true. It's ridiculous. It just doesn't work.
You might be mistaken in believing this is like a Wayne Newton's house in Vegas, but it's not. It's actually one of two presidential palaces in Baghdad that U.S. forces now seem to be not only occupying but sleeping in from time to time.
It is a statement of the caste kind of society that he had. Look at the opulence. Compare and contrast that with what we've seen in Basra, what we've seen on the outskirts of Baghdad, what we've seen the living conditions are for the people, the general level of wealth. I mean, and think of this as just one of many sites that he operated in, and might have just eaten here and then gone to another palace to sleep. I mean, the level of opulence is incredible.
And now you're looking at a live picture in Baghdad, 12:44 p.m., some 6 hours, 45 minutes or so after this operation got underway. A difficult visibility, quite low. Reem Brahimi reporting there's a sandstorm in Baghdad. We also saw an oil trench fire several hours ago. Reuters reporting that was lit by Iraqi forces who we then saw sort of departing and dissipating along the Tigris River, some of them actually even jumping to the river, some of them carrying weapons, some of them not. Do you anticipate, I mean, what happens to those guys? And we saw them sort of walking up the Tigris. Do they just try to regroup with other units, or do they try to just call it a day and take off their clothes and go home?
Some will do both. I mean, in a very organized and disciplined army, you'd establish rally points, and if everything just broke loose and you disintegrated, you'd go to the last known rally point, and then you would rally, count your forces, reorganize, reconstitute, and decide what the best measure was going to be. I don't get the impression that that's occurred here. I think that, in fact, the tactical unit commander at the Iraqi level, the small unit commander, is making those decisions as they happen, which again goes to the lack of cohesion and the ability to mass. They have no ability to mass now. And I think now that they're rocked back on their heels like that, the local combatant commanders are going to ensure they stay that way.
It's an interesting point to mention, too, that on Sunday there was a statement read by a low-level Iraqi official on Iraqi television, such as it is, a statement purported to be from Sadaam Hussein, saying that any unit or any soldier separated from their regular unit could simply go and rejoin another Iraqi unit, but whether or not...
Think of what you just said, though, and he would go to that unit, and he hasn't fought with those men or trained with those men, and now add in Yemeni and Jordanian mercenaries, add in the older men in the region who have not trained recently, who have no standard of marksmanship, who haven't handled a gun recently, who may not have ever fired an RPG, and you start to get a fairly clear picture of some of the areas that will be held by people who simply have no chance against an organized and well-disciplined and proficient army.
Just as you were speaking, Kelly, I was handed a report from the Associated Press sort of describing a little bit about life in Baghdad right now. And it brings up a few interesting vignettes I just want to share. Basically, that at the time the U.S. tanks were rolling through Baghdad, it sort of indicates that in other parts of the city, life was continuing somewhat normally. Some residents trying to hitchhike, though their destinations unclear. Most stores remain shut. That Iraqi television and radio that was still on the air, and we know that in some parts of the city there's still not power, but patriotic songs were being broadcast, slogans, archival footage of President Saddam Hussein shooting off guns, and that radio played a religious sermon exhorting Iraqis to fight, denouncing the United States, and that's about it, according to this Associated Press report.
I mean, think of that in the face of seeing a foreign force in your street. I mean, think of the effect of that. You know, think of the, even a person who's not well schooled in the military can notice the dominance, the ability to control the airspace, to control the street space, to not see the enemy's tanks littering the battlefield. I mean, that's not lost on anyone.
Yeah, and this, from this vantage point, another shot we often see of the city of Baghdad. Seemingly normal life, cars, vehicles moving along the road. That statue of Saddam Hussein still intact. Counter that to what we knew went on in central Baghdad at Zahra Park, where Ron Matz with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported witnessing, and we actually heard it live on CNN, a statue of Saddam Hussein riding on a horse, a statue that dominated a parade ground in Zahra Park, actually being blown up and torn down by U.S. forces. And now we're seeing more of these interior pictures from one of these presidential palaces now held by U.S. forces. What happens in the next couple of hours, Kelly? I mean, we're not privy to mission details, but what's your sense? They hold these positions for as long as they want. Do you think they're going to withdraw? Do you think this is going to be a longer holding thing?
All the attacking units are consolidating on the objective. They're taking inventories. They're clearing spaces. They're radioing back their situation, if you will, if they need to resupply, reconstitute, or whatever. And if they're waiting for a frag order, basically a fragmentary order that will either be telling them to do exactly as we planned, whether that's to stay or withdraw, or the opposite, and that's based on that ongoing rapid intel that's going and being passed to the Joint Intelligence Center as they kind of collate it and make sense of it. Again, like we said earlier, it might be that it makes sense to occupy it for a couple of hours, for a day or two, if they think that that is supportable. But certainly no one would ever want to sacrifice troops just for a point that 2 days from now would be irrelevant.
What eternally fascinates me about what is going on in Baghdad right now is because for everything that we can see, there is so much that we can't see that is still going on, both with regular forces, but also with special operations forces, who we've known, reports have indicated, have been on the ground in Baghdad for some time. And now that the fact that U.S. forces hold at the very least, the airport, formerly Saddam International Airport, now Baghdad Airport, that would provide them a base of operations as well.
Absolutely, and in fact, as you can imagine, once you gain momentum, you don't want to lose it. So already, this is an old battle. The people that are there to pick up intelligence and walk through the objectives and collect that are doing it, and the special operators are either resting or they're already targeted other sites for maybe tomorrow or the next day or 3 days from now. So it's an ongoing process, and once you've got that momentum behind you, it's a very dangerous thing to lose. And I think that the combatant commanders now are trying to decide what's the percentage between the non-combatants left in the city who have not left, where are the salient points of the combatants that are left, are they massing, do they have significant arms caches, does that become a goal? We still haven't answered the question of weapons of mass destruction, if they believe that there are stores of them in the city.
All right, Kelly, I know you got to go. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Thanks for talking us through
Pleasure,
this. You continue to look at these pictures, these two images that we are seeing really for the first time. So on the left side of your screen, the exterior of one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces, now in U.S. hands. On that wide shot, hard to tell, but beneath the arched entranceway is a U.S. tank, as well as a number of U.S. forces, U.S. Army personnel on the ground there. On the right side of your screen, internal shots of the same palace. Grand staircases, grand chandeliers, gold-plated bathroom fixtures, everything one might expect in a presidential palace of Saddam Hussein. The pictures certainly do not disappoint. Significance beyond being getting a sense of the tawdry taste of a potentate, give a sense of just the power U.S. forces have over this one particular installation. And there you see two U.S. soldiers getting some shut-eye, one curled up, one stretched out, but just trying to relax, catch a few minutes sleep perhaps, in what has been a very busy morning for them. Even though all along early reports were indicating that, and again, these are early reports and things change, so I don't want to put too much credence on them, but we've heard from two sources, one Reuters reporting that categorizing the level of resistance that the armored column from the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, that the resistance they met was light. Actually, it was described as moderate. It was Ron Martz of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution who said the resistance was moderate. Certainly, whatever the tactical situation is around this one palace that we are looking at, it does not seem to be thought too extreme, given the sort of relaxed nature of some of the troops we've been seeing on the ground right there. Again, Iraq's Information Minister, about an hour and a half or two ago, giving a press conference, a rather dramatic press conference outside, stating categorically 65 tanks did not enter Baghdad today. U.S. forces are not in the center of the city. None of what you are seeing is actually happening. Paraphrasing the last statement, but basically Iraq's Information Minister saying this is simply not happening. This is not real. U.S. forces are not in the city, not in control of the palace you are now seeing the inside of. We also, while we have been watching events in Baghdad, we've been watching events in northern Iraq, a large explosion in Mosul, Ben Wiedemann reporting likely from coalition aircraft. There's also a lot going on in southeastern Iraq, in Basra, the city, the focus of so much activity on the part of British forces who are in control of that region. British forces now have moved into and have taken control of parts of Basra, the city, the first time they're really holding territory inside the city. One piece of property you can say they are holding is another palace inside Basra, and for that we go to a report filed by Mark Bowden, a British reporter, just a short time ago. Let's listen.
Come with me and let me show you what Saddam Hussein has spent some of his smuggled oil revenue on. This, remember, just one of his palaces here in Basra. We go through the big, heavy front door and into a vast entrance hallway. On the floor, as everywhere throughout, marble flooring and intricate detailing. And as we move towards the stairs, you can see throughout the house more marble, more beautiful woodwork, beautiful paneling. Every tread on the stairs is marble, as far as I can work out. The detail on some of the paneling is magnificent. Somebody spent a lot of time and a lot of Saddam's money on detailing all of this beautiful, beautiful marquetry. As we move around the corner, the crunch of glass. When the military came in here, they weren't to know that there was no opposition. But when they got here, Saddam wasn't at home. Again, perhaps ironic given what's happened. Is that a white dove of peace on Saddam's wall? Who knows? Moving further up, again, you're taken in just by the vast size of the area of this place. But for me, the best part of this house, the most beautiful part, is this delicate, almost dovecot-like roof space. Beautiful stained glass, intricate tile work, pastel colors. As you move through, again, the openness. There's not a stick of furniture in this house at all. Nobody has lived here, certainly in the last few months, I suspect, probably never. But if you wanted to go to the loo while you were here, there's one for every room, and not just any old toilet. This is what passes as a WC in Saddam's house. I'm no expert, but these fittings look, at the very least, to be made of gold plate, if not the real McCoy all the way through. But let me show you, when they say buying a house is all about location, 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 look at the location Saddam built his house here in Basra. Again, as we wander through, marvel at the detailing, the beautiful floor work, the beautiful detailed tooling on all this woodwork. But then come into what must be a sunroom, somewhere to take your afternoon tea while you're talking to your generals, and walk out here onto the terrace, and you'll see the beautiful vista, the palm trees in the distance, and in the forefront, the Shatt al-Arab, boats ploughing up and down it. That way you can see the small fishing vessels, and if we pan round to the other side, down there is downtown Basra. And who lives in a place like this? Well, Saddam Hussein lives in a place like this. That's who.
Lifestyles of the rich and dictatorial. You have been watching a tour by a British reporter, Mark Bowden, of a presidential palace, Sadaam Hussein, in the southeastern city of Basra. We have just seen a lot of interior shots of a presidential palace in the city of Baghdad, one of two palaces of Saddam Hussein now held by U.S. forces. It has been an extraordinary morning, breaking developments all morning long for the last 6.5 hours or so. U.S. forces moving into the center of Baghdad, holding on to some territory. Who knows what will happen in the coming minutes and hours. That's it for me this morning. CNN's coverage will continue. My colleague Carol Costello coming in, as well as Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. The coverage continues.
The Chevy Trailblazer worst-case scenario. What to do if tailgated by a giant ore hauler? Don't slow down or pull one of those I'm braking slightly to freak you out stunts. You won't like the results. Simply let that standard 275 horsepower Vortec engine send a clear message. Get off my rear, poor man. Here you have a best case scenario. Chevy Trailblazer. Like a rock.
What can a seaplane teach us about financial advisors? The best ones take you where others can't. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us. Because regardless of conditions, investment opportunities can be found. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
Carol Costello here into the heart of Baghdad. Just a little more than 6 hours ago, U.S. forces boldly roll into the ancient capital. Reuters is reporting 105 tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles are now in the city taking key positions. Reports say U.S. forces are near the capital's Al Rashid Hotel, the country's information ministry building, as well as other government buildings. The Pentagon says U.S. forces also have entered Saddam Hussein's presidential palace compound. Earlier today, U.S. Army colonel was standing outside the palace with some of his troops. Says one Pentagon official, we can go where we want, when we want. In northern Iraq, the U.S. Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade has been called into action for the first time in the war. In a pre-dawn assault, the Sky Soldiers fired 2 howitzer cannons at Iraqi soldiers for a solid hour near the city of Erbil. British officials say the notorious Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali is dead. General Ali Hassan al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, ordered a deadly chemical attack in 1988 that killed 5,000 Kurds in northern Iraq. British officials say Ali was in his Basra home over the weekend when it was bombed by coalition forces. President Bush leaves for Belfast, Northern Ireland, just about 2 hours from now. He's attending a 2-day summit with British Prime Minister Tony Blair and the Irish Prime Minister. They'll discuss Iraqi reconstruction as well as jump-starting the peace process in Northern Ireland and in the Middle East. And coming up, the latest on U.S. troop movements in Baghdad. We'll check in with Walter Rogers, who was with the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. A surreal message from the Iraqi Information Minister. Get his take on the coalition ground attack inside Baghdad. Plus, Iraqi citizens and their future. A look at the U.S. strategy after Saddam. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. From the CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Carol Costello. Good morning to you and to Bill Hemmer in Kuwait.
Hello, Carol. Welcome to another week on this Monday. And wow, it's already been a day here throughout the region. Significant events overnight. U.S. forces operating in the heart of Baghdad earlier today. A live picture from the Iraqi capital is a show of force a short time ago. Ron March, who's a writer embedded with the military, he works for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He told us live here on CNN the commandos have destroyed a statue of Saddam Hussein sitting on top of a horse. This is in one of the main parks in central Baghdad, right along a reviewing stand where the military parades that we have seen in the past on videotape used to roll by in the Iraqi capital. There was a lot to update our viewers on at this hour. Here's the situation as we have it. We've been monitoring that video out of Baghdad throughout a very fast-moving night. An M1A1 Abrams tank parked at the entrance of one of Saddam Hussein's palaces earlier. Nearby, U.S. troops stand by with their armored vehicles. And despite those forces in the center of town, Iraq's information minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, appeared for an impromptu news conference again today. It looked like he was literally standing on a sidewalk on a street in Baghdad. Not only did he deny that U.S. troops had control of any Iraqi buildings, he said they were committing suicide by the hundreds. Also back in New York, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan has called for a special session of the Security Council to meet later today, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, to talk about the issue of Iraq. I want to give you a sense right now of what's happening and how U.S. troops moved into the heart of Baghdad in force earlier today. On the map, you will see the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division and the 3rd Infantry Division hit Baghdad from the west. The Marines then went in from the east. They surrounded Baghdad, as we reported last night, according to Walt Rogers, late in the evening on Sunday. And today, coalition forces again went in to hit their targets. Want to get to Walt Rogers straight away. Breaking news yet again, southwest or west of the city of Baghdad That is where we find Walt again. Walt, good afternoon there. What do you have?
Hello, Bill. Serious American casualties in the battle for Baghdad this morning. One of the things that we have discovered is that an Iraqi missile, some sort of missile, slammed into the TOC, the Tactical Operations Command Center for the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division. Army sources have told CNN that the casualties are at least 6 wounded and 4 to 6 missing in action. That suggests very severe casualties when, as I say, an Iraqi missile hit the Tactical Operations Center of the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division in the south of Baghdad this morning. Again, the incursion by the 2nd Brigade into Baghdad today, much different than the 2 previous days. U.S. sources are now telling CNN that there are 3 Army battalions in the heart of Baghdad. They are not going in on just a foray today. Those 3 battalions are inside Baghdad to stay. There has been some trouble inside the city. According to one Army officer, some U.S. soldiers tried to run up an American flag. That greatly incensed the citizens of Baghdad. It even stirred them and encouraged them to fight harder. The word has now gone out that any U.S. soldier, in some units at least, who tries to run up a U.S. flag in Baghdad is going to get busted. Bill?
Yeah, Walt, this Operations Command Center, I'm assuming that is the eyes and the ears on the ground for commanding certain units of the U.S. Army. Can you give us much more without revealing too much and sacrificing your position there?
Our position is not in danger at this particular moment, although we're expecting to be moving later. What is known at this point, and the Army has confirmed this to us, that the Iraqis fired a missile at a Tactical Operations Center, a TOC. That's the Army acronym. It was the TOC for the 2nd Brigade, the 3rd Infantry Division. The missile slammed into the TOC, and it wounded at least 6 U.S. soldiers in that TOC, and additionally, there are 4 to 6 said to be missing in action as a result of the blast. That has caused U.S. Army soldiers throughout the command, or U.S. Army officers throughout the command, to insist that their soldiers tighten up, not slack off. One soldier said, one commanding officer said, this battle is far from over, and that Iraqi missile strongly confirms that this morning. Again, one very important thing to repeat, Bill, this foray into the city by the 3rd Infantry Division today, 2nd Brigade, is not just an armed reconnaissance. There are now 3 U.S. Army battalions in the heart of Baghdad itself. I've seen the map. It is the center of Baghdad, and they are going to stay and occupy that, according to sources in the Army here. Bill?
Walt, one more thing here. With this operations center, would it have been traveling through Iraq and defended by Patriot missile batteries, mobile Patriots along the way, or was that not the case with this operations center?
My understanding of the way this works, and remember, I've been floating in and out of the TOC of the 7th Cavalry, is these are generally fixed positions. They move. It's a unit headquarters moves from one position to another in the course of the day. When I say a missile, be careful. I'm not suggesting a ballistic missile here. We may be talking about nothing more than a large anti-tank missile or a surface-to-surface missile, which was, again, for the Iraqis, a very fortunate target sighting. It hit a command center for the United States Army's 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, just south of Baghdad. Casualties at this point, we can't be more specific than that. Bill?
All right, Walt, one more thing here. What have you been told about resistance on the Iraqi side as these, some describe 70 M1A1 tanks, perhaps 60 Bradley fighting vehicles, which would be a huge amount of armored equipment rolling through the center of Baghdad. Resistance on the other side was what?
Yes, those are the same numbers we're hearing, and the resistance varies, but one thing that greatly increased the resistance was when some young U.S. soldiers got into the heart of the Iraqi capital, Baghdad, and began flying American flags like conquerors. As soon as the command officers found out about that, they started screaming and said, take those flags down. One officer said, if I see anyone in my unit flying an American flag, boasting like a conqueror in the heart of Baghdad, that soldier will be busted out of the Army. Bill?
Walt, thanks. Walt Rogers again reporting south and west of Baghdad. We will check in with Walt throughout the day, as we have now for the better part of 3 weeks running. The news from Walt right now, those 6 U.S. soldiers injured, 6 others listed right now as missing in action again from their post south of the capital city. Carol again now at the CNN Center.
Yeah, Bill, we want to take you south and east of Baghdad right now and check in with Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines. Martin, what's it look like from your vantage point?
Well, Carol, about the same time that the U.S. Army was pushing in from the west, the U.S. Marines began pushing in from the east. Specifically, the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines began driving on a bridge across the Tigris. We understand there, though, they've run into some heavy opposition, including Iraqi artillery. We also understand that there may have been at least one armored personnel carrier struck and that there are casualties, and that the artillery continues to be a problem there. From our vantage point here, we can hear also Marine artillery answering back, going off at a fairly steady pace, also occasionally heavy machine gun fire. You hear the rounds leaving the artillery pieces here and then hear them impacting not that far away, and thud after thud after thud. So it appears that there is opposition they're running across as they try to get over onto the western bank of the Tigris River here. Now keep in mind the Tigris snakes around, so there are many times you could end up crossing it. But at this particular juncture, we're not clear exactly where it is. There is resistance that they're dealing with, and that is the 3rd Marines, that is the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines right now. We're standing by for a reinforcing action if it's called upon. Carol?
I notice you're speaking softly, Martin. You are safe, right?
Yeah, we are. We're not that far away from the fight, but far enough away that it's not going to be raining on us just right now as far as artillery.
And Martin, whenever we hear casualties, we want to know more. What can you tell us?
Well, I can't tell you any more than that. That is just what we have been told, that there have been some casualties. To get into it any more than that, I don't have any specifics as to, obviously we aren't going with names and we don't have specific units involved.
I don't know if you heard Walter Rogers' report, but he said that some of the soldiers from the Army put up flags in Baghdad, and of course that incensed any resistance that was there in the first place. Can you tell us the psychology behind that and why American troops might want to do that, even though they know that their mission is not to occupy Baghdad?
Well, these are men that have been training and practicing and been readying themselves for warfare for obviously in some cases years. And there is a lot of pent-up, I guess, excitement, you could say. And they are very proud in their accomplishments and their achievements. And they're proud, obviously, for the nation in which they're fighting for, and that is, of course, the United States and Great Britain. So it has been shunned as far as many commanders saying, look, this is not about conquering a nation, this is about liberating a people. And in previous instances where there have been reports of flags either being raised or being waved, those are quickly admonished and said that that's not what we're here for. This is for the Iraqi people, not for us to sit here and wave a flag in some sort of triumph. So we haven't seen it with the Marines here. I have not witnessed it in any way, shape, or form. These are just young men and women that are pumped up. They know that they may be in a fight, and psychologically they are revved and ready to go.
Understand. One more question before I let you go. Do you see that the nature of the conflict is changing now?
Well, I think the nature of it is that, as today exemplifies, it's becoming much more aggressive as far as trying to focus on Baghdad. We have been slowly moving up at certain areas of the eastern suburbs. And part of what we do, as far as the Marines and their role, is to act in a blocking position. There are a number of units that were off to the east of Baghdad of the Iraqi Republican Guard. There were a number of regular military units that were way off to the east on the Iranian border. And there has always been the desire on the part of the Marines to cut that avenue of reinforcement, perhaps, for the Iraqis off, which is why moving up on the eastern side is not only to encircle the city, but also to cut off any reinforcements from coming back into the city. Carol?
Martin Savage with the Marines. And as he said, they're meeting resistance as they try to cross a bridge over the Tigris. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
Yeah, Carol, listen, there's a lot of attention on Baghdad, but certainly Basra continues to be a very hot story in the southeastern part of Iraq. About 2 hours ago, the British were reporting that the body of Chemical Ali had been found somewhere, perhaps in his own home in Basra. Again, that word coming out just a few hours ago. It was over the weekend where we heard about Ba'ath Party headquarters being targeted by U.S. airstrikes about 2.5 days ago. The reports from yesterday had indicated that a large number of Ba'ath Party members had been inside of that home. Quite possibly the general known as Chemical Ali, the man accused of gassing the Kurds 15 years ago, killing 5,000, was inside that home at the time, targeted and killed as a result. The other story hearing about Basra is this. The British are saying that they now control most of that city, still some pockets of resistance and what they describe as the old part of town, but most of it right now under control of the British. We're going to get a reporter up in a moment on Basra. In the meantime, though, Central Command and Tom Mentir has a lot of news yet again there today. Let's go to Tom right now and check in right now on what's happening there. Tom, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Bill. We definitely have our plate full here. Last 6 hours, the pictures we've been seeing coming out of Baghdad, nothing short of spectacular. Inside the palaces, on the streets, seeing the ability of the U.S.-led coalition to make their way into the city seemingly at will. Now, what we're hearing here at Central Command is that this may be a move-in and move-out operation as it was over the weekend, but there seems to be some indications much more visible, much deeper into the center of the city of Baghdad as the U.S. troops are moving around the city. Not about capturing territory, according to U.S. officials here at Centcom, but about sending a psychological message. Over the weekend, the message was that we have the ability to bring our tanks and armored personnel carriers into your city so you can hear them. Well, early this morning they had air power over the city. The A-10s could clearly be seen flying low level over Baghdad, and then the thunder of tanks coming into the city, again, clearly sending a message. Now, we did hear from the public affairs officer here at Centcom calling this a raid.
I wouldn't call them a probing action, but on the other end, I wouldn't call it a come in and stain. This would be an armored raid through the city, bringing down any resistance that we meet, and also taking down any leadership capabilities that we see as we go through.
One thing Captain Thorpe made it clear was that there may be tougher days ahead, jubilation, celebration, as you heard a little bit, maybe too much bravado by some units of hoisting the American flag at locations in downtown Baghdad, where that was quickly ordered to be stopped by the commanders, saying that we're here about the liberation of the people, not the occupation of territory. So the Centcom officials here indicating that this indeed was a raid, but it may be more difficult times ahead, a message that they have sent frequently. Now let's move down south to Basra. All along, the coalition has indicated this is about removing the regime, not occupying or conquering cities. Another indication of part of that regime, at least, the man known as Chemical Ali, may have been removed over the weekend in a U.S.-led airstrike on Basra on his residence. Now, yesterday we did hear confirmation from Centcom officials that the bodyguard of Chemical Ali, his body had been found in the rubble of that residence. Today, British officials are saying that Chemical Ali and another head of the intelligence section in southern Iraq had been found and located in the rubble as well. Now, this indeed would be significant because Chemical Ali was put in charge by Saddam Hussein of defending southern Iraq, something that apparently did not go very well. This is also the man in 1988 who used poison gas against the Kurds in northern Iraq. And it's also the man who was the governor of Kuwait during the occupation before the Gulf War first. So British officials saying that it is quite probable that Chemical Ali is dead, that they have found his body in Basra as British armor made their way into the city, but a full lock-on confirmation still has not been developed.
Well, obviously, he was a man we were very keen to find, capture, if possible, but if this is indeed the case, and I haven't had it confirmed yet through the military chain of command, but indeed the messages that I'm hearing, both here in the information centre and from other sources, are that indeed they have found his body.
If indeed it is true that Chemical Ali has been found dead, it is the first leadership target of opportunity, so to speak, that has been confirmed. There have been shadowy references in the past that targets of opportunity were seen and that strikes were launched, but we never have heard any conclusive results, as we're now hearing from Basra, that Chemical Ali himself may be dead. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks. Tom and Tier watching things at Centcom. There was a lot happening down there today and a lot to keep track of. We should hear more 7 a.m. Eastern Time. That's the schedule again today, an hour and 40 minutes from now. And we'll get more also on the targets inside of Baghdad. We've heard about one of the main presidential palaces for Saddam Hussein, which centers right in the middle of that city, just west of the Tigris River. Also hearing word about the information ministry, at least what's left of it anyway, based on the number of cruise missiles that we have been told through Centcom that have gone into this building over the past 2.5 weeks running. And the Al Rashid Hotel, interestingly enough, this is where in 1991 the journalists were housed for the first Persian Gulf War. It was in that hotel where CNN reporters Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett were stationed for the first Persian Gulf War of January of 1991. By the way, there is a tile mosaic, we're told, on the inside as you walk into that hotel on the floor of the first President Bush, George Bush, number 41. Perhaps that was a target again today for the U.S. coalition forces to go in there. The journalists working here in Kuwait tell us that the basement of that hotel is essentially a bunker where in the past large groups of Ba'ath Party officials have congregated before in times of military attacks, and perhaps, again, we are told, nothing to confirm on this right now, but they may have been taking refuge at this point today. Much more on the targets inside of Baghdad. I'm certain we'll get it, Carol, when Centcom briefs a bit later today. Back to you now at the CNN.
Yeah, you mentioned a lot has happened this morning. Well, it has, and we want to take you through it right now. This is developments over the last several hours on day 18 of Operation Iraqi Freedom. At 7 a.m. local time, Baghdad residents wake to gunfire. At 9:30 a.m. local time, U.S. tank shells rock the Iraqi capital. And less than an hour later, U.S. forces moved into a presidential palace compound. At 10:30 a.m. local time, U.S. forces blew up a statue of Saddam Hussein in Zahra Park. And 5 minutes after that, the Iraqi Information Minister talks to reporters and denies U.S. forces have even advanced on Baghdad. Now on the phone with us, Simon Robinson from Time Magazine. And Simon, you are inside Baghdad in eastern Baghdad, is that right?
That's correct. The Marines this morning, probably around 2 hours ago, pushed into southeastern Baghdad across the canal. They're in the suburbs of southeastern Baghdad now. The army's in the west, obviously, as we just heard. The bridge that they crossed had been partially destroyed by retreating Iraqi troops, and so they had to cross on foot. Infantry pushed across, and now they've secured a perimeter of probably a couple of kilometers deep into those suburbs in southeastern Baghdad.
I don't know if you're exactly in the same place, but Martin Savage just reported a short time ago that Iraqi forces did open fire and there are casualties. Do you know anything about that?
There was an incident this morning near the bridge around 15 minutes before the infantry were about to punch out, where an Amtrak vehicle full of Marines was hit. The incident is still a bit sketchy. What happened is there's some suggestion that it might have been friendly fire from artillery, American artillery. There's also the suggestion that it could have been counter-battery fire from Iraqi forces in Baghdad. Obviously, there's going to be an investigation into that. It's a little bit unclear at this stage, but it did come in the middle of a very heavy American bombardment of artillery. So that possibility remains quite fire.
Assuming that the Iraqis are somewhat fighting back, what kind of resistance are you seeing?
I'm now on the back on the south side of the bridge. I've just come back, having spent the last couple of hours on the north side of the bridge, or the northeastern side. There was very little resistance, to be honest. There was evidence of strong fortifications. They'd been abandoned, and while there were some Iraqi bodies of Iraqi soldiers, there weren't that many. I saw perhaps a dozen. So it looks like the Iraqi forces have withdrawn, and the Marines encountered very little resistance.
I hear the weather is changing too. We can see a haze hanging over Baghdad right now. What is that like, and how is it affecting troops?
Well, compared to yesterday, it's probably helping them. Yesterday was very, very hot, and the Marines that I'm embedded with, traveling through the towns leading up to the suburbs of southeastern Baghdad, were fighting in their chemical suits, and it was extremely hot, temperatures over 100 degrees. So that was difficult, and there were some heat casualties during that fighting. Today, with overcast conditions, it's probably easier for them.
You were talking about chemical suits, so troops are still wearing them.
In fact, this morning they took them off, based, I guess, on some intelligence that the threat level has gone down, and also on their ability to fight. It is degraded somewhat by, when it's really hot, by those suits. But as I'm looking around me now, I see Marines, at least, have taken, most Marines have taken their chemical suits off for the first time since the beginning of this war around 15, 16 days ago.
I guess that surprises me, because you would think as troops moved into Baghdad, the threat of the use of chemical weapons would increase.
I'm not sure. I haven't yet got to someone who can give me the answer to why last night the decision, at least with this battalion of, or this regiment of Marines, why the suits are off. But it did come after a day of heavy fighting and some heat casualties, as I mentioned. But perhaps the intelligence is, and I'm only surmising this, that the threat level has gone down. But yeah, you're right. You would think as you got closer it would go up.
And one last question before I let you go. Tell me what's happening right now, and if you can see any civilians around where you are.
There are some civilians, people coming out of the town on the southern side of the bridge that the Marines have taken this morning, kind of looking on. And as I'm talking to you, I'm just a few hundred meters up the road. The Marines are building a bridge across the canal into the suburbs of southeastern Baghdad to replace that bridge that the Iraqis partially destroyed, so that they can get vehicles across and move up further north.
Well, let me ask you about that before you go. You say the Iraqis partially destroyed this bridge, and we'd understood that they'd planted explosives in those bridges in preparation for doing something like this. Is that what happened?
It appears that at least the bridge that the Battalion 3-4 that I'm with was certainly blown at one point. It happens that other charges are still on there, ready to be blown. I know there's another bridge to the north which I heard that had happened to, that there were explosives. It was wired up, basically. But it looks like perhaps the Marines secured the bridge before they were able to finish the job, perhaps, that they had planned.
All right, Simon Robinson, we'll let you get back to work. Appreciate your time. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer.
All right, Carol, listen, we have focused an awful lot on Baghdad, and certainly that is the center of the story again today. But in the north there, the fighting does continue. Jane Araf by way of video phone now checking in. I believe you're near the town of Mosul, Jane. I'm not quite sure on much more information outside of that. Fill us in. What's happening?
Bill, we're actually near a key junction that leads to Mosul and to Kirkuk. Now, we're on a ridge, a very windswept ridge, with U.S. Special Forces who have been here since yesterday holding this down. Now, there was a battle here yesterday that raged all day long with the Special Forces firing Javelin anti-tank missiles and launching bombs from F-14s to take out Iraqi tanks. Today, they're still on this ridge, and they're trying to move forward. They've sent up APCs, Humvees, further up to see what it looks like. They're not meeting any Iraqi resistance so far, and what they're targeting is a key intersection. It's about 2 miles from here, and it is almost halfway between those two major cities, Mosul and Kirkuk. On one side Mosul, on the other Kirkuk. Now, it could be a while before they go down that road, even if they take that intersection. They just don't have a lot of forces here on the ground. It's quite a sober atmosphere here today with the Kurdish fighters, Bill, following that friendly fire incident, which happened just down the road from here. There were at least 45 people injured, at least 18 killed, all of them Kurdish. But there was some good news for the Kurdish fighters. It was the reported death of the man they know as Chemical Ali Hassan Majid, responsible for the gassing of Kurdish villages. Bill?
Yeah, Jane, listen, I understand as the coalition forces and the Kurds as well move throughout Iraq, there are large caches of ammunition that are found in numerous locations. I believe you have found one as well. What happened with it?
I'm sorry, Bill. There's just been We're just trying to figure out what that is. They seem to be just behind this front line here. The Iraqis are engaging the special forces, and we're hearing explosions off in the distance. We can't see it from here, but I don't know, Bill, if you can hear that loud series of explosions.
We certainly can, Jane. Keep going so long as you feel safe and secure there.
I'm told that it appears to be an Iraqi vehicle that has been engaged by the special forces reconnaissance. Now, they are up on a further ridge. They've been there all morning. This is actually the first fighting that we have heard. They seem to have thought that they wouldn't need a lot of Iraqi resistance. They took out what could have been 10 tanks yesterday. There was very heavy air attacks, very heavy ground fire, and the Iraqis essentially had been doing virtually nothing this morning, but we now are seeing some Iraqi resistance just ahead of that key intersection, which, as I say, goes to Mosul and Kirkuk. Now, Bill, you had been asking about arms cache. You might have been referring to what we were seeing in Mosul, which was huge explosions, now very dramatic ones, and that does seem to have been an ammunition depot that was bombed, accounting for those spectacular explosions. There has been a slow and steady attack on Mosul, on key military sites, but again, forces here are in no hurry to take Mosul or Kirkuk. They just don't have the ground forces here, following Turkey's rejection of allowing U.S. ground troops. And the Peshmerga, the Kurdish forces themselves, can't do it alone. That would would get Turkey involved, sending in troops. I'm just seeing what's going on behind me. We still have some special forces on the ridge. They have been looking through the sights of those Javelin anti-tank missiles to see what's going on further ahead. And there are spotters further up the road. But as I said, the Iraqi forces seem to have engaged the reconnaissance group, Special Force reconnaissance mission that was just up the road, just ahead of that key intersection. Bill?
All right, Jane, listen, I cannot see your image from my location here in Kuwait. I know you're on video phone. If it's possible, perhaps we can pan off if it's not too far in the distance and perhaps give our viewers a better idea what you're witnessing there. And also, Jane, I don't want to keep you here if you don't feel safe or secure at this point.
We're actually fine here. We're on this ridge, just behind the ridge, and we can take cover pretty easily if they do send artillery our way. But we will try to show you a little bit of what's happening. Chris, I wonder if you could pan around and just give them an idea of what we're looking at. It is, as I said, a very windswept ridge. It's about 20 miles out of the major Kurdish city of Erbil. We have the Kurdish Peshmerga here, quite a few of them today. As I said, all of them quite sober after that horrifying incident yesterday, friendly fire. You can see the topography here, Bill. It's very mountainous, and that's essentially what has slowed down the fighting and really why the U.S. Special Forces find the Peshmerga so valuable. The Peshmerga means, as you know, those who defy death, and they are the people who have fought in the mountains for decades. They know this land, they know the landscape, they know how to fight in the mountains, and the Special Forces have been using them to help them get a hold of this terrain.
Jane, in this war right now, the headline seems to change. The headline seems to change just about every hour. And yesterday, when that friendly fire incident went down, it was the headline for a period of, say, 6 to 8 hours. Today, now 24 hours later, have you been able to tell as to whether or not that incident has thrown off any of the Kurdish fighters, any of the special forces operating there?
It's quite remarkable, Bill. The Kurdish fighters, and who essentially, as I say, have fought in the mountains, guerrilla warfare. They're trained to live on basically nothing. They are tough. I mean, there is no disputing it. And I've been asking because I've been absolutely astounded at the fact that there isn't more emotion shown, that there isn't more anger shown, certainly. But genuinely, there seems to be none. They're extremely grateful to the Americans. They love the American forces. They want to fight more with them. They want more arms. They want to go further. And they see this as basically an inevitable casualty of war. Now, Peshmerga means those who defy death, but of course they don't expect to defy death from their allies, from the sky. but they do have seemed to have taken it quite matter-of-factly. Political leaders as well have been downplaying it to the extent that they're saying that this is inevitable. It was a horrible mistake, but these things are bound to happen. Now, one of the terrible things, as you know, Bill, about that friendly fire incident is that there were 2 casualties, the brother and the son of Masoud Barzani, who is the Kurdish leader in this part of Iraqi Kurdistan. He is revered, and his brother was respected as well. His brother was flown in critical condition to a U.S. Army hospital in Germany. The son was slightly injured. As for the special forces, they were not aware of any American casualties in that horrible incident. They sent their medics here from this site, from this ridge, with special forces, to go and treat some of the wounded. And they described absolutely horrific scenes of people lying everywhere, debris strewn everywhere. But possibly because there weren't any Americans involved, there wasn't really the level of emotion that there might have been still.
All right, Jane, thanks. Jane Araf, keep us posted by way of video phone on that road connecting eventually to Mosul in the northern part of Iraq. And to our viewers at home, if you're just joining us yet again, it has been another fascinating day of quick happening developments throughout, especially in the town of Baghdad, where we have seen videotape come to us at points, Carol. And I know you saw this a bit earlier today. That line of Iraqi soldiers who are essentially fleeing along the banks of the Tigris River, at times peeling away their uniforms, peeling away their weapons, and sometimes sticking them underneath trees, trying to get away from the fighting. The developments are fast and furious, as they have so many times in the past 3 weeks, but yet again today we are seeing more and more movement toward the center of Baghdad, and possibly some sort of resolution in this war that is not quite 3 weeks old. Carol?
It has been an extraordinary morning, Bill. It is 5:35 Eastern Time. Want to bring our viewers up to date now before you head off to work. U.S. forces strike deep into the heart of Baghdad. Just about 7 hours ago, U.S. forces boldly rolled into the ancient capital. Reuters is reporting 105 tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles are now in the city, taking up key positions. Reports say U.S. forces are near the capital's Al Rashid Hotel, the country's information ministry building, as well as other government buildings. The Pentagon says U.S. forces have also entered Saddam Hussein's presidential palace compound. Earlier today, a U.S. Army colonel was standing outside of the palace with some of his troops. Says one Pentagon official, "We can go where we want, when we want." In northern Iraq, the U.S. Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade has unleashed a barrage of heavy artillery on Iraqi forces. CNN's Thomas Naibo is with the Sky Soldiers. He says the pre-dawn assault lasted about an hour. It's the first time the 173rd has been called into action since the Vietnam War. And according to British military officials, the body of the Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali has been found. Ali, whose real name is Ali Hassan al-Majid, is Saddam Hussein's cousin, and he's reported to have ordered the use of chemical weapons against the Kurds back in 1988, killing about 5,000 people. Coalition forces bombed his home in the southern city of Basra over the weekend and killed him. It will be a trifold summit for President Bush as he meets British Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast, Northern Ireland. On their agenda, reviewing final battle strategies and post-war plans for Iraq, new peace efforts for Northern Ireland, and a Middle East peace plan leading to a Palestinian state. And we want to take you back inside Baghdad, where the fighting has been fierce. Let's check in with Reem Brahimi to help us do that. She's in Jordan, and I want to go over a few of these landmarks where American military forces are right now. The first, Zahra Park.
Zahra Park, Carol, is a park that's actually in reconstruction about 15 days ago when the US-led campaign began. It's a huge amusement park. Part of it is was still working. A lot of families were going there actually even to the last day before the war began. And also it's next to the zoo of Baghdad. Now all that is a huge area. It's quite vast, if you will, stretches out. Baghdad is quite a wide city, lots of wide avenues and broad streets. And it's not far from either the Rashid Hotel or the presidential compound of the Republican Palace, or from the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Information. All these are basically within 10 minutes driving range maximum. Now, the Zawra Park area, I understand from people I spoke to in Baghdad who just passed in front of that the other day, Carol, well, that's been more or less reduced to rubble. Not clear what the buildings, if all the buildings are still standing, but somebody described that area to me as being in a lot of rubble. Basically, we're having a city, Carol, that people I spoke to in Baghdad described as a city in state of war. It's just that there's a lot of confusion as to who is doing what in Baghdad, and if you speak to two people who just live in different neighborhoods, they don't know the same thing. One of them will tell you one thing and somebody will tell you something else.
Right, let's go back to Zawra Park for just a second, because there were two huge statues here that coalition forces took down. One, a giant 40-foot statue of Saddam Hussein, correct?
Yes, that's absolutely right. Of course, it's very difficult to describe and note which statues are where, because there are so many statues of President Saddam Hussein, but that one particularly huge. There was also one near the monument, near the parade ground, that I understand had been placed recently. That parade ground is the one with the two swords crossing each other, like a sort of victory arch, and it was built to mark the victory, or what President Saddam Hussein called the victory of Iraq over Iran in the 8-year war between the two countries. Basically all these, Carol, including the Republican Palace, including the Ministry of Information, all these sites, clearly symbolic sites for the US to be raiding right now. Just a way of saying that they can go to these very, very symbolic sites that represent the sovereignty not only of Iraq, but probably the sovereignty or the leadership itself more than anything else.
We're seeing a picture now of that statue that you were talking about with the crossed swords. Also, coalition forces were inside one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces. I don't know how important this particular presidential palace is, because of course he has a lot of them.
Well, absolutely, Carol. He does have a lot of palaces, and that palace would probably have been maybe more important 15 days ago, before the campaign was launched. But it has been bombed again and again. It was one of the first things that was bombed. On some nights you could even see fire burning still through the windows of one of the palaces after bombing, overnight bombing. So it's unlikely that there would be anyone that the US would be interested in attacking in terms of members of the leadership in the palace at this time. But on the other hand, again, important in terms of symbolism. I understand actually that that's a place where the Iraqis did retaliate, and there was quite a battle going on for some time.
Yeah, and now we have pictures.
According to people who heard that.
Yeah, now we have pictures of coalition forces taking a nap inside that palace. Fascinating pictures this morning. Something else that was rather surreal, there was sort of an impromptu press conference given by the Iraqi Information Minister, and he denied again that coalition forces were even in Baghdad.
Yes, absolutely. That was very interesting. Actually, let's listen to what he said exactly, basically addressing that issue, telling reporters in effect that there were no US troops inside the Iraqi capital, just as there was fire burning and you could hear shelling right behind him on the other side of the river, telling reporters that in fact there were two tanks that had entered the capital and that the Iraqi forces had surrounded them and slaughtered them, and promising them more retaliation in the near future. Let's just listen to how he put it.
I will not mention the number of the people killed from their troops or what has been destroyed. The battle is still going on, and I can say, and you can actually mark it for me, you can record it for me, they are beginning to commit suicides on the walls of Baghdad. And we will, in fact, encourage them to commit more suicides.
Now, Carol, that's interesting because, of course, beyond the surreal aspect of this statement or this declaration made by the Minister of Information, it's interesting because it does raise a few questions over what is actually happening in terms of Iraqi resistance. None of the Republican guards have been seen so far immediately. None of the special Republican forces either. The Republican guards would tend to stay outside of the capital because for a long time they weren't allowed inside, but the special Republican guards don't seem to have appeared as a great resisting force either. Now that would raise the question of, is there going to be some resistance that's being prepared right now, or is this basically it?
Yeah.
Carol?
You know, another issue that's raised since, you know, the Iraqis imposed this curfew, 6P to 6A, and coalition forces are now coming in ever closer to, well, they're in the center of Baghdad right now, so you have to think of humanitarian aid, and with the few people that are left in the city, are they getting what they need?
Well, that's a very important question indeed, and I've spoken to officials from the Red Cross, and they're very concerned because, first of all, there's a system, a hospital system that seems to be functioning very well from what they say, which is that as soon as casualties are brought in, the wounded are dispatched to the various hospitals that can deal with the various specialties or various surgeries that these patients would need, and that's been functioning. Now, if you're having street battles and tanks in the streets of Baghdad, that's going to be made much more difficult. The Red Cross is also focusing on water and electricity. As you know, Carol, electricity has been cut off the Iraqi capital, and so that's a problem for hospitals. It's a problem for water because they can't purify or pump out water, so they have engineers. The Red Cross is sending engineers to water purification plants and to hospitals to see if generators are still working, and they're also distributing, I understand, tens of thousands of 1 liter plastic bags of water to hospitals to make sure that they have enough at least to keep going for the time being. Carol?
Understand. Reem Brahimi, thanks for your insight. Very helpful this morning. Let's head back to Kuwait City now, and Bill.
All right, Carol, certainly a lot has happened overnight, local time here in Kuwait and also in Baghdad. The developments right now, as they stand right now, regarding the war in Iraq. 7 a.m. local time, right around daybreak, Baghdad awakened to gunfire. 9:30 a.m. local time, tank shells rocking the Iraqi capital. Less than an hour after that, U.S. forces moved into that presidential palace compound. We're told significant damage, too, in that compound based on the cruise missile strikes that have struck it now for almost 3 weeks running. At 10:30 a.m. local time, U.S. forces blew up a statue of Saddam Hussein in Zahra Park, as Reem was just talking about, center part of the city, where a number of those military parades used to parade. About 5 minutes after that, the Iraqi Information Minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, talks to reporters and denies yet again that U.S. forces have advanced on Baghdad. Now, on Saturday and Sunday this past weekend, we were reporting that there were incursions in and out of Baghdad, but earlier today, a member of the U.S. Army in the Iraqi capital said this time it is for real. A quote from him earlier today. From the Pentagon now, and Kathleen Koch watching things from there. Kathleen, what are they saying at this very early hour in D.C.? Kathleen, we're on the air. Good morning there.
Hello, Bill. I'm taking this now, or getting a little feedback. Basically, here at the Pentagon, this tactic that we're seeing today, this bold foray into the heart of the city, came as obviously a surprise to the Iraqis, but as a surprise also to some of us. There had been talk about this strategy of encircling the city, of bringing troops up around from both the east and from the west up toward the north, and to basically control the flow of reinforcements for the Iraqis into the city, control the flow of any weapons into the city, and then generally squeeze any remaining loyalists to the Iraqi regime into ever-shrinking portions of the city and basically cut them off and force them to surrender. Now, instead, what we saw today was this bold foray into the very heart of Baghdad, something, again, largely unexpected, and into very symbolic spots like Saddam Hussein's palaces. The Pentagon saying, quote, "It can't be anything but alarming to see a brigade commander standing in the compound of a presidential palace in Baghdad." The Pentagon calling this action a show of force and saying that we are dominating the battlefield. Now, this coming, as Reem mentioned, the Iraqi Information Minister saying that Baghdad is safe and secure and great, and that it was indeed not under the control of U.S. forces. But clearly the United States military made very certain to launch this bold attack into the heart of Baghdad within clear and direct view of these pre-positioned cameras, international television cameras. A spokesman for Centcom, Captain Frank Thorpe, saying, quote, "This will give the first real view of U.S. forces moving through the city." Thorpe also saying, very oddly, this is just another day. Bill, I think we can certainly see it was not just another day.
Boy, that's so true. Kathleen, thank you, and thanks for hanging in there with that technical snafu. Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon. Here's Carol again at CNN.
All right, thanks, Bill. We want to take you to the southeastern portion of Iraq, to Basra, where British forces have entered the city and have entered another of Saddam Hussein's palaces. Reporter David Bowden is there. And just a short time ago, David, you were actually inside that palace.
That's right, Carol. It's some place, but just let me tell you about this whole infrastructure here. There's maybe 20 or 30 acres on this palace site. There are lots of buildings. There's a big lake in the middle of it. It really is some place. And of course, the significance of it is this is iconic of Saddam's power here in the south. And of course, what the Royal Marines, the British forces who took it, were doing was saying, look, you're no longer the big kid in town here. This is a coalition town now. Your power structure is broken. But let's just get an idea of what this palace looks like inside. Let me take you for a tour. Come with me and let me show you what Saddam Hussein has spent some of his smuggled oil revenue on. This, remember, just one of his palaces here in Basra. We go through the big, heavy front door and into a vast entrance hallway. On the floor, as everywhere throughout, marble flooring and intricate detailing. And as we move towards the stairs, you can see throughout the house more marble, more beautiful woodwork, beautiful paneling. Every tread on the stairs is marble, as far as I can work out. The detail on some of the paneling is magnificent. Somebody spent a lot of time and a lot of Saddam's money on detailing all of this beautiful, beautiful marquetry. As we move around the corner, the crunch of glass. When the military came in here, they weren't to know that there was no opposition. But when they got here, Saddam wasn't at home. Again, perhaps ironic given what's happened. Is that a white dove of peace on Saddam's wall? Who knows? Moving further up, again, you're taken in just by the vast size of the area of this place. But for me, the best part of this house, the most beautiful part, is this delicate, almost dovecot-like roof space. Beautiful stained glass, intricate tile work, pastel colors. As you move through, again, the openness. There's not a stick of furniture in this house at all. Nobody has lived here, certainly in the last few months, I suspect, probably never. But if you wanted to go to the loo while you were here, there's one for every room, and not just any old toilet. This is what passes as a WC in Saddam's house. I'm no expert, but these fittings look, at the very least, to be made of gold plate, if not the real McCoy all the way through. But let me show you, when they say buying a house is all about location, 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 look at the location Saddam built his house here in Basra. Again, as we wander through, marvel at the detailing, the beautiful floor work, the beautiful detailed tooling on all this woodwork. But then come into what must be a sunroom, somewhere to take your afternoon tea while you're talking to your generals, and walk out here onto the terrace, and you'll see the beautiful vista, the palm trees in the distance, and in the forefront, the Shatt al-Arab, boats ploughing up and down it. That way you can see the small fishing vessels, and if we pan round to the other side, down there is downtown Basra. And who lives in a place like this? Well, Saddam Hussein lives in a place like this. That's who. Well, Carol, it needs a bit of a wash and a brush up, but if you're looking for a house in the sun, make me an offer.
Oh, my goodness. You know what really struck me about that? There is absolutely no sign of life, no sign that anyone has lived there recently. Did you see any of that?
No, and when the troops arrived here, they were prepared for quite a struggle. This, obviously, as I said before, a symbol of Saddam's power here in Basra. They expected to fight, but they just walked straight through the doors. Some 5 or 6 hours ago, this place still hadn't been taken. Within an hour of them moving in here, we were following them up the road. Not a shot was fired in anger as far as I can see. The only people they came across were a few looters trying to get their own back on the man who up until now had been the law in this town.
Any documents inside that British forces took out?
As far as we can see, there's nothing at all in the house. As I said before, not a stick of furniture. The keys are still in a lot of the doors. It's either been fairly recently refurbished or nobody has ever lived here at all. But remember, Saddam Hussein has palaces across the country. This was a man who liked to live high on the hog. And of course, if you're smuggling oil out whilst your people suffer, then you've probably got quite a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, he has 8 palaces that cover 11 square miles in all different places throughout Iraq. One more question for you. Chemical Ali, we know he's dead now. How has that changed the fighting in and around Basra?
I'm not sure it's had a massive effect. You remember that Basra was never a great supporter of Saddam Hussein. It's just that most of the people here were too frightened to say so. I suppose with his cousin, the general, out of the way, people now feel a bit freer to express their thoughts. I was speaking to some doctors just down the way at the hospital here saying, well, you know, are you looking forward to a future without Saddam Hussein? They nodded furiously. People here were never great fans of him. And I think once he's gone and gone for good, a lot of people here will breathe a big sigh of relief.
And how much control of Basra do British forces have right now?
Militarily, pretty much complete. There is still some firing. We've had Cobra attack helicopters swooping up and down the Shat al-Arab just to the side of me here, moving in and taking pot shots at various targets. But I was speaking to a British tank captain earlier this morning who said that there was no real organized resistance. There were still small groups of people, but they didn't appear to be any military cohesive force. I think it's pretty much, to all intents and purposes, nailed down as a coalition city now.
And just one more question about this palace. Will British troops stay there or will they leave it behind?
Who knows? They are already looking at the sort of superstructure of it, if you like. They're trying to get the water running again. They're trying to get the electricity and the power back on. If they can do that, then it would make an ideal and very grandiose headquarters for whoever ends up running this particular part of Iraq. As I said before, it really is a splendid building, and it's not the only one. There must be a dozen, not quite up to the same spec, but at least it's a nice roof over your head and plenty of space.
Definitely so. David Bowden reporting live from Basra. Thanks so much. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have so much more about the fighting inside Baghdad.
Even in the beginning, we were building some of the most technologically advanced cars in the world.
We still are.
There must be 50 ways the aerobed saves the day. Like reason 19, you've got the guest room, but no guest bed. Number 3, your guest bed invites your guest to go away. Relax. Just plug in the aerobed, push the button, and you have a comfortable, adjustable extra bed in less than 1 minute. The new pump is recessed and is 30% more powerful with quad-recoil construction for a smoother surface. It's even adjustable with our exclusive one-touch comfort control. And it can hold up to 650 pounds. Plus, it stores away in seconds. And now you can get the new and improved aerobed at the same low price.
Call now to get the aerobed for just 3 easy payments of only $33.
Plus, get this free carry bag and get our 30-night money-back guarantee.
Buy now. That's just 3 payments of $33 or visit a fine retail store near you.
How many ways will you use your aerobed?
If you were born between 1918 and 1963, call the number on your screen now to find out more about the Silver Care Plan. The average funeral now costs over $6,000. But did you know your survivors may only be able to receive government death benefits up to $300 if they qualify? The Silver Care Plan is a way to help protect your loved ones. To get free information about the plan, just call the number on your screen.
Back here live in Kuwait City, I want to take you again to the north, in the northern part of the country, where the Kurdish soldiers right now continue their fight, along with special operations forces as well. Jane Araf reported about 30 minutes ago the note of optimism that she has found in Kurdish soldiers after the British now say that the body of Chemical Ali has been found in Basra. Well, along with the Kurds in the northern part of Iraq is award-winning photographer David Turnley. He now has a look at the war through the images of his own camera and the eyes and the faces of the Kurdish people.
I came to Kifi, which is a town, a Kurdish enclave on the northern front, on the eastern side of Iraq. It's the closest point on the north to Baghdad. It's in many ways a quiet town. There's a marketplace in the middle. People come in the afternoons to congregate, buy the scarce food that's available here, to share the news that they've heard. They're very proud of the fact that being so close to the front line, that they've endured much. They think of themselves in a very proud way of being very tough. Early in the week, as the bombing started on the frontline positions, there really was a mass exodus from this town. People just picked up all of their belongings that they could throw in cars and trucks with their families, and they immediately fled to the countryside. You would see generations of families sitting on the side of the road making tea about 2 kilometers, 200 meters in front of this town. It is a castle and an old police station that were effectively the Iraqi frontline positions. On Tuesday, the American airplanes arrived bombing those positions. In retaliation, the Iraqi soldiers lobbed shells into town. 3 people were killed, many were injured. I covered a family's wake for their son, a 26-year-old teacher who had died. It was very, very moving. The following day, after going to the front lines to photograph the positions that had now been evacuated and had been taken over by Kurdish fighters who scavenged among the spoils of war, finding helmets, finding Iraqi flag that they then set on fire, finding gas masks. People here don't have gas masks, so they were very gleeful to find these things. Finding an old poster of Saddam Hussein that had been ripped through the face. There's still a lot of unknown questions for these people, but in an immediate sense, a real, I think, sense of liberation. You could just sort of see the weight taken off of these people's shoulders as we've walked through the marketplace the last 2 days.
Carol Costello here. Here's what's happening at this hour at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Coalition troops have moved into Baghdad. The Pentagon says 105 armored vehicles rolled into the center of the city in the last few hours. And take a look at this. It's one of Saddam Hussein's many palaces. Imagine living here. U.S. commandos took over the presidential palace compound as they moved into Baghdad. This compound is quite large. You can see just how large. We understand that many of Saddam Hussein's palaces have bunkers beneath them. A spokesman for the British military says it appears a key Iraqi leader known as Chemical Ali is indeed dead. The spokesman says the body of General Ali Hassan al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, was found in the rubble of his bombed-out home in Basra. Ali was accused of ordering an attack in 1988 against the Kurds in northern Iraq. About 5,000 Kurds were killed in that attack. Moving to northern Iraq now, a series of explosions ripped through Mosul just a few hours ago. The Arab TV network Al Jazeera is airing these pictures showing a huge fireball in the city's suburbs. The explosions took place about the same time coalition forces moved into Baghdad. And it will be a trifold summit for President Bush as he meets British Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast, Northern Ireland. On their agenda, reviewing final battle strategies and post-war plans for Iraq, new peace efforts for Northern Ireland, and a Middle East peace plan leading to a Palestinian state. There has been a lot of activity today in the battle for Baghdad. Here's what's coming up this hour. U.S. tanks and armored vehicles rumble into the heart of the Iraqi capital. Pentagon officials say we're dominating the battlefield. We'll go live to Central Command, where military officials downplay today's activity as just another day of trying to bring down the Iraqi regime. And mail call. Sounds like a little thing, but it's a big deal for the troops. CNN's Jason Bellini will report on the troops' big morale booster. Hello, good morning to you. It's 2 p.m. in Baghdad, 6 a.m. on the east coast of the United States. I'm Carol Costello at CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta. Good morning, Bill.
Hello, Carol. Again, I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City. Welcome back to Monday. We start another week now on the 7th day in the month of April. 1 o'clock here in Kuwait, 2 o'clock downtown Baghdad. Show you a live picture right now in the central part of that town, where earlier today, right around daybreak, a huge column of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles entered the city of Baghdad, and we are under the understanding right now that a number of them still are in place there in central Baghdad. Check the situation report for you. We've been monitoring video out of Baghdad through a very fast-moving story overnight into the daylight hours here. An M1A1 tank parked at the entrance of one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. Nearby U.S. troops stand by their armored vehicles, and despite those forces in the center of town, Iraq's Information Minister Mohammad Assayed Sahaf appeared for an impromptu news conference. It appeared that he actually conducted this on a sidewalk on a street in Baghdad. Not only is he denying that U.S. troops had control of many Iraqi buildings, he said they were committing suicide by the hundreds. Meanwhile, back in New York, stateside UN Secretary General Kofi Annan has called for a special session, UN Security Council, 11 a.m. Eastern Time later today, to talk about Iraq. We'll give you a sense right now of how U.S. troops, in a very general way, moved into Baghdad at daybreak. As we put the map into motion, you'll see how the 101st Airborne, the 3rd Infantry Division, hit Baghdad from the west. The Marines entered from the east. Over the weekend, we knew that troops were surrounding Baghdad, going in for a couple of what was considered recon missions inside the city, but today's mission is being called an armored raid by U.S. Central Command. One member of the Army said this time it is for real. I want to show you now some of the latest scenes from battlefronts in Iraq. This is videotape and sound from the North 173rd Airborne Brigade after they dropped in about 2 weeks ago, unleashing a barrage of heavy artillery on Iraqi forces today. U.S. troops also fired shells on Iraqi soldiers for an hour in the pre-dawn assault there. Now in southern Iraq, AP, Associated Press, reporting the body of the notorious Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali has been found. The Brits are saying this as well. He was killed when coalition planes bombed his home in Basra over the weekend. Ali reportedly ordered the deadly chemical attack against the Kurds back in 1988, 15 years ago this past March. Also, southeast of Mosul, back in the northern part of the country, a U.S. warplane mistakenly attacked a convoy of Kurdish fighters. That happened yesterday, killing 18, wounding about 45. Special Forces troops also working beside the Kurds, and Centcom reports that one U.S. soldier may be among the wounded there. More from Kuwait in a moment. Here's Carol again at the CNN.
All right, we want to take people back to northern Iraq, where Jane Araf is watching some fighting going on. At last check, Jane was amongst Kurdish troops and special ops forces east of Mosul. Jane, what's happening now?
Carol, we're still up on this ridge on the front line. We're actually with U.S. Special Forces who have been working with the Kurdish guerrillas. Now, it's a lull right now. They seem to be preparing to move out. Basically, what they're doing is overlooking a major intersection. It's just down the road about 3 miles from here, and it is halfway between Mosul and Kirkuk. Both cities in either direction, about 50 miles, but it is a key junction. Now, they retreated to this position yesterday after they came under fire from Iraqi tanks. They took down those tanks, up to 10 of them, they believe, with these Javelin anti-tank missiles that you're seeing behind me, these absolutely huge things, as well as airstrikes called in from F-14s, dropping those laser-guided bombs on the tanks. It's been fairly quiet this morning, but they did meet some Iraqi resistance with some vehicles at the junction, and they intend to move forward to move further towards that intersection. Now, it's a fairly sober atmosphere here this morning, Carol. Just down the road yesterday, there was that friendly fire incident, absolutely horrifying, in which 45 people were injured and at least 18 killed. And the Kurdish fighters certainly are reflecting on that this morning. But they're very happy about the news, though. The reports that the man known as Chemical Ali is dead. Ali Hassan al-Najid, the man responsible for chemical attacks on Kurdish forces and hated perhaps almost as much as Saddam Hussein in these parts. Carol?
Jane, I think that many viewers are concerned about the goal of these forces in northern Iraq. Is the goal to keep Iraqi forces from moving closer to Baghdad or to overtake Kirkuk?
It's been a shifting strategy, Carol, and it's been shifting in a large part because of the role of Turkey in this. Now, as you remember, originally the plan was to bring in tens of thousands of ground troops from that high-tech 4th Infantry Brigade in through Turkey. They were waiting in ships off the Turkish coast for weeks before Turkey actually decided that they couldn't land. Now, there are no huge numbers of ground forces here, so the objective is not to move quickly and overrun those cities with ground forces from the north. What we've been seeing along the front lines, and just yesterday near the city of Abdul-Huk, near the Turkish border, at least 2 towns held by Iraqis fell to U.S. Special Forces along with the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, is slow and steady advances along the front lines. But really what they seem to be doing here in the north with the Airborne Brigade is playing a stabilizing factor, making sure that they can advance slowly forward, but also making sure that tension between the Turkish army and the Kurds doesn't increase and complicate things even further. Carol?
I understand. Let's talk a little bit about the friendly fire incident that happened yesterday when U.S. warplanes inadvertently dropped a bomb on a convoy, killing 17 Kurds. They seem very understanding about that.
They're incredibly understanding, and a lot of it is because they have longed to see these U.S. soldiers here. Now, it's a very different atmosphere from 1991, and here you can see along this hillside an example of the cooperation that goes on. These are Kurdish Peshmerga. Peshmerga means those who defy death. These are fighters who have been in the mountains for decades, some of the older ones. And they see the Americans as a liberating force. Now, that incident was absolutely horrific. It happened just down the road from here, and it took a convoy by surprise. It was a convoy of Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, along with a very senior military commander who happens to be the brother of the leader of this part of northern Iraq. So the losses were horrendous. But they have been incredibly understanding. They're saddened, obviously, but they don't feel that it will hurt cooperation with the U.S. It hasn't hurt their admiration and their gratitude to the U.S. forces, and they seem to be completely genuine about that. Carol?
All right, you stay safe, Jane Araf. Thanks for your insight from northern Iraq. East of Mosul, let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill Hammer.
All right, Carol, thanks again. If you were with us last hour, you heard Walt Rogers reporting first that some sort of operations center used by the 3rd Infantry Division south of Baghdad had come under fire. The last word we heard, 6 soldiers wounded, perhaps 6 others missing in action right now. There's another report out there that indicates the U.S. Marines crossing a bridge somewhere in Baghdad across the Tigris River took fire as well. There could be casualties as a result. Let's check in with Marty Savage for more on what he may be learning about this and also what's happening from his front today. Marty's with the Marines. Marty, good afternoon.
Hello, Bill. That incident you're referring to took place this morning involving the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. They're a little bit ahead of us. They were crossing and working to establish a bridgehead on the Tigris River coming from the east that would be moving towards the west, towards Baghdad, of course. And as they started moving, we understand that there was an artillery barrage, and it is unclear at this point whether this armored personnel carrier that reportedly was struck, in which there were casualties, whether it was a victim of friendly fire from the heavy round of U.S. artillery that was coming in support of establishing that bridgehead, whether this was counterfire that may have been coming from Iraqi artillery at this point. That is still trying to be ironed out. We understand, though, that they have made it across. However, a bridge that they were planning to use had been partially destroyed by Iraqi troops. That's not a big problem for the Marines. They always have standing by a lot of bridge-making material and temporary bridges that can be thrown up in quite a hurry. Let me show you in the background here. This is the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, who we are embedded with. You can see the column, armored column, is in formation now, standing by to move out. Has not received any orders to do so yet, other than to be ready to move, which is what we're doing. At the same time, we have been hearing a lot of artillery going off. That is primarily Marine artillery, obviously firing on what they presume are Iraqi targets. There's also coalition aircraft that have been circling overhead and helicopters that have been in the area as well. You can still hear it booming in the background. There goes a jet overhead. And every now and then we have heard 50 cal machine gun fire or the heavy machine guns going off in the area as well. A bit difficult to tell you exactly what is going on, except that the Marines are obviously trying to approach Baghdad from the east. That's something they always have been doing. This time perhaps a little more aggressively today. Also keep in mind the Marines are responsible for the whole eastern side of Baghdad. Part of the reason they were placed there was not only to make it a pincer movement on the city with the army on the west, but also to cut off the chance of any sort of Iraqi reinforcement coming from the borders up around Iran. There are a lot of Iraqi troops that have been placed up there, have been there for quite some time. They did not want to get into a situation where those troops would pull out from the Iranian border and then begin flooding into Baghdad to fight off any U.S. Army effort. So it's both a holding and blocking position at the same time, attacking, moving up on the east side of Baghdad, Bill.
Yeah, Marty, listen, if the Army is taking control of the airport on the west side of Baghdad, I know there's another one on the east side, will the Marines go for that airport and use that as their center of operations, or have we gotten that far yet?
Well, Bill, unfortunately, you know, as the rules of the MBEB, we are not allowed to project or talk about future operations because they could potentially put any force that moves into a threat circumstance. I can tell you about past objectives, and there was a significant one here, actually some distance away, yesterday, whereas the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines took control of what is referred to as the Iraqi Atomic Energy Complex. This would be the headquarters of the Iraqi Atomic Energy Program. Now, there is a civilian side as well as potentially a military side here. This is a vast complex that was seized by the U.S. Marines. It takes up many, many acres on a reserve area, you could call it that. It is both an industrial complex as well as a huge office complex. The Marines went in room to room, breaking into offices, a wealth of intelligence information, a number of vaults that they found there that they're sealed, that they're trying to get open. And also they found laboratory after laboratory after laboratory filled with a lot of expensive and appeared to be very sophisticated equipment. There was also a lot of containers and refrigerators found to be holding some sort of substance, unclear at this particular point. These Marines are not experts in that regard. The other experts will be following on, a specialized team that will be looking at both the nuclear and possibly the chemical side of things. There were warning signs around that particular position about the possibility of radiation. Also, there were warning signs inside the laboratories about wearing protective gear, masks and gloves, and that sort of hardware and that sort of uniform was found as well, masks and gloves, and also chemical suits were found inside this facility. We also understand an area we were not allowed to see, a huge underground labyrinth. Apparently someone described as an underground city that was there as well. So no doubt the experts are going to be combing over this particular site for a long time to come. Bill?
Marty, thanks. Martin Savage with the Marines there. And again, Marty, want to respect your position. They certainly not put you in a situation where you have to compromise any of the information you give us. And so our viewers know we never give away locations unless our own embedded journalists have cleared it with their own local commanders first. To London right now, Jeff Hoon is now talking, British Defence Minister. Let's listen.
Water each day, sufficient for some 160,000 people. UK troops have delivered around 170,000 sets of rations to people in southeastern Iraq. But the regime's resistance is not necessarily at an end. In Baghdad itself, as in other urban areas, coalition forces may well face a difficult and dangerous period of flattening out the remnants of Iraqi forces, and particularly the various groups of irregulars, thugs and fanatics who hang on to the coattails of the regime. And a number of Iraqi formations outside Baghdad may yet need to be defeated if they do not capitulate first. What is clear is that Saddam Hussein's regime is coming to an end and that a better future is in sight for the Iraqi people. I will now take your questions.
Craig from Sky News, you mentioned the number of British casualties. How many Iraqi casualties and how many American casualties have there been as far as you know?
Well, I don't have the up-to-date figures for American casualties. I'm sure that they can be made available to you. As far as Iraqi casualties, we can only estimate the numbers. As I've indicated all along, we have gone to extraordinary lengths to minimize the number of civilian casualties, and that effort continues today. But as far as their military losses are concerned, all I can say is that I anticipate, sadly, that they have been substantial.
Thousands?
Libby Vina, ITV News. How would you describe the British successes in Basra overnight, and what is your message to the troops who are still fighting out there today?
Well, I think they've achieved a tremendous amount, given the constraints that have been placed upon them. both to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties as well as not to take unnecessary risks for their own safety. And I think that the operations that they've conducted over a long period of time have been absolutely tremendous. What really happened over the weekend is that they continued this process of testing out the resistance by the militia forces based in Basra, and simply found that that resistance was crumbling, and therefore sought to take advantage of it in a military way by establishing themselves firmly in the centre of Basra, and that process continues.
Proud of the troops?
I'm enormously proud of them. They've done a fantastic job in very difficult circumstances.
Do we have any good intelligence at all about the whereabouts now of Saddam Hussein and his sons, and do we now have confirmation one way or the other about the reports of the death of Chemical Ali? Please.
Well, we are still not sure of the location of either Saddam Hussein or his sons. There are reports beginning to come in as to the whereabouts of some of those three. As far as Ali Hassan al-Majid is concerned, we have some strong indications that he was killed in the raid conducted on Friday night, but I can't yet absolutely confirm the fact that he is dead, but that would be certainly my best judgment in the situation.
Can I just follow that? You have some strong indications, some indications beginning to come in, about the whereabouts of Saddam and his sons.
I said that in relation to Ali Hassan al-Majid. What I said is that there are indications as to the whereabouts of the three, but obviously at this stage they cannot be confirmed.
Have you been surprised that chemical and biological weapons have not so far been used from the Iraqi side, particularly now that the coalition forces have reached the centre of Baghdad? And do you think the threat has now disappeared?
I've been relieved. I don't think we can say that the threat has now absolutely disappeared, but certainly it was always part of our military campaign plan to move so quickly as to make the use of chemical and biological weapons very difficult for the regime, and that does appear to have been successful.
Is there any indication you find about chemical weapons or
well, we continue to see indications. The one that I've most heavily relied on to date is the fact that some Iraqi forces have been issued with protective equipment, and since neither the United States nor the United Kingdom has any kind of chemical or biological weapons, that protective equipment could only be designed to protect Iraqi forces against their own use of chemical weapons, and I think that's perhaps the strongest indication of all.
Obviously, you said that the British troops are there to stay in Basra. That presumably is as long as all matters are secure. What about the move to an interim authority? Do you think that we actually need UN backing and a UN resolution for the interim authority?
Let me say this as far as British troops are concerned. Obviously it's important when I say that they're there to stay, to give confidence to the people in Basra who are beginning to see signs of that real confidence now. They have been understandably concerned over many weeks about the prospect of coalition forces abandoning them to their fate at the hands of the regime. That will not happen, and they will stay there as long as it takes to provide the necessary security to people in and around Basra and in other parts of the southern area for which we are responsible. As far as the future is concerned, as the Prime Minister has said, and I heartily endorse this on behalf of the Minister of Defence, our troops will remain there only as long as is necessary, and indeed not a day longer. But as far as UN support is concerned, it's absolutely clear that we want to see UN authority for the operations there in exactly the way that we did in operations in Afghanistan. But as far as maintaining security in the immediate aftermath of a conflict, it is obviously right and best that that should be carried out by those forces on the ground who are aware of the security threats, who are aware of the risks, and who are in the best position to safeguard people and indeed themselves. What I do want to see.
All right, Jeff Hoon there speaking with reporters in London. A few things coming out of that. Strong indications, he says, that Chemical Ali was killed in this raid on his home about 2.5 days ago. But as to the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein or his two sons, not sure of the location for either one. Jeff Hoon, again, talking about the ongoing conflict in Iraq and also the situation in Basra, indicating again, with these British tanks rolling into the town yesterday on Sunday, that they are, quote, in Basra to stay. His words there in London. Now, Carol again in Atlanta.
All right, Bill, we want to bring in General Wesley Clark right now, our military analyst, to examine what's been happening today. It's truly been a spectacular day. General, are you with us?
I certainly am. Sure.
Okay, well, Captain Thorpe out of Centcom says this is just another day, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Well, I think it represents a larger push and the seizure of key regime targets in downtown Baghdad. So this has both a military and a huge psychological dimension. Not only has the United States demonstrated it can move its forces at will into Baghdad, now we're demonstrating that they can move at will against any specific target and seize those targets. The seizure of the palaces is an enormous step because it puts to rest the idea that the United States would be forced out. So the U.S. forces are in there. They're holding the key terrain just as was predicted when the opportunity presented itself, when it was time, when the conditions were set. The United States forces would go after key regime targets and perhaps hold them.
So this is more than a raid. You think that troops are actually going to stay here now?
I think it's very possible they will stay long enough to determine what's there, whether there's command and control centers in there, whether there are chemical weapons or stockpiles or other things. And of course, as they're in there, they're still being opposed by some of the Iraqi infantry. They have close air support overhead, so they're dealing with centers of resistance.
Okay, centers of resistance, but American tanks are in the center of the city, inside of a huge park. They're at a presidential palace. They've targeted the information ministry, the Al Rashid Hotel. They've taken down huge statues of Saddam Hussein. It brings up the question, General, where is Saddam and his special Republican Guard?
Well, the defenses to the city were surprisingly poorly prepared. The Marine column that was coming in, at least as I'm reading the reports, did encounter mines laid on the streets, but a sophisticated urban defense, hardly. This defense has not taken ground. The leadership wasn't there to do it. The skills on the people by the soldiers and so forth clearly weren't up to the task, and so there's no telling where the Iraqi leadership is. They could be 300 feet underground. They could be in Tigris. They could be on their way to Syria or Iran or some other place.
Are you seeing, though, that there is strong evidence that Saddam Hussein is not in control and cannot communicate with his troops?
This is what is more or less being reported. Maybe it's too early to conclude that he has no communications at all with his troops, but it's certainly true that they don't seem to be able to, in the military use of the word, they don't seem to be able to execute. Whatever the threats coming out of the information ministry, they're not followed through. At the bottom level, the forces, be they Republican Guards, Special Republican Guards, Fedayeen, or whatever, have been relatively ineffective at, in the military term, bringing steel on target.
You know, and I have to bring up the chemical weapon issue because we haven't seen the use of any chemical weapons so far. In fact, we had one report from a Time magazine reporter that Marines were taking off of their chemical suits and fighting without them. What does that tell you?
A couple of things. First, the use of chemical weapons requires extraordinary command and control, and also a decision that the time is right so they can achieve some significant battlefield effects. There have always been issues raised by the Americans about whether there was effective command and control since the very first set of airstrikes, and soon perhaps we'll find the answer to that. But in addition, the moving American columns are heavily armored. There are no large masses of infantry who are vulnerable to chemical weapons. And so it's been a very difficult target. If one were planning to attack with chemicals, one might miss, one might not even know where they are to be shot. And so that's one piece. The other piece is there's always been intelligence in the business community suggesting that somehow Saddam had gotten rid of these capabilities and sent them to other countries.
And the pictures we're looking at right now, taken from inside the presidential palace that American troops have taken over. Do you know anything about this palace, General?
This is one of a number of palaces. They serve ceremonial purposes. There were offices housed in these palaces. And we always believed, and have some information on which to believe this, that underground, underneath some of the palaces, were also large military facilities, underground storage, command posts, perhaps laboratories. The palaces were also associated with barracks. So many of the palaces had special barracks for security troops and special security measures. We'll have to see what specifically is here at this particular one.
Definitely so. General, thanks for joining us so early in the morning. We sure appreciate it. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer.
All right, Carol, listen, it's been another dramatic day. We are hardly 3 weeks into this war, not even at this point. And we have seen M1A1 tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles roll in mass to the heart of Baghdad earlier today. It's quite possible they are still there. As a member of the U.S. Army said earlier today in Baghdad, this time it is for real. Let's get back to Walt Rogers. Last hour, Walt was reporting on this, some sort of missile or some sort of attack that hit the U.S. The Army there, the third ID. Walt, good afternoon again. What's happening now?
Hello, Bill. The report, which we filed a short while ago, is that the Iraqis did indeed fire a missile on the brigade headquarters, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. There are American casualties. This, of course, is the price to be paid for this siege on Baghdad, the attack on Baghdad, more accurately. The 2nd Brigade headquarters, the Tactical Operations Center, is south of Baghdad, while the 2nd Brigade units are operating inside. Army sources tell CNN there are at least 6 American wounded in that Tactical Operations Center, and perhaps as 4 to 6 soldiers unaccounted for. Again, it was a very serious Iraqi missile strike against the brigade headquarters, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, a number of hours ago. There are American casualties, and of course this is the price that is paid. We cannot tell you the kind of missile, except obviously at such short range it was not a ballistic missile. It was a tactical battlefield missile, may even have been an anti-tank missile, but it caught the 2nd Brigade headquarters totally by surprise. There are casualties. We do not know if there are fatalities at this point. Having said that, there is better news on another front, at least with the 2nd Brigade. Those units which punched into Baghdad today are not pulling out as in previous forays. 2nd Brigade has 3 battalions of infantry, mechanized infantry, inside the city of Baghdad, inside the heart of Baghdad. And Army sources are now telling CNN, unlike on previous forays into the Iraqi capital, those 3 battalions are in Baghdad to stay. Bill?
All right, Walt, listen, keep us in touch there. Walt Rogers again reporting near Baghdad, west of the city, I believe. Not quite sure exactly how far west, but Walt, thanks. Keep us posted there. Now, Carol again at the CNN Center.
We have reached the half-hour, Bill, 6:30 Eastern Time. It's time to bring you up to date about what's happening at this hour. Coalition troops have moved into Baghdad. The Pentagon says 105 armored vehicles rolled into the center of the city in the last few hours, and there are reports of U.S. casualties in the battle. Army sources say an Iraqi missile slammed into a tactical operations center in the battlefield. At least 6 soldiers are reportedly injured, and as many as 6 others are now missing in action. Take a look at this. It's inside of one of Saddam Hussein's many palaces. U.S. commandos took over the presidential palace compound as they moved into the city. The compound is quite large. You can see just how large. We understand that many of Saddam Hussein's palaces have bunkers beneath them. In northern Iraq, the U.S. Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade has been called into action for the first time in the war. In a pre-dawn assault, the Sky Soldiers fired 2 howitzer cannons at Iraqi soldiers for a solid hour near the city of Erbil. British officials say the notorious Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali is dead. General Ali Hassan al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, ordered a deadly chemical attack in 1988 that killed 5,000 Kurds in northern Iraq. British officials say Ali was indeed in his Basra home over the weekend when it was bombed by coalition forces. And it will be a trifold summit for President Bush as he meets with British Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast, Northern Ireland. On the agenda, reviewing final battle strategies and post-war plans for Iraq, new peace efforts for Northern Ireland, and a Middle East peace plan leading to a Palestinian state. A lot has been happening inside the city of Baghdad. U.S. forces moving to the center of the city. Let's check in with Reem Brahimi from Jordan to tell us more about that. Reem, good morning once again. This presidential palace, I want to start with that. What can you tell us about that? Because coalition forces are now inside that presidential palace, inside Baghdad.
Well, it's a very, very big palace. It's a huge, sprawling complex like many of President Saddam Hussein's palaces inside or outside the Iraqi capital. That palace in particular along the Tigris River, it's been bombed so many times before. I remember in the first few days of the bombings even, you could see from the view we had at the Palestine Hotel, you could actually see fires burning all day from the bombing of the previous night. So I don't think they would expect to find anyone of high-ranking value, anyone from the leadership of the regime in that palace. But I think it's got more of a symbolic value. That palace houses the offices of the presidency of the Republic of Iraq. It also has a lot of maybe residences for people who work at the palace. It's really more a symbolic value for the US troops to have taken over that palace than anything else. Carol?
Also, there's a big park there where U.S. coalition tanks are sitting right now. That's a quite sizable park and quite popular with the population. It has a zoo inside, and I understand it's huge, and it has these huge statues of Saddam Hussein that coalition forces also destroyed.
Yes, a very, very big park. Baghdad is a very vast city. The streets are very wide, the avenues are also very broad, and it sort of stretches out a lot in a circle, if you will. Now that park is very, very wide as well, and it's part of it was an amusement park where until a few days before the war began even, you could see families going out there taking their children at the sort of amusement park in that area. But it was also part of it was also being reconstructed, and so it was at that stage basically of reconstruction when the US-led campaign began.
I'd like to interrupt you for just a second, Reem. We're seeing a statue of Saddam Hussein on a horse. That's one of the statues that coalition forces have destroyed now, right?
That's right. That's one of the more recent statues that had been placed of the president placed in Baghdad. But of course, it's not saying much. There are so many big statues of President Saddam Hussein throughout the Iraqi capital, as well as portraits of the president, maybe every 10 or 15 meters. So it's something that when you're in Baghdad, you sort of get used to. You just notice it when they're not there anymore. Definitely, again, I think the U.S. definitely seems to be going for the symbolism here and trying to attract the attention of people who may be seeing the residents of Baghdad by doing these symbolic acts more than anything else for the time being. And of course, Carol, you can see maybe the military value, if you will, of the US and the coalition forces having taken over the airport, because this was precisely what it allows them to do. It allows them to conduct such raids in the heart of the Iraqi capital and either decide to stay there or go back if they feel like it.
Also, the Information Ministry building was targeted, yet the Information Minister was able to give an impromptu news conference somewhere on the streets of Baghdad.
Absolutely. The Information Ministry was targeted a couple of times at least since the beginning of this war, and the press center, which is where all the journalists are worked out of basically in Baghdad until the war began, this was where also you would go and check the messages. If there were any press conferences, you would go to the press center, deal with the Iraqi officials from the Information Ministry. Well, that whole center was actually moved to the Palestine Hotel where all the journalists were, and that hotel is right across the road from the presidential compound where the US troops have made their incursion. Interestingly enough, the Minister of Information has been giving in the past week or so his press conferences in the Palestine Hotel, and I think it was either from the balcony of the hotel or from the street in front of the hotel that he was talking to reporters and saying it did seem quite surreal. If you had the view of the palace and the smoke behind you just across the river barely, the Information Ministry insisting that the US troops hadn't been able to come into Baghdad because they'd been slaughtered and surrounded by Iraqi troops. Let's just listen to how he put it.
I will not mention the number of the people killed from their troops or what has been destroyed. The battle is still going on, and I can say, and you can actually mark it for me, you can record it for me, they are beginning to commit suicides on the walls of Baghdad. And we will, in fact, encourage them to commit more suicides.
That, of course, Carol, raises many questions. How the government is still standing, where they're located, how it's functioning, how the system is still being able to put these things out and to function while U.S. troops are in the heart of the Iraqi capital. A lot of questions raised there.
Yeah, and
Carol?
One question I have is does the information minister just speak at will? Is he ordered to say certain things by certain people?
You know, it's probably a mix of both, Carol. He's obviously part of a system that's been in place for a long time, and probably part of him also believes in that system. Otherwise, it probably would be difficult for him to continue under these circumstances. On the other hand, we know that this is a very strict system, and once you're part of it, it's also made very difficult for whoever would like to leave. So it's probably a mix of both. The mere fact that he's still talking could also be an indication that he's still receiving orders to just continue as normal, or it could be just somebody trying to do his job till the very end. There's an infinite variety of possibilities, and of course very reflective of the current confusion and situation that is going on in the country right now. If you ask the people I spoke to, at any rate in Baghdad, nobody knows what's going on. They describe a city in state of war, but from one neighborhood to the other, they hear artillery, they hear mortar fire, but they don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Reem Brahimi, thanks for your insight. We sure appreciate it. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, clearly the headline today is again on Baghdad with this strong move of U.S. forces into the center of that town earlier today. The Brits are now saying that Basra is in most of their control right now, perhaps a few areas that still have not been seized by the Brits. But there is a clear question right now as to what's happening in the northern part of Iraq. What's happening in the town of Tigris, which is the ancestral homeland of Saddam Hussein. What's happening in the town of Mosul, where Jane Araf was reporting about an hour ago. We know there is fighting that is ongoing, but how much fighting still lays ahead? Perhaps Centcom will clarify that when they brief down in Qatar in about 20 minutes from now. And again, we will carry that live for you as we have now for about 3 weeks running. In the meantime, back to the Pentagon and Kathleen Koch for what's happening and what's on the radar there. Kathleen, good morning again.
Bill, you took the words right out of my mouth, because the Pentagon has said from the start that when it came to the battle for Baghdad, that the toughest fighting lay ahead. And they are saying again, this is not the final battle, that this is again an armed raid into the heart of Baghdad. And in many ways, largely serving a very symbolic purpose, though we are hearing these reports that, that some U.S. lives have been lost in this very bold foray into the heart of Baghdad. No confirmation yet from the Pentagon on just how many or the circumstances. But this raid, unlike the previous two, went right into downtown Baghdad, and it was very carefully orchestrated to be within direct line of sight, direct view of some pre-positioned international television cameras. A spokesman, a Captain Frank Thorpe, a spokesman for Centcom, said, quote, "This will give the first real view of U.S. forces moving through the city." Obviously an effort on the part of the U.S. to counter the continuing Iraqi claims that the U.S. forces were not only nowhere near Baghdad, that they didn't control the airport, and then you saw the quote that Reem Brahimi ran earlier, the videotape from the Iraqi Information Minister saying again U.S. forces are not in Baghdad, that Baghdad is safe and secure and great. But the U.S. sources here, military sources at the Pentagon, are saying, quote, "We are dominating the battlefield." This sends a powerful message to the remnants of the regime that we can go where we want, when we want. And that had been the message in previous days as the Iraqis efforted shutting down the borders of the capital in the nighttime hours from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m., imposing a curfew to, again, which the U.S. military basically scoffed, pointing out, you know, that an Iraqi soldier with a truck is going to be no match for tanks and for armored fighting vehicles as they try to come into the city. The U.S. saying it would operate when it wanted, where it wanted, as it wanted, despite this curfew. Now, again, symbolism, very important. The U.S. has, from the start, as Reem pointed out, been targeting the presidential palaces of Saddam Hussein from the air, believing they are valid military targets, that they're used in many cases for command and control. So they wanted not only to take them out from the air, but then to go in on the ground today and show U.S. forces walking in these palaces. An official here saying, quote, "It can't be anything but alarming to see a U.S. brigade commander standing in the compound of a presidential palace in Baghdad." And he called this action a show of force. The question is now, how long will these U.S. forces stay in downtown Baghdad? Perhaps we'll find out more on that from the upcoming Centcom briefing. But a pretty extraordinary day, that despite what spokesman for Centcom said earlier this morning, Captain Thorpe again saying this is just another day, when clearly it's far from that, Bill.
Yeah, clearly far from it. Indeed, you're right, Kathleen. You heard Jeff Hoon. The question went to him about 30 minutes ago as to the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein, the whereabouts of his two sons. How are they addressing that question right now at the Pentagon?
Well, at the Pentagon, they have said over recent days, when these questions come up, is Saddam Hussein alive or dead? Is that really him in these videotapes? And the U.S. military is saying, well, that's not really important, but what is important is that day by day, hour by hour, he is increasingly losing control of his forces. Some of the top commanders here at the Pentagon saying if he is indeed in command of Iraqi forces, then he's giving them some pretty bad advice, because the U.S. has been surprised to see the very poor quality of the fighting on the part of the Iraqis, the lack of any very cohesive, concerted, and really effective resistance. Bill.
Kathleen, thanks. Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon, watching things from there. Centcom will brief in about 15 minutes. We'll see what they have to say then, Carol. An extraordinary day thus far, as so many have been over the past 3 weeks run.
Definitely so, but we're going to get a preview of what Centcom may say a little later in about 15 minutes. Let's go to Tom Mentir, who is at Central Command in Doha, Qatar. Tom, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this question, but we're hearing what may be an incident of friendly fire near where Martin Savage is. Do you know anything more about that?
No, we have not heard that here. Also, Reuters reporting that that U.S. officer says possible weapons of mass destruction storage site detected in central Iraq. Surely that will come on the agenda here for Brigadier General Vincent Brooks, who will be doing the Centcom briefing in less than 15 minutes. As Kathleen Koch was saying from the Pentagon, a lot of the visuals are about message, that we can come into central Baghdad as we will. And you look at where they visited. They visited the presidential compound today, and they also visited the Atomic Energy Commission of Iraq, a place where they probably wanted to go in and see if they could find any records that might still be there. So there is, I'm sure, a very carefully laid out plan, one for emphasis and two for effect. One may be certain sites that they want to visit in downtown Baghdad, because there had been concern that these weapons of mass destruction or possible chemical weapons might be inside the city in an area that they'd have to search. So I'm sure there is a great deal of methodology on target selection on the ground. They're coming in, and as we heard Captain Thorpe say earlier, this is a raid, and usually the word raid indicates in and out. So it says it's not about taking territory. So we'll find out in about 15 minutes, hopefully, during this Centcom briefing, what the intention was with the foray into Baghdad that's been going on all day.
Yeah, to many observers, it's maybe kind of surprising that Centcom is playing this down. You mentioned Captain Thorpe. He said it was just another day of trying to bring down the regime. Nothing special as compared to other days. But was it? Was it not?
Well, I think what they're trying to do is downplay a bit the feeling that this is a TV miniseries that starts on Sunday and ends on Saturday night. So I think that they constantly come out with the message day by day. The tougher days may lie ahead. An indication that possibly what's going on right now is simply a preview of what may come in coming days and weeks. That this battle is not going to be the end all. They say it's about the regime itself, not any particular individual military objectives. As we heard, the Chemical Ali, who was supposed to be defending southern Iraq, the man who was accused of using chemical weapons on the Kurds in the 1980s, who was also the governor of Kuwait after the invasion, that his body had been found by the British after an airstrike on Saturday night, possibly as significant as the images of tanks and APCs rolling through the streets of Baghdad may be confirmation of his death.
And is there any sense from Centcom as to where they believe Saddam Hussein is? And I just ask you that because of the... Go ahead.
That's a $64 million question. There have been indications that he had his disposal, an underground bunker, maybe underneath one of the palaces, maybe underneath a school, maybe underneath a hospital or a mosque. No one's quite sure where that location is. So I doubt with the force that we saw going in today that they're going to have the ability to go in and do a thorough search underground unless they stumble upon something for what location he might be. But again, they have played up many, many times in these briefings that this is not about Saddam Hussein. He is the leader of the regime, but it's eliminating the hold the regime had on people. And I think I heard Group Captain Al-Aqwad talk about the people coming out in Basra once the regime had been eliminated there, coming out in the thousands to greet their soldiers as they were on the street. So they look at that as large a victory as any other military objective.
All right, we're going to let you prepare for the briefing, the Centcom briefing, which is coming up at the top of the hour, 7 Eastern Time. And of course, Brigadier General Vincent Brooks will be the man talking. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, thanks. I want to get back to Nasiriyah, the town in south central Iraq. There's a reporter on the phone by the name of Marie Colvin. She works with the Sunday Times. She had been airlifted earlier in the week, or possibly even today, I'm not quite sure just yet. We'll find from Marie in a moment, with a group known as Free Iraqi Forces. We had heard about this organization at the end of last week. And Marie, if you can hear me by way of telephone, a brief outline. What is this group all about?
It's newly formed Free Iraqi Forces, FIF. It's an Iraqi opposition army, the only Iraqi opposition army that's Arab, because of course, you know, you have the two Kurdish armies up in the north. No one wants them to come into central Iraq because, you know, the tensions between the Arabs and the Kurds. It's led by Ahmed Chalabi, the leader, who's always been a political leader of the Iraqi National Congress. He's now here. There's several hundred Iraqi opposition soldiers coming in by American airlift every night, and they plan to take the battle to Saddam.
Yeah, well, what is the intent of this group? Where are they headed?
Well, we're on a rather austere base at the moment. It's a bombed and deserted Iraqi army base. They're heading next to Nasiriyah, probably Amara. The ultimate goal is Baghdad. There's two aims here. This is not just a combat army. They're working within the American war plan. The military aim is basically to kind of work alongside. They have an extensive network in all the cities here, so to help get rid of the opposition that the American forces are facing. You know, as you know, even in cities they've already taken, they're getting shot at, or the Sadaam Fedayeen. They know these people. Root them out, and eventually form the nucleus of the new Iraqi army.
Just give me a better description of the people that you're with. Are these Iraqi exiles? Are they Iraqi Americans? Are they Sunni? Are they Shia? How do they break down?
Well, it's about half and half. They very carefully done the mix because the controversy. I'd say about 50% are Iraqi exiles. About 50% are Iraqis who've come over. One of the units here is led by an Iraqi Republican Guard captain who just came over about a week ago. There's Sunni and Shia. There's quite a few Shia because their first targets are in the south here, and they're very much trying to get the local people and more of the Iraqi army to come over.
Yeah, and also, Marie, at full strength, how large would this group be then in Iraq?
Right now, the base I'm at, we've got 700 here. As I said, a couple hundred more coming in every night. The number's expected within the next week to be up to 3,000. That's people who've already been recruited, trained. I mean, everyone here has a weapon and is in uniform. What they hope is get some of these, Iraqi army people coming over. They hope the ranks will swell. But at the moment, enlisted, names on a list, that's 3,000.
So this is the base then. This is the foundation for the future military in Iraq once the war's over.
Well, that's very much Ahmed Chalabi's goal, who's leading this force, is to form the nucleus of an Iraqi army that is not Ba'athi, that has had nothing to do, or at least no agreement with the Ba'ath Party. Equally, there's a political goal. They want to be, Chalabi's obviously a leading opposition politician. Eventually, be a nucleus of a Iraqi government, interim government, and once elections come, the nucleus of an Iraqi government.
All right, Marie, thanks for checking in. Marie Colvin on the telephone, a writer with the Sunday Times, with this group known as Free Iraqi Forces. As she indicated, could be several thousand strong in a matter of days, landing now in Nasiriyah, and eventually, as she says, they hope to make their way to Baghdad. Carol?
All right, Bill, thanks. We want to head to northern Iraq, and Jane Araf, she's been sitting on a ridge somewhere east of the town of Mosul. And Jane, I wanted to ask you first off, could you hear Bill's report and the guest he had with him?
Sorry, Carol, we've got a bit of trouble in the audio. Could you just ask that again?
Certainly can. Could you hear Bill Hemmer's report and the guest he had with him?
What I've just heard is Marie Colvin talking about Ahmed Chalabi being airlifted to Iraq to start an Iraqi force, which is quite extraordinary here, certainly, as well. I mean, the Kurds obviously had believed that they would have a key position in that. It's an interesting development.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the Kurds would think of that, this Iraqi opposition army that's now coming together.
Well, because the Kurds have an interesting role here. You can probably see on this hill, Carol, that it's an interesting mix here. We've got a small group of U.S. Special Forces who are holding this ridge. Now, this ridge is just before a key intersection, pretty well halfway between those major cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. Most of the people on this ridge are Kurdish fighters, Peshmerga, those who defy death is what the name means. And they have really wanted a role in this battle. They haven't received as much of a role as they thought they would. They have not been armed, despite, they say, promises by the U.S. to arm them. It's mostly because Turkey has objected. Now, this force that's shaping up in the south of Iraq, of Iraqi exiles, is an interesting development, but not taken very seriously here, it has to be said, particularly since there is at the fore of it an opposition leader, the head of the Iraqi National Congress, Ahmed Chalabi, who has pretty well been sidelined in terms of Iraqi opposition figures. Obviously, the U.S. is working very closely with the military here, as well as political leaders, Kurdish political leaders. And the Iraqi opposition has always been very diverse, very fragmented. That's part of the problem. But it will be interesting to see how this shapes up, any force that's headed, even politically, by this opposition figure who has lately been sidelined from the Iraqi opposition that is made up primarily so far of Kurds and Shia leaders. Carol?
Understand. And just a quick update as to what's happening now in the battle.
Well, what we're seeing now is on this part of the front line, and it's fairly typical actually, it sort of represents the slow and steady advance that U.S. Special Forces have been making along the front line all along here in northern Iraq. Now, this is particularly interesting. Yesterday there was an intense day-long battle after a group of special forces on a ridge further ahead of here were confronted by Iraqi tanks in an offensive position that's relatively rare around here. Now, they responded with a day of barrages of anti-tank missiles and airstrikes, and they believe they took out 10 tanks. Now, right now, what's happening is that they've sent a reconnaissance party further along the road on a further ridge down there, but it's a very hazy day, and they're not entirely sure what lies just beyond that haze, whether the Iraqis do have the power to come back and pose a threat or whether they're safe. And they're still holding this ridge. They intend to go forward, certainly, but they're still waiting to see what happens. In other parts of the north, yesterday we saw near Dohuk, near the Turkish border, at least 2 towns that had been held by Iraqi forces that were taken by U.S. Special Forces with the Kurdish fighters. But still, it really is very slow and steady, and there is intentionally no major push towards Kirkuk and Mosul so far. Carol?
Understand. Jane Araf reporting from the northern front. Let's take you back to Baghdad now, somewhere south and east of the city, and rejoin Martin Savage, who is embedded with the Marines. And Martin, you were telling us a short time ago about casualties and maybe an incident of friendly fire. Any more information on that?
No, we haven't heard any more on that, Carolyn. It takes a lot of time sometimes to figure out exactly what has happened, especially when you're involved in a conflict at the time and that conflict may be ongoing. And we understand that was with the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. They're slightly ahead of us. They were apparently working to create a bridgehead and take an Iraqi bridge. Part of that bridge had been blown out. As they were preparing to move, they were hit by artillery, and we understand that at least one armored personnel carrier in which the Marines ride was struck, and that there were casualties. We don't know the extent of the casualties. We don't know how many. And what is uncertain at this point is, was this friendly fire, because there's a lot of Marine artillery that's pouring down around this region, or was it indirect fire coming from the Iraqis themselves? Just a few minutes ago, before we came to air, we had 2 shells land extremely close to our position here. Again, not sure who's firing, where it's coming from. There is a lot of firing going on in the area here. You hear artillery and the thumping of mortars as well that seems to be ongoing. You also hear the sounds of heavy machine guns nearby. There's another one. So you're not quite certain exactly where this battle is being waged or what exactly is being fought for. We do know that there are a number of bridge crossings around here that are essential and important to get across the Tigris to start moving west into the city of Baghdad from the eastern side, which is where we are now. Some of those bridges have been destroyed or partially damaged by retreating Iraqi troops. They would do that obviously to try to stymie U.S. forces coming across. It doesn't work very effectively actually, because the Marines bring their own bridge-making material right up front with them, so they can quickly have a temporary bridge up and running and ready to move heavy armor across with only a few hours delay, if that at all. So right now you see that our column is poised, ready to move, prepared to go wherever it's being directed, and standing by to enter into Baghdad, if that's in fact the request made.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that you put your helmet on, because you haven't had it on all morning, and you know, we just worry about you, Martin. And a question for you about these bridges. Were they laden with explosives that were planted by the Iraqis? Is that what you meant by bridges being partially destroyed by Iraqis?
It's unclear how well they were prepared for these bridges and for perhaps the quick advance of Marines coming in from the east side. It hasn't been confirmed to us whether these were destroyed by perhaps indirect fire, meaning calling in their own artillery on their own bridges, or whether there have been some orchestrated effort to wire these bridges for demolition. Not all the bridges have been blown. In fact, there are a number of them that are intact, and this one was only partially done. So whatever they may have planned for contingency doesn't seem to have worked out too well at this particular point, Carol.
The place in which you are standing, Martin, seems rather barren. Are you seeing any people around?
No, this particular area where we are is kind of barren. I could go into detail, but you know what, that would give away sort of where we are, and since we've already got artillery coming close to us, I don't think I want to give any more finer details. It's just that this is not part of the, if you were to wander outside of here, you'd find a significant suburban population.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want you to be specific. I just wondered if civilians were interfering with the mission there, and apparently they are not. Martin Savage, we're going to let you go. Thanks very much.
Right.
We've almost hit the top of the hour, 7 Eastern Time. We want to bring you up to date now at what's been happening. U.S. troops are now operating in Baghdad. More than 100 armored vehicles entered the city about daybreak, meeting some resistance, but there have been no major battles. They've seized several government buildings, though. Among the buildings seized, Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace compound, an Abrams M1A1 battle tank now sits at the entrance to that compound. The Pentagon official says the U.S. Army is able to go where it wants, when it wants. After the raid on the capital began, Iraq's Minister of Information held an impromptu news conference in the streets of Baghdad. He denied U.S. tanks had pushed into the heart of Baghdad, and he insisted Iraqi troops are slaughtering U.S. troops. Early reports indicate the U.S. has suffered some casualties in the battle for Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers reports an Iraqi missile wounded at least 6 soldiers of the Army's 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry. Up to 6 others are missing in action. And CNN's Martin Savage just reported at least 1 armored personnel carrier from the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines, was struck by Iraqi forces as it crossed the Tigris River. There are an unknown number of casualties. According to the British military, the body of the Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali has been found. Ali is Saddam Hussein's cousin, and he's reported to have ordered the use of chemical weapons against the Kurds in 1988, killing about 5,000 people. Coalition forces bombed his home in the southern city of Basra over the weekend. The Iraqi National Congress, the Saddam Hussein opposition group, said its forces have joined the military campaign against the Iraqi regime. A unit called the 1st Battalion Free Iraqi Forces will serve under the U.S. Central Command. The troops will assist coalition forces in the battle and help deliver humanitarian aid. To the right of me, you're seeing President Bush leaving for Ireland, where he will meet up with Tony Blair. They have a full agenda, and of course we'll keep you posted as that story progresses. It will be a tri-fold summit for President Bush. Let's get into that right now. As a matter of fact, he'll meet with Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast. On their agenda specifically, reviewing final battle strategies and post-war plans for Iraq, new peace efforts for Northern Ireland, and a Middle East peace plan leading to a Palestinian state.
And good morning back there in the U.S., 7 a.m. in the East Coast. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in Kuwait City, Monday, April 7th, as we begin a new week again today. And there are significant developments from overnight in the heart of Baghdad. A live picture right now from the Iraqi capital, now encircled by U.S. forces on all sides. Earlier today, U.S. troops entered Saddam Hussein's presidential palace. They also checked out a number of other locations, including the Information Ministry and the Al Rashid Hotel as well. We are told through the U.S. Army, this time in Baghdad, it is for real. Quickly to Walt Rogers, checking up again. 2 hours ago, Walt broke some news here on CNN about an attack on a group of the U.S. 3rd Infantry. Walt, what's happening now? Good afternoon there.
Pretty much the same, Bill. The Iraqis did fire a missile, some sort of perhaps wire-guided missile, at the 2nd Brigade headquarters, 3rd Infantry Division. There are casualties, at least 6 wounded, and it was apparently quite an explosion when it hit. There may, as I say, 6 wounded that we know of, 4 to 6 missing in the initial count immediately afterwards. This is a direct consequence, of course, of the attack on Baghdad this morning. The 2nd Brigade headquarters, of course, would have been in command of those forces that went into the city of Baghdad. Those forces in Baghdad now are 3 Army battalions. And what's different today is Army sources are telling CNN this is not a foray. Those 3 battalions are inside the city. They're there to hold it. Bill?
Next then, what do we do? All right, Walt, listen, check back in when you get more. Again, for our viewers who are just waking up back in the U.S., there are significant developments in and around Baghdad. We are told perhaps 70 M1A1 tanks,
good afternoon.
60 Bradley fighting vehicles entered earlier today. Centcom's briefing now in Qatar. Let's listen.
Since the entry of coalition forces into Iraq has been one of continued progress toward the objectives of removing the regime from power and bringing liberation to the Iraqi people. The plan remains sound and effective, and there's also more work to be done. Our coalition troops continue to impress us all daily with their tenacity and with their disciplined compassion. They're setting the conditions for a future Iraq, and we remember those who have fallen in this cause. The operation continues. Let me provide you a short update on some of the activities that occurred in the last 24 hours. Even though the coalition has disrupted much of the regime's ability to wage war and its command and control systems, the regime retains some capability. The coalition continues attacks from air and ground to further erode the command and control of forces and to eliminate threats to coalition forces, Iraq's neighbors, and the Iraqi people. I have 2 weapon systems videos of recent engagements against military assets that the regime could use to deliver chemical weapons. The first video is an attack on a surface-to-surface missile at Abu Risha. This is near Ar-Ramadi, west of Baghdad. And this attack occurred on the 5th of April. The next video is also against a surface-to-surface missile, this one located northwest of Baghdad, and the attack also occurred on the 5th of April. And we remain focused on any assets that could potentially deliver chemical weapons. That includes aircraft, surface-to-surface missiles. Our coalition special operations forces continued with unconventional warfare in northern Iraq, southern Iraq, and central Iraq. These efforts are key to facilitating operations by the air component in the north and in the west, and by the land component in the center and in the south of Iraq. More significantly, they represent the mechanism that also makes it possible for Iraqis to join in the fight against the regime. Coalition Special Operations Forces are also conducting direct action missions to secure the Haditha Dam, to deny the regime use of ballistic missiles, and to destroy regime headquarters locations whenever they are identified. Another direct action example is a raid last night to seize a training camp near Haditha. The combined arms efforts of the land component remain deliberate, focused, and successful. In Basra, coalition forces led by the UK enjoyed success in reducing some of the remaining concentrations of the Ba'ath Party, party officials, and also regime forces. There are still some pockets, but they are far fewer. As military actions continue against the regime, power, water, and food are increasingly available to the population. Of course, there is still work to be done in getting those distributed. The towns of Samawa, Diwania, and Najaf are all becoming more stable as time goes on with the coalition efforts against the regime. In Najaf, for example, religious clerics are contributing significantly to the stability in the wake of the regime's departure. They're organizing assemblies within the towns, and they're maintaining order. And the coalition very much appreciates their efforts. In Karbala, coalition forces destroyed a Ba'ath Party headquarters and fought against regime death squads to further reduce the regime influence in this very important city. As coalition forces eliminate regime pockets of resistance, we continue to discover more and more weapons and ammunition stores. The images I'll show you now are weapons and ammunition removed from another school, this time in Karbala. Each time the coalition defeats the regime forces, this practice of taking schools away from students and turning them into magazines for the weapons of war comes to an end, and a future free of such practices begins. The main focus of the operation continued in and around Baghdad. The two-corps attack continued with 1st Marine Expeditionary Force isolating Baghdad from the east along the Diyala River, and with the 5th Corps operating in the west, northwest, and into the town of Baghdad itself, the city of Baghdad. To the northwest, the attack prevented reinforcement by Iraqi forces north of the city and resulted in the destruction of an Iraqi unit that was composed of tanks, armored personnel carriers, other armored vehicles, artillery systems, and infantry. Our efforts to secure Baghdad International Airport continued from within the complex, where tunnels were found beneath it. Some of these tunnels were large enough to accommodate automobiles, and from without, where artillery systems able to range the airport were attacked, and the forward observer, in this case an Iraqi colonel, was taken into coalition control. It's important to note here also that there are still Iraqi workers in and around the airport, and many of those have assisted coalition forces, providing blueprints of the airport structure itself, and also helping to turn back on electrical power and other services and utilities at the airport. And this is a very important step as we continue to progress toward getting the airport back into operation for the Iraqi people when the conflict has ended. Finally, a second attack into the heart of Baghdad to key regime locations, destroying any defending forces while protecting the civilian population and the city's infrastructure, reinforces the reality that the regime is not in control of all of the major city. Our maritime component has been very effective in maintaining open sea lines of communication to make possible the flow of humanitarian assistance and supplies, and also the continued arrival of coalition forces. The maritime component has conducted strike operations from over 33 different naval combatants, air operations from one of the largest carrier forces ever assembled, and conducted counter-ballistic missile operations as well. All of these have been key enablers to the coalition successes to date. Thus far, the coalition has distributed over 40 million leaflets and the count continues to increase every day. The information we're providing to the population remains focused on keeping Iraqi people and their resources safe and ready for a new future. One example is a recent leaflet that was distributed warning the Iraqi people, or advising them really, to not carry weapons so that they're not perceived as forces defending the regime. And of course, we show you here in English as well as in Arabic as the actual leaflets are. Broadcasts do continue on radio and television, and we continue to change our messages as required to ensure that we're providing the right information and recent information to the Iraqi population. As we continue dismantling the regime, we find the regime continues to disregard protecting religious and cultural treasures of the Iraqi people. In this image, you can see where the regime has placed military weaponry near an important mosque in Baghdad. Each one of these call-out boxes, first the mosque is to the right. This is the mosque area, and there are pieces of military equipment at each one of these arrows. This is a zoom out and yet another of these. And of course, with closer inspection, we can identify the types of equipment there are, but rest assured that they are military equipment, the types that would be targeted in other places. The coalition is well aware of this practice and remains nevertheless committed to protecting sites like this mosque, while also conducting precision attacks as necessary. Our efforts to facilitate humanitarian assistance in Iraq have increased in importance. There are still very important needs to be met, many of them resulting from years of oppression and some resulting from the ongoing combat actions. Fortunately, there have not been any humanitarian emergencies on the scale of recent conflicts in this region or in other parts of the world in recent years. Among our most pressing short-term requirements are returning power and running water to the cities of Najaf, Samawa, Nasiriyah, and Basra. And in most cases, power has to come first in order to get self-sustaining water supplies in there. So we continue our efforts to push water in bulk wherever we can by way of water pipelines and water trucks. But there's also ongoing effort to get power up in each one of those locations to have self-sustaining water. These efforts are ongoing, and in one recently liberated town, we even saw some local citizens washing cars, something that we certainly would not have expected to see before. Yesterday I showed you some supplies being distributed to a school, and those supplies, as I mentioned, had come from a warehouse that the regime had chosen not to distribute out to the people. In this case, I have another image to show you. What it reflects is that our forces continue to do whatever they can to provide support to liberated Iraqi people. In this particular photo, you see U.S. Marines and Free Iraqi Forces members distributing food, and there's also medical supplies that they are delivering to locals in the Nasiriyah area. And these supplies were captured from Iraqi military forces. We have one additional good news story to report today, and that is that the ongoing efforts to extinguish the two oil wells, one has been successfully extinguished, and there now remains one burning oil well in the southern oil fields. We've been able to also to exercise a degree of control over now 900 of the 940 wells that are in the oil fields south of Baghdad. And so that effort continues and is going very well. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'll take your questions. Yes, ma'am.
General Cameron McCormick with CBS News. There are a couple of reports today that some bridges near Baghdad, possibly to the east or the south, there was some fierce fighting and Marine casualties, and an American quoted as saying they're fighting back. They seem to be fighting a bit more. Also to the south of Baghdad, a report that a column of American armored personnel carriers was hit. Can you elaborate on either one of those?
Cami, what I can tell you is first, we are continuing combat operations. We're not finished, and we have no illusions about the fact that there's still work ahead and that there will continue to be combat action. As I mentioned, the Marines, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, are conducting operations on the eastern side of the city of Baghdad. There are bridges across the Diyala River. We know that one of those bridges was destroyed by Iraqi forces, and they also have positioned artillery on the other side of the river. So there's combat action that occurs in that area. I don't want to characterize any more specifically since operations are ongoing as to what will happen next or where we currently are located. Similarly, there are places and pockets of resistance in the surrounding Baghdad areas and in some of the towns we've already passed through, Kabul as an example, where we still have combat action occurring. And as I mentioned up front, the regime does still have some military capability. It also has some limited command and control capability over small units in certain areas. What we're not seeing is an overarching structure of control. We believe that's been significantly degraded, but that doesn't mean that there's an elimination completely of all threats. And so we continue with our efforts to find those, remove those, and proceed to a condition where the regime is gone and there's no longer any threats to us or to the Iraqi people. Yes, let me go to this side, please, Hassan.
Hassan Rashidi from Al Jazeera. General, what is the situation now in the Mosul, and what's your target in this city?
We are continuing operations in the north near Mosul. Our efforts are right now to isolate regime forces in and around Mosul. We believe at this point we've had some success in causing some paramilitaries to leave that area, and that leaves some Ba'ath Party enforcers, is probably the best way to describe them, in that area. So it is not yet completely stable. We have not conducted significant combat operations into that area, but we continue to focus targeting on forces that are in the Mosul region, as well as other places along what has been described as the Green Line. Those operations continue at this time. Tom?
Yes, sir. Tom here with CNN. I'd like to go back to the videos you showed us this afternoon, 2 missile launcher sites. I guess it's my turn to ask the usual daily question about weapons of mass destruction. We've had unconfirmed reports the last couple of days of finding locations that are cemented over, either in schoolyards or elsewhere, where you've had to dig underground looking for these things. What has been found in those? And the second question, normally I only ask one, British reports of the death of Chemical Ali in Basra, if you could talk to us about that.
We continue to find information that leads us to different sites, and we also, as we continue to advance, uncover areas where there's suspected activity. With each one of these reports that there might be some potential presence of weapons of mass destruction or some potential means of using weapons of mass destruction, we do a thorough search. We've organized part of the force to be able to specifically go to sites, either ones that we have planned up front to examine as we arrive on them, or ones that can be done on an ad hoc basis where we find some piece of information we didn't previously have. And frankly, we expect there will be a lot of that, since there was a deliberate campaign of denial, deception, hiding things, burying things. I don't have any specific updates on the locations you're talking about where the concrete was found. There are some other areas as well that we think that we have to excavate sites to find out what in fact was buried there. As more information comes available, then we'll certainly report that, but we don't have any extraordinary finds at this point while we're still looking. As to the reports, I don't have any confirmed reports on the condition of the man referred to as Chemical Ali. And continue on the right here. Please, Jeff.
General Jeff Mead from Sky News. Can you give us a sense of your emotion, how you felt when you saw that footage of tanks right into Baghdad, right by the river in the parade ground? What sense does that give you? And also, militarily, how do you assess that operation, its character, and how do you plan to develop on it?
Well, first, from here we also get to experience things at a distance, and the great value of embedded reporters is that you can see things that are happening the same way as they are in the eyes of the soldiers that are out there. I think most of the story was told by the soldiers who were involved in that. The term I used a few days ago was cautious optimism. And so while that increases the optimism and reinforces the reality of our ability to conduct operations even into the heart of the regime where the regime does not have control, it also reminds us that there's still a great deal of hazard out there. These are personal friends of mine that conducted that operation, people that I've served with, and I was delighted for their success, and we certainly wish them continued success and protection in the coming days. What we do with it militarily, though, is that's where the cautious part of the cautious optimism comes back in. Opportunities are created by operations. and then new operations come as a result of those opportunities. So there will be things that come as a result of what you saw today. We're not going to specify what those are. We'll see them as they unfold. Many of them are tactical decisions made by commanders down on the ground where they see another opportunity to put the regime at greater risk, take away its ability to control, and remove the mechanisms by which the regime either oppresses people or conducts military operations. And so that's what we think we'll see here over the coming days, not just in Baghdad, but in all of the areas throughout the country. Come to the left side. Yes, sir, please.
General Paul Adams of the BBC. Last time I checked, just as we were coming into the briefing this afternoon, it seemed as though American forces were still at one of the presidential palaces and didn't show any signs of moving out. Is it your intention that some of those forces will remain where they are through the day and perhaps beyond?
Well, I think these are tactical decisions that will be made out there, Paul. Again, there's opportunities that come from each action that's taken, and then the commanders on the ground will decide whether there's something new that needs to happen. So they'll make the decisions on what parts of Baghdad they wish to retain control of, where they want to conduct operations out of, whether they want to move to a different location, exert greater authority in different places, or simply go directly to where they happen to have intelligence on where any regime forces might be located. And so I can't characterize exactly what the intentions are for the tactical commanders on the ground. The more important thing for us at this level is it reinforces, again, the reality that we will and will continue to conduct operations at a time and place of our choosing, and that the regime does not have the means of preventing that. While we will encounter fights, and some of the fights have been fights that are worthy of respect for forces that unfortunately may be dying for a regime that does not have a future, and we take that into account, we don't take for granted that there still will be some actions in a variety of places. Our efforts will be continuous in trying to find out where the additional forces are located, and in many cases we'll take the battle directly to those forces. And that's how I'll characterize it. Please.
Hi, General Brooks, Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press, Television News. At this point, I'd like to ask you what, to your mind, constitutes victory? And second, I know you've said day after day that this is a fight against more than one man, but as far as the search for Saddam Hussein goes, can you claim victory while Saddam eludes you? And how concerned are you that he will, in fact, elude you?
Well, Jeff, let me recharacterize a part of what you've asked in the question. We have at no time said there is a hunt for any particular individual. And so, because of that, we can't be eluded. So what I would tell you is this. We continue to focus not on individuals, but on the regime and its capabilities. The characterization of victory will not occur from here. We're going to continue to conduct operations until we accomplish the objectives that have been set out for us. And if you review those objectives that were laid out at the very beginning of the operation, it's very clear to all who consider it that we haven't finished our work yet. And so we're a long way from being able to celebrate victory. We certainly continue to say that the outcome is not in doubt, but there is still work for us to do at this point, and that's where we'll remain focused. Let me go to the second row, please.
Vyacheslav Dukin, Russian State Television. General, do you have any new information about the incident with the Russian convoy apart what has been released yesterday? What would you say to the reports that bullets from M16 rifles used by the U.S. Army were extracted from the vehicles who had been shot upon and also during the surgery? And also to the information that the convoy was prevented from moving by the U.S. forces? Thank you.
What we know is that we had reports that the embassy personnel were going to be moving out to the west and departing Iraq. We had awareness of that. We have received reports, as many of you have heard, that there was some sort of exchange of gunfire that hit part of the convoy as it moved. What we don't have is anything that would confirm the role of U.S. forces in that. We do know that it went through a contested area, and an area that certainly had Iraqi forces present, and we fought those forces later in the day. There are any number of reports out there at this point in time, and none of them are factual. So I can't provide you an update until we've had the opportunity to continue our interaction, which we already have with the Russian embassies, through our embassies, some of the direct contacts that have occurred, and when this group has completely gotten to safety, as well as has the opportunity to make their own examination, we may have more to say. Right now we don't have anything else we can talk about. Second row, please.
Hi,
Donna Linewand with USA Today. There have been some reports this morning that in an agricultural warehouse near Baghdad there were some G-series nerve agents found. Several people had to be decontaminated. Can you tell us a little bit about what was found there and how it was found and what this indicates to you?
Donna, I honestly don't know. I have not seen that report, and I have not seen that as what we call a significant act that gets immediately posted. So it's not within my awareness at this point in time. What I can tell you in general terms is, first, we have always expected that this regime has chemical weapons and also possesses the will and the means to use it. As we continue to advance, we've taken away some of those means, and we've taken away some of the will by our leaflet drops, by our messages, and by our military action. We continue to remain focused on the potential of encountering it, either by it being delivered or going into places where it might be stored. And so I don't know anything specific about this case. I'm sure that whoever encountered that took the appropriate actions. We have, inside of our tactical formations, right at the front of the formations, we have things like chemical agent monitors, chemical detectors, chemical reconnaissance vehicles that specifically look for things. So when there's an anticipation that there might be some agents nearby, commanders will make a determination and push those assets to where they can see if there's a hazard or not. And if there is, they take appropriate actions. And so that's all I know about that. It's more a matter of our approach than that specific report. Let me go to the second row, please.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. There are some reports that the United States military flew the head of the Iraqi National Congress into southern Iraq, into Nasiriyah. 3 questions. Can you confirm if that's true? Can you tell us if it is true that he also brought 700 soldiers and what role you see for them? And thirdly, what does this tell us about how the Pentagon views the Iraqi National Congress as a possible starting point for an Iraqi interim authority or the future of the Iraqi government?
Well, it should come as no surprise, Craig, that our government has done work with the Iraqi National Congress, and we've taken their interests and concerns seriously. At this point, I don't want to characterize exactly what work has been done in recent days with the Iraqi National Congress, but there is ongoing work. Suffice it to say that there are Iraqis outside of Iraq who are interested in helping to liberate their country, and we are interested in having them contribute to that effort. And also, the Iraqis that are inside of Iraq. There are many who want to help in liberating their country and have already assisted the coalition, and we anticipate there will be even more in the days ahead. Adi.
Thank you, sir. Adi Raval, ABC News. As the coalition military actions in Baghdad increase over time, certainly more regime leaders and other Ba'ath Party officials are going to attempt to flee from Baghdad. Where do you stand on the issue of checkpoints around the city of Baghdad? There was a report today that there were checkpoints established at all of the main artilleries leading from Baghdad. Thank you, sir.
Well, since we have ongoing operations, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to characterize exactly where we have established varying degrees of control. So, suffice it to say that we focus on places where regime leaders or regime assets, be they military, paramilitary, or others, might want to move, and we want to deny freedom of action, just as we have out in the Western Desert against weapons of mass destruction, just as we have in other parts of Iraq. We remain focused on that as it relates to Baghdad, so that we know who's moving in and out. There may be some that can move, and there may be some areas where we exercise a high degree of control. There may be other areas where we simply maintain surveillance. In some cases, we may target certain things. So, again, these are all very tactical decisions that are made by commanders on the ground who seek to achieve a particular effect with the ultimate objective of having a degree of control over movement inside and out of Baghdad. That's how we're orienting ourselves right now. Let me go a little bit further back. Yes, sir, please.
Kevin Diaz from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. We've got troops in Baghdad. It seems like we've got the whole regime on the run. If ever there was a time that this regime would resort to weapons of mass destruction or chemical warfare, wouldn't it have happened by now? And since it hasn't happened, wouldn't it be reasonable for some people to conclude that they didn't have them or weren't willing to use them?
Well, some might come to that conclusion. We don't come to that conclusion. We look more at not what the actual decisions are. We don't speculate on what decisions are actually going through the minds of those regime leaders that remain or those that might have some influence. Rather, we look at, is there a capability still to use weapons of mass destruction? Is there still potentially a set of chemicals that's stored somewhere that could be put into use? Is there still a mechanism to deliver that? Is there a mechanism to issue orders to deliver that? If so, then the threat is not gone. As to when the best time to use it might have been, there have already been a number of places where it could have been used and it was not used. And I think that's not just because of decisions made, it's also because of influence against decision makers. We believe that our operations have been effective in convincing, first, you saw some of the leaflets early on that we delivered to units that had the capability that said no one benefits from the use of weapons of mass destruction. And we also reminded them of what happened at Halabja. That was on the leaflet. We also did deliberate work against things like Astros missiles, free rockets over ground, Asamud missiles, Ababil 100s, the missiles that could deliver these types of chemicals. Where we saw them, we destroyed them. And we also moved into areas where they had been launched in the early days, particularly toward Kuwait, to take away the opportunity for them to actually deliver those. That work continues, but there's also still capability. While it hasn't been found, we're reminded that because we haven't found it, it's still there. That's the approach we take. Yes, sir, please.
Alan Villafana, Telemundo Network. With so many Iraqis, POWs into custody, have the coalition been able to identify criminals of war?
What we've seen, Alan, is the behaviors of a regime that resorts to criminal activity. And we've seen actions by people who can only be categorized as criminals. How we will deal with that will unfold over time. It's still a bit early to say exactly what actions will be taken, but the President and our other national leaders have been very clear that there will be a day of accounting for those that have committed war crimes in this operation, in plain view of most of the world. So it's not just the coalition forces that are seeing these types of behaviors, and unfortunately we see them continuing, and we want to drive that regime to an end so that it doesn't continue any further. Yes, sir, please.
General Neil Tweedy, Daily Telegraph in London. Can you just give us a bit more of a sense of how the Iraqi regime in the centre of Baghdad is functioning? When you say that it's largely dismembered in terms of communications terms, is there still a body of senior Iraqi government figures who to some extent are communicating, directing, and maybe give us some idea of what kind of organised resistance you think is in the centre?
There are parts of Baghdad that we've not been through, obviously. There are parts that the regime still has control over, particularly the population. Saddam City, as an example, a Shia concentrated neighborhood just on the opposite side of the Saddam Canal in the northeast corner of town. A considerable amount of energy has been committed by the regime at making sure that that population does not turn against the regime. We see intelligence services that are on the ground. We see special security members on the ground, and that's the best information we have about the circumstance there. We do also see that there are places where the regime can exercise control over military forces and capability. Some of it is positioned inside of town. I showed you some military equipment near a mosque in Baghdad. Those decisions are, for the most part, low-level decisions. Commanders that have control of actual forces can order those forces into action. There is a small amount of communication that joins different parts of remnants of the forces that are out there, without getting too specific about that. But what we don't see is an overarching structure that can order action from north to south and east to west throughout the country. Only the coalition has that capability right now. And as each day passes, there's less and less that the regime can do to order action by their forces. Either the capability is destroyed, as in the context that I described during the night on the northwest corner of Baghdad, or actions that occurred on the southeast, actions that are ongoing right now, where that capability is completely taken away, so there's no one to order. We know that we encountered some division commanders, and some of them did not survive the combat from some of the Republican Guard forces. That takes away capability. And we also know that there are degraded mechanisms by which remaining regime leaders would issue their instructions. and those also we are able to degrade in some more cases beyond that. So that's where our efforts are, and they'll continue to go in that direction to take away all capability of the regime, make it clear the regime no longer has control at all in Baghdad or any other area. With the assistance of the population, take those regime members into our custody or out of control some way or another, so that the future can begin in all areas of the country. Let me come center on the right side, please.
Mr. Makkonen, Finnish Broadcasting Company. Has the Iraqi Air Force been operational in course of this war, and does it still have the operational capability?
We've seen some very limited movement by Iraqi helicopters that had not yet been attacked. We've found a number of aircraft locations, some of which I've shown you over days. As you've seen, some of the aircraft were moved into places to hide them or to disperse them away from airfields themselves. One example where we saw a lot of that was near Al-Assad Air Base. Some cases they're moved near cemeteries. In some cases they're moved. In some cases we've seen aircraft actually being buried to try to protect them. So the Iraqi Air Force is not functioning in terms of a force that brings a direct threat. All assets, however, have not been accounted for or eliminated. And so again, as with other things, there is still a capability that has to be addressed, and we can't ignore that capability in our considerations on a daily basis. Let me go in the back, please.
General, two questions. Yang Bingyuan from China Radio International. And as the coalition force is advancing to the center of Baghdad, and there are possibilities of urban fighting, how could you spare the civilian casualty or minimize the civilian casualties? And question two is that last night the Iraqis for the first time had imposed a nighttime travel ban. What effect did that do for your military operations? Thank you.
We can never guarantee that civilians will not be injured as a result of combat. And you're right in assessing that the potential increases as we go into more closed spaces common to an urban area. And that's not just in Baghdad, that's in other areas. But I think our track record to date shows that as we enter into an urban area, we do it in a very deliberate way. Our fires are discriminating. We don't randomly shoot throughout town. Our fires are focused on specific military targets or against specific threats that are identified, military or non-military. That will continue. That's already been the case. We've had very large formations with significant combat power entering into the heart of Baghdad, down to the Tigris River in some cases, or in other parts of town, as you saw earlier today. And while there may have been civilian casualties we don't know about, we know that our fires were focused in such a way that they were oriented against regime elements, regime forces. That will continue to be the case. And so we'll remain focused on doing all we can to protect the Iraqi people from the hazards of combat. You saw the leaflet that I showed today. Those types of communications also contribute to protecting the Iraqi population. We still have great concern, though, because this regime has demonstrated a willingness on a number of occasions to hide behind the civilian population, deliberately putting them between coalition forces and regime forces. And that's happened even in the last 2 days. Reports of moving civilians out in front, firing over the top of their heads to cause a response by coalition forces with the intent of causing the coalition to create what has been referred to in some cases as collateral damage. Actions against civilians that we don't intend to hit or against structures that we don't intend to hit. We're disciplined, we're trained, and we're also very accurate. And so that's not been a problem, and we believe we'll continue to take an approach that prevents it from becoming a problem. Yes, ma'am, please.
I want to ask you about the various palaces that the coalition forces have been into from now. There's been the Special Forces one, there's a Basra one, there's several in Baghdad now. What were you expecting to find there? Have you actually found documents, leaders, weapons, those sort of things? The other question quickly, you mentioned the arrival of new coalition forces when you were talking about maritime ops. Can you give us this idea of the scale of that?
The different places that we go into sometimes have value because they might have intelligence inside of them, and so we'll enter them for those purposes and see if we can find papers or other information that might give us greater insight into the regime or into regime leaders. We've not found a lot of weapons inside of palaces. Those are more commonly reserved to schools and hospitals, where we have found lots of weapons and lots of ammunition. In some cases, we find regime leaders inside of their homes or palaces. In the ones you saw today, that was not the case. Some of these had already been attacked. Some portions of palace complexes had been attacked, particularly the parts that are associated with command and control systems. Our efforts are not about individuals. Our efforts are about the regime and its capability. And so while some of these attacks that you saw today did not turn up individuals, they may well turn up information. They certainly show clearly that the regime does not control those areas, that the coalition can control those areas whenever it chooses to. And they also show the great juxtaposition between conditions you see in Qasr and conditions you see inside of the palace in Baghdad. It says an awful lot, in my view, about the regime and its approach to the great riches of Iraq. As to the continuing buildup of forces, as I mentioned, we do have forces that are flowing in. They've always been part of the plan. We remain on plan, and without being too specific about how much forces come in, where they're going to go, how we'll use them, suffice it to say that this has always been considered from the start, and that process continues. It will increase the combat capability of the coalition. It's not just U.S. forces that are still arriving, and we believe the coalition continues to gain strength with every day that passes. Please, in the back.
General, thank you. Jonathan Marcus, BBC. Just clarify, please. I think you just said that in some cases we find regime leaders in the palaces that are attacked. Could you expand on that, please? Could you also tell us whether, if your special forces or aircraft have attacked any long-range Scud missiles to the west of Iraq, would you have shown us pictures of those attacks, of those particular weapon systems?
I made reference to finding regime leaders in their homes, and we certainly have had some evidence of that in the last few days. We believe that Ali Hassan al-Majid, Chemical Ali, may have been in a home. And so sometimes we do see them returning to homes, and sometimes we see them going in other places. Where we have the opportunity, we may direct an attack against that. Sometimes we can, sometimes we cannot, but we continue to monitor for that. The second part of your question?
Yeah, you told us a lot about operations by Special Operations Forces and aircraft against alleged Scud sites, launch sites and installations. There's actually an article in Aviation Week this week describing one of those missions, and it seems to suggest that targets were hit. So my question was, if you had hit or found indeed long-range Scud missile systems, would you have been able to show us pictures of those attacks? Have you attacked such systems?
What we have seen is, first we conducted some operations in places that have been traditionally used to hide long-range surface-to-surface missiles, particularly in the Western Desert, in areas that would threaten neighbors of Iraq. Those areas have been denied. In some cases we found missile assembly locations, and those were attacked. Now I've shown you some of those images. In other cases we found missiles themselves. The Scud family, I don't recall exactly how many of those we've encountered. We have found some. Mostly what we've seen is the Al-Samud Ababil family of missiles, and those also can range neighboring countries, as we've certainly seen in a number of cases fired against Kuwait. All of these are capable of carrying chemical munitions and potentially biological munitions as well. So our operations do continue looking at places where they might hide, where they might move, denying their free movement. We've seen evidence of missile launcher concentrations between the lakes near Al-Ramadi, as an example, and closer to Baghdad. And it seems logical, as we know that there has been some missile development over the last several years in secret, that extended range would mean that the western areas don't have to necessarily be used. Areas closer to Baghdad might be used and still range the same target areas. And so we look at a number of places to find these types of things. I can't characterize a number for you at this point in time, but our work continues.
What's the name of the location?
Al-Ramadi is one area where we see that concentrated, I say between the lakes on the west of Baghdad. Yes, sir, please.
General, thank you. Clinton Rogers, BBC. I think a lot of us in this room have been fascinated, would be one word, by the various pronouncements of the Iraqi Information Minister. I think it reached its most surreal today when he was on television saying he saw no Americans, and then it was 2 minutes later followed by one of your commanders saying he was across the road, so he thought he might go across and say hello. It begs the question, why don't you go and say hello? tap him on the shoulder and bring him in?
Well, on a number of cases we've said that this is not about individuals. And we've also said that we report facts. We've certainly seen some misrepresentation of facts in other places, some of them glaringly obvious. Our operations are focused for purposes that are conceived by commanders on the ground, and those operations have been very effective. So it's not so much about individuals at all. Perhaps, but we have a regime that is engaged in this type of disinformation to its people for a long time. Right now, many of the broadcasts are not being seen by the Iraqi people. They're being seen internationally on satellite. What's being shown to the Iraqi people is something very different than that. And I'll just leave it at that point. Off to the side, please.
I was wondering if you could tell us, Nick Spicer, National Public Radio, we have a report that some American troops outside of Baghdad are being told that they don't have to wear their chemical protection suits anymore. Could you confirm that, and would their actions be speaking louder than your words about the potential threat in Baghdad in terms of chemical or biological weapons? Thank you.
Well, I don't know if those decisions have in fact been made. What I can tell you is that the use of the chemical protective overgarments or chemical protective suits is a protective posture, and the decisions for putting it on or taking it off are made by tactical commanders. They make their assessments based on what they see, what they sense, and it's a judgment call. In some cases, they may make a decision at their own time. In some cases, it may be a higher commander that issues that order. That kind of an order will not come from this command at this headquarters. It'll be delegated down to a much lower level. So if that's true, then that's a tactical commander's decision, and that's certainly their call to make. Right behind, please.
Sir, Peter Lloyd from ABC. I'm just confused about your response to the definition of victory. You've got a timeline which you talk about. Where on your timeline is the milestone, and what is it that signifies victory not just to you but to the Iraqi people? And if you haven't got one or can't tell us what it is, how can you convince the Iraqi people when it's over that it is over?
Well, what we have is a plan, and the timeline is really not the appropriate term. Timeline says things are going to unfold in time, a specific time having been preconceived. Rather, we see a related series of actions and objectives to be attained, and we remain on that plan. There's still work to be done. We know that. All of our objectives have not been attained. But I think the Iraqi people are already beginning to realize that life has changed in areas where the coalition has passed through. They're beginning to enjoy the freedom of choice on a number of things. They're enjoying life without a regime that orders them to do certain things, and if they don't, they murder members of the family. That's been moved away from a number of areas. So for the population, victory is already occurring in some places. And we rapidly move into the things that are necessary to begin the start point for the future. In other areas, combat action is still ongoing. And we're not finished with that. We remain focused on achieving the combat-related objectives. Rather than stating time, we've stated on a number of occasions that this will go as long as it needs to go. And we'll be here as long as it takes to accomplish what it is that is required. We're not going to abandon this mission. We're going to see it all the way through, and that is ongoing. I have time for one more question. Mr. George?
Yes, thank you, General. I'm George Curry, Editor-in-Chief of the National Newspaper Publishers Association News Service, the Black Press of the United States. I want to follow up on the earlier question regarding the Iraqi National Congress. There was a very public report today on page 1 of the Washington Post that said the exiles were being airlifted back into southern Iraq. Can you at least confirm that they are now part of the mission to help overthrow the regime?
I don't want to be too specific about that, George. We do have ongoing operations. Some of them are very dangerous in their nature. Again, there should be no surprise that the Iraqi National Congress wants to see a different Iraq than that which existed a few months ago. And that is ongoing. They're participating, working closely with the coalition. There are some who are willing and ready to fight for the liberation of Iraq. As that develops, there'll be more information to talk about it, but it's too early for us to be specific at this point in time. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again.
Just about 50 minutes for General Vincent Brooks down in Qatar at Central Command Headquarters. And if you're just joining us this morning here on CNN, it has been another day of fascinating and quick developments in and around Baghdad, and that is the headline right now. General Brooks saying that the U.S. is, quote, a long way from celebrating victory, but now appears they may be a substantial step closer to that. Earlier today, right when the sun broke in Baghdad, a huge column of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles had entered from the western part of the city. The Marines came in from the east, we are told, and that armored column of vehicles has moved through for quite some time. How long they stay, though, appears to be an open-ended question. General Brooks saying the commanders on the ground will determine if the troops stay. Earlier, he has said that the regime on behalf of Iraq retains some capability, but no overarching control. One other item in there, Chemical Ali, there was reported about 5 hours ago by behalf of the British military that they had gotten a positive identification on his body in a home in Basra. But Centcom, again, repeating what Jeff Hoon said earlier today in London, that there is no more in terms of confirming the reports that came out earlier today regarding the Chemical Ali, the man known for that, based on the allegations leveled against him back in 1988, accused of gassing the Kurds in northern Iraq. That's the break from Centcom. We're going to go through this information throughout the day here. Carol Costello back at the CNN Center. Back to Carol now. Carol, good morning again there.
Good morning, Bill. Thanks. You mentioned northern Iraq, and you heard General Brooks say coalition forces around Mosul are isolating regime fighters. Our Jane Arraf has been watching the action. She joins us now to bring us up to date. Jane.
Hi, Carol. Well, we're just down the road from a major intersection, pretty well halfway between those major cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. And we've been here with U.S. Special Forces who have been dug in on this ridge for the past couple of days. Now, spectacular fights yesterday with Iraqi tanks. Today, there seems to be a bit of a lull, but the threat still appears to be there. We have with us one of those Special Forces, a Special Forces communicator, who he can't give us his name right now. But, Sergeant, I wonder if you could just tell us, what is it like up here?
Well, that's a good question. It's very challenging at times and other times very rewarding. We're all proud to be here and proud to be fighting with our Peshmerga counterparts. And I'm very pleased at the progress and us and our fellow forces have been making so far.
And how is that cooperation going with the Peshmerga, particularly after the incident yesterday, the friendly fire incident, where 18 of them were killed and 45 wounded? Have you felt that that has affected the relationship?
All I can say is my personal interactions with the Peshmerga, and they're very, very good soldiers, and they fight alongside with us the entire time. Their attitudes towards us have not changed one bit.
Much different case being here, I suppose, than in the south. I mean, how have you felt about the level of threat here in the north?
We're always on our toes for anything, and it doesn't matter whether we're behind the lines or far away. That we always try to maintain a heightened level of security and situational awareness in order to not let anything surprise us.
Now, we are up here on this ridge. It's very picturesque, as I think people can see through here, but it's extremely hazy. This is the direction that the tanks came from yesterday. How much of a threat is there out there? Is it possible to tell?
Well, there's always a threat, but with our training and with our equipment, we can always counter that threat like we did yesterday.
And what happened yesterday? I mean, there was talk that you took out maybe 10 Iraqi tanks. Could that be it?
I don't want to get into operational matters at this time, but what I can say is the Iraqis came at us and we sent them back several times, severely bleeding, and I don't think they're going to be coming back anytime soon, hopefully.
All right. Is it possible to tell what's going to happen now? I mean, you're still on this ridge. You've got forces up the road.
We own this territory, and what happens next will be seen. We don't know yet.
Thanks very much, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Carol, that was the word from Special Forces on this ridge on just before a major intersection halfway between Mosul and Kirkuk. Now, we have been seeing what appears to be sporadic bombing with some spectacular explosions from Mosul. That appears to have been an ammunition depot that has been blown up. And along the front line, all along the north of Iraq here, we have been seeing Special Forces with the Peshmerga advance a little bit into areas vacated by the Iraqi forces, but so far, of course, not enough forces here on the ground to make that major push. Carol?
Understand. Jane Arraf reporting live from northern Iraq. Now back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, clearly to our viewers at home, the headline again today is what is happening inside of Baghdad. Lisa Rose Weaver is embedded with the military. She joins us by telephone. I think you're pretty close to the capital city, Lisa. Not quite sure exactly what's happening there.
Yes, Bill. Well, I am about 10 kilometers away from Baghdad, just outside the international airport. I'm embedded with an air defense, Patriot defense unit, which has just set up, and I can hear to the north of us heavy artillery fighting in Baghdad. It's nothing that I can see exactly, but there's a fairly constant barrage of very, very heavy booming. Earlier, we explored some Republican National Guard bunkers that were apparently abandoned very much at the last minute. Lots of ammunition, abandoned clothes. Notably, one of the captains conducting the search discovering baby formula there. He says he suspects that the Iraqi soldiers were eating it for vitamins because all else they had to eat appears to have been bread and potatoes. Other than that, it's been a smooth journey to this point. Nothing going on in the immediate vicinity, but again, we hear that artillery in Baghdad. Bill?
All right, Lisa, we got a report about 3 hours ago from Walt Rogers that that time it was described as an incoming missile. It's some sort of operations center run by the 3rd Infantry Division. I know you're with this air defense unit here. Do you know as to whether or not, or can you even tell us, whether or not Patriot missiles have gone with you to this location in the event that incoming missiles would be fired at U.S. forces?
Well, yes, that is the function of having a Patriot battery at this location. So far, we've only been here a few hours. There hasn't been need to utilize them, but that indeed is why they're here. There is, you mentioned the 3rd Infantry, there is a lot of infantry in the area. We passed many tanks and other military vehicles on the way up. But again, where I am is outside the airport, not inside, and I can't really see what's going on there on the other side of the wall. Bill?
All right, Lisa, thanks. Lisa Rose Weaver embedded there just outside of Baghdad, and we will check in when we get more. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City. Carol, good to be with you again. I'll continue on as we go forward now on this Monday.
Yeah, and I have to say goodbye right now, but of course I'll be back tomorrow morning. Bye, Bill.
You got it. See you then, Carol.
CNN's coverage begins right now.
Nobody but the service experts at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealers bring you the Blue Waters and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Nobody else offers chances to win great prizes, including movie tickets, a trip to the Caribbean, or to the world premiere of this summer's hot new movie, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. Hurry in to win. And while you're there, get great deals on tires, brakes, and more, and pay later at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealers.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
What happened? I ordered 200 oxen, but they sent us all these little wiener dogs. 200 dachshund. Are you on a cell phone, sir? Well, yeah. Static. Here. Now you can get clear calls and do more, because Sprint built the largest all-digital, all-PCS enhanced nationwide network from the ground up. For clarity you can see and hear. Thanks. Now this would have helped.
Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. First, here's what's happening at this hour. The coalition is tightening its grip on Baghdad. Bombs thundered in the Iraqi capital today as more than 100 U.S. tanks and armored vehicles rolled in. U.S. forces seized key buildings in Baghdad, including Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace. U.S. tanks remain outside the palace now. The Pentagon says the raid sends a message to the Iraqi regime that U.S. troops can go where they want, when they want. There are early reports of U.S. casualties south of Baghdad. U.S. Army sources tell CNN's Walter Rogers that an Iraqi missile struck an operations center. At least 6 soldiers, U.S., were injured, and up to 6 others are missing. In another incident, a U.S. Marines armored vehicle was hit as the unit tried to secure a bridge over the Tigris River. It is not yet clear how many Marines were wounded or killed. In northern Iraq now, U.S. and Kurdish forces are targeting military sites in the city of Mosul. Enormous fires and explosions have been reported overnight. CNN's Jana Raff says U.S. Special Forces are focusing on a strategic junction that leads to Mosul and Kirkuk in the north. East of Baghdad, U.S. Marines have seized the headquarters of Iraq's Atomic Energy Commission. Our Martin Savage says they found unidentified substances in jars and protective suits and masks. Savage says the building looked as if it had been recently occupied. Coming up, more on the attack on Baghdad. Centcom says U.S. forces are there to stay for now. We'll have much more on this story. And is Basra ready to fall? We'll talk about the progress British forces are making there. Plus, what happens next? We'll talk strategy with one of our military analysts. All that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning and welcome to a brand new week here. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Thanks so much for joining us. U.S. ground forces are taking the most treasured pieces of presidential real estate in Baghdad on their own terms. And U.S. commanders say the troops are there to stay. If you are just waking up this morning, here is what has been happening overnight. At 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. tanks rolled into the city, firing at Iraqi positions. Dozens of tanks and armored personnel carriers from the Army's 2nd Brigade took part in that operation. At 2:22 a.m., that's a hard one to say quickly, U.S. forces overtake Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. There was little resistance. Some Iraqi soldiers were seen taking off their uniforms and fleeing. At 2:30 a.m., U.S. forces in Zahra Park topple a 40-foot tall statue of Saddam Hussein riding a horse. See if that shot plays out there. No, it doesn't. And at 2:35 a.m. Eastern Time, Iraq's Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf denies any of it ever happened. With smoke rising in the streets around him, al-Sahaf tells reporters Iraqi soldiers have taught the Americans a lesson. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who has been watching all of this from Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hello, Paul. As we start another week here, the bullseye still remains on Baghdad, and that is where we are getting the bulk of our headlines yet again today. Walt Rogers with the 307th Cavalry west of Baghdad says he has gotten word today that some American soldiers got into trouble by raising an American flag in downtown Baghdad. We're told the unit's commander ordered the flag to be taken down immediately. He says the U.S. is in Baghdad to liberate, not occupying the American flag, send the wrong message. A similar word we had about 3 weeks ago in Basra. Jane Arraf in the north with Kurdish forces says Kurdish leaders are celebrating after hearing earlier today the man known as Chemical Ali as being dead. Now, British officials earlier today say General Ali Hassan al-Majid was killed in an airstrike in Basra. Ali led the chemical attack, accused of killing about 5,000 Kurds 15 years ago. However, as we say that, no confirmation from General Brooks at Centcom in that briefing last hour here. We'll keep a track of that. The Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade making history when it opened up with an artillery fire in northern Iraq. It is the first time that unit has fired on an enemy, they say, in 3 decades, back to Vietnam War. That was after that war. The 173rd decommissioned, then reactivated last year. In fact, CNN's Thomas Nybo is embedded with that group. A lot to talk about, Paula. We are off and running now on this Monday. Good morning again to you.
Thanks, Bill. And we're going to get started with the view from journalists on the scene. Walt Rogers, as Bill just mentioned, is with the Army's 307th Cav in southwest Baghdad. Martin Savage is with Marines in southeast Baghdad as well. And Ben Wiedemann is near Mosul, Iraq. Now to the western outskirts of the capital. Let's get started with Walt Rogers, who is with the 307th Cav with news of American casualties. Walt, what's the latest?
Good morning, Paula. There was a price to be paid for that American thrust by the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division into Baghdad today. This is, of course, the 3rd day in a row. But we're given to believe by Army sources, and I've checked this several times now, that the Iraqis did manage to find the brigade headquarters from whence the operation was being commanded. And we're told that the Iraqis fired a missile into the headquarters. At least 6 Americans injured, 4 to 6 other Americans unaccounted accounted for at that brigade headquarters. That would be the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. Still, the progress today inside Baghdad is considerably greater than what we've seen the previous 3 days. You'll recall this is the 3rd day that the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division has thrust forward, rolled tanks into Baghdad. What's different today, however, is that the Iraqis now, or the Iraqis are going to be seeing those American forces stay. We're told that 3 battalions of the 2nd Brigade are not leaving tonight. That is to say, they are going to occupy a section of Baghdad. 3 battalions, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry, will be staying in Baghdad. This is not just a tactical armed reconnaissance foray. Paula?
Walt, are you allowed to tell us what the 7th Cav will be up to today?
We can tell you part of it. We can't tell you what our next move is, but we can tell you about their operation, which is underway. What's happening, very interesting, is that as the Americans consolidate their positions, particularly here in the western suburbs, the Iraqi citizens are coming up feeling more confident and saying, by the way, did you know there's a collection of tanks in that palm tree grove over there? Or by the way, there is a missile over there. And what the 7th Cavalry is doing at this hour is responding to help from local Iraqi citizens in the western suburbs. We can hear the rumbling in the distance. They are blasting away at armored personnel carriers, Iraqi arms caches, Iraqi tanks. Many of the Iraqi soldiers simply park their tanks in somebody's driveway now, take off their uniforms, leave the uniforms there. We're seeing fairly mass desertions. We also understand there's a fairly large missile that has just been destroyed, or at least recovered, by 7th Cavalry. Paula?
Well, Rogers, thanks for the update. We'll be getting back to you a little bit later on this morning. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, the U.S. military is saying that the Army came in from the west, the Marines came in from the east. You heard Walt talk about these casualties on behalf of the 3rd ID. We are getting reports again today. Earlier today, U.S. Marines taking casualties as well. Not quite clear on the details. Perhaps Martin Savage can sort them out for us by way of video phone now, southeastern part of Baghdad for more. Marty, good afternoon.
Hello, Bill. About the same time that the U.S. Army was entering Baghdad from the west, that's when the Marines began making their push from the east. Now, we understand that 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines, who were starting across a bridgehead just before they moved out, one of their armored personnel carriers in which the Marines ride was struck by an artillery shell. Unclear at this point whose artillery shell. There may have been Iraqi indirect fire artillery coming in at that particular point. It is a bridgehead area. It's an area that Iraqi guns would be focused upon. Also, though, there have been unconfirmed reports that it may have been U.S. military artillery as well, which would have been focused on force protection. Could have been a round that went astray. That's under investigation. Not clear this time. The APC was hit, and we do understand that there were some casualties. That is as much as we know. Meanwhile, some of the lead elements of the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines have already pushed their way across the Tigris. Taking place behind us here now, 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. They're involved in somewhat of a fight. Lead elements down there. There's a small village just before you cross the bridge to go across the Tigris, and that's where the fighting is taking place. Skirmishing mainly. You'll hear artillery fire at times. Heavy machine guns going off. We've also heard rounds of M16s and sporadic fire and mortar fire going off. There's also been artillery that seems to come close to this proximity here as well. Airstrikes continue overhead. Helicopters continue to fly by. A lot of activity here, but of course it's all focused on getting the Marines established on the eastern side of Baghdad, blocking off any reinforcement on the part of Iraqi troops that might come in from the Iranian border, and also moving in on the city itself. Bill?
Yeah, I do. All right, Marty, thanks. Marty Savage there by way of video phone, southeastern part of Baghdad. Losing a little bit of that signal at the end. Marty, thanks. We'll check in a bit later today. Paula again now.
Thanks, Bill. And we're going to go straight to the Pentagon right now, where our own Barbara Starr is standing by with the very latest from there. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Paula. Well, just to reset the big picture a little bit from here, what they made clear at the Central Command briefing this morning is that U.S. troops are going to continue these probes into Baghdad. Now, of course, they've moved to the center of the city now, their deepest penetration into the capital, and there is a bit of an update from what we have reported earlier. Sources here now saying in that attack on some Army communications vehicles, they now believe 6 wounded, but in addition, 6 U.S. soldiers killed. Also, they now believe it is possible 2 Marines were killed in that eastern approach to Baghdad. This result They believe of some bridges being blown by the Iraqis, both east of the city where that attack occurred, and they also now believe the Iraqis have blown some bridges north of the city. So at Central Command, what they are saying is that the U.S. and coalition forces are increasingly in control of Baghdad, but there is still plenty of possible danger ahead. Here's what General Brooks had to say.
A second attack into the heart of Baghdad to key regime locations, destroying any defending forces while protecting the civilian population and the city's infrastructure, reinforces the reality that the regime is not in control of all of the major city.
Now, one area the coalition is particularly concerned about is the eastern side of Baghdad, a place called Saddam City, which has a large Shia population. Very concerned that the Iraqis are still in control of that area, and there may be some trouble in that region. On the question of Chemical Ali, the man believed to be responsible for the chemical attacks on the Kurds and believed to possibly have been killed in an attack 2 nights ago in his house in Basra. Officials saying they still have no confirmation that it was his body in that house. They say it may be some time. The attack was very severe, and they're going to try and identify some of the remains they have found. Paula?
Barbara, finally, Central Command gets peppered with questions every day about the status of Saddam Hussein and whether you can consider this military plan a success without either capturing or killing Saddam Hussein. And the answer once again today is this campaign is not about a single individual. Can you expand on that and what is being said privately about the importance of finding Saddam Hussein?
Well, what this administration likes to make clear is that campaigns cannot, in their view, be about one person. They learned that in Afghanistan, of course, never finding Osama bin Laden or Mullah Omar, the head of the Taliban. So that's the message that is also being portrayed in this campaign. It's not about Saddam Hussein. It's about regime change, and it's about disarming Iraq. At this point, the bottom line is they say they still don't know if he's dead or alive, but they're increasingly going with the strategy that it doesn't matter, that he himself is now largely irrelevant. Coalition forces in control of much of the country, except for what they say are some isolated pockets. Coalition forces in control of all of Iraqi airspace, they say. So from their point of view, they say it is irrelevant whether he's dead or alive. The campaign is achieving its objectives of regime change. Paula?
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. We'll be weighing in with you a lot this morning. Appreciate your input. Bill?
All right, Paula, listen, we do know some targets of the U.S. Incursion. It's a bit more than incursion at this point in Baghdad. We had incursions over the weekend. This appears, based on what Centcom was saying, to have the U.S. military move in and actually stay there based on what the commanders are seeing on the ground. Let's talk about that military strategy. General Wesley Clark's back with us live in Little Rock, Arkansas. And General, good to have you on this Monday. We do know a presidential palace. We do know the information ministry. We do know about the El Rashid Hotel. Based on that, if indeed it's the case on the ground in Baghdad, what does this tell you about the targets the U.S. right now is choosing?
Well, these are still regime targets, Bill, because essentially there are no there's no hard military positions to occupy. This is an attack about regime change. It's about finding enemy centers of leadership and resistance and demonstrating to the population and the remaining Iraqi forces that the regime's days are numbered, that it's time to lay down their arms and cease resistance. And so this foray today that's going to at least temporarily hold these positions, and we don't know what their ultimate aims are, but this is a continuation of the pattern of opportunistic operations around Baghdad. It was to encircle Baghdad, at least blocking the main arteries of communications, send reconnaissance in, special operations troops, run armored columns through, locating and defeating enemy centers of resistance, and as the opportunities presented themselves and the timing was right and conditions were set, to seize and possibly hold key facilities or regions of the city. This falls in that pattern. It's a very smart, considered strategy.
All right, if that's the case, then, General, what happens on Tuesday? What happens on Wednesday?
This pattern is likely to be repeated, Bill. We'll probably see another brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division come in, or some other force come in, seize other objectives. We'll see if these forces stay there. We'll see them move beyond the locations they're in right now. We may see activities going underground to look for the underground storage facilities. It's unpredictable. This is reconnaissance-led operations. Wherever
what do you
they
make
see the
right
need,
now
they'll go.
Sorry, Jenna. What are you to make right now of the so-called Ring of Steel and whether or not this thing ever even materialized in the first place? And with that as a backdrop, the Ring of Steel that used to circle the capital city, so we were told prior to the start of this conflict, what do you make of right now in terms of command and control abilities of the Special Republican Guard, regular Iraqi soldiers right now who are still willing to carry on this fight in Baghdad?
My guess is, Bill, that if another nation with 1970s and 1960s technology and capabilities had attacked the Iraqi capital, that the Republican Guards might very well have put up an effective defense. But these soldiers were no match for the combined arms, the high precision, reconnaissance-led strikes by the Air Force and Navy fighter pilots, the stealth aircraft overhead, and then the very, very well-trained U.S. Army and Marine forces who could take the fight to the enemy, tank for tank, fighting vehicle by fighting vehicle, infantryman by infantryman. They simply weren't a match. They were overwhelmed. It's what we would say in Army training parlance. We'd say they couldn't execute. They may have had generals who could draw plans on maps. They may have had leaders who could describe concepts like a Ring of Steel. But when it came right down to where the battles are won or lost, at the level of fighting soldiers, the airmen, the people with their fingers on the triggers and their eyes against the sights, the Iraqis were no match for the coalition.
Thank you, General. Wesley Clark again, live in Little Rock. We'll talk on and off throughout the morning and into the afternoon with you there live in Arkansas. Paula, earlier today, a member of the U.S. Army in Baghdad said this time it is for real. A quote from the U.S. Army early, and apparently, based on the videotape and the stories we're getting from our reporters, that is indeed the case in Baghdad. Back to you now.
Which brings us to our next question, Bill. Coming up, who will call the shots in post-war Iraq? The White House and 10 Downing Street are at odds over that. That story next as our coverage of the war in Iraq continues. I did it.
Christiane Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
They're shooting a little blind right now.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
The average American is facing over $8,000 in credit card debt. That's weighing them down. But what they don't know is that Congress passed laws that consumers can use to pay their bills to get out of debt. You can get money to pay your mortgage or money to pay your rent. There's also money for those pesky monthly bills, like your food bills or phone bills. There are even programs to pay your credit card bills. My new book identifies over 4,000 programs to pay your bills. Even millionaires qualify for some of these programs. Call now!
Mr. Watson, come here. I want to see you.
2 years after the telephone was invented, a telephone company was born. 125 years of sweat, of building networks, of getting the job done. After 125 years, we are just getting started. Looking back, moving forward. SBC.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
2:09 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:09 a.m. in Baghdad. A Pentagon official tells CNN that U.S. forces have entered one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces. He says the action sends a message that, quote, we can go where we want, when we want. 2:26 a.m. A British military spokesman tells Reuters that British forces are in control of most of the city of Basra. 2:32 a.m. Eastern Time. The Iraqi Information Minister holds an outdoor briefing telling reporters that there are no American troops in Baghdad. 2:58 a.m. The Al Jazeera TV network shows live pictures from the northern city of Mosul. Al Jazeera says the explosions are caused by a burning ammunition dump. 3:17 a.m. Associated Press quotes a British officer who says the body of Ali Hassan al-Majid has been found in Basra. Al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, is known as Chemical Ali because of his use of chemical weapons against Iraqi Kurds back in 1988. 5:02 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers reports U.S. Army sources tell him an Iraqi missile hit the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry, resulting in U.S. casualties. 6:45 a.m. President Bush departs Washington to travel to Northern Ireland for a summit meeting with his coalition partner, British Prime Minister Tony Blair.
Iraqi opposition leader Ahmed Chalabi has been flown into southern Iraq by the U.S. Air Force. He will lead 700 Iraqi opposition troops on missions inside the country. They will serve under Centcom Commander Tommy Franks. Now, there is deep division in the White House over the role Chalabi might play in a post-war government.
I'm not a candidate for any position in Iraq, and I don't seek an office. I think my role ends with the liberation of the country. The American military, I think, should stay in Iraq until the first elections are held and a democratic government is established. I'm not prepared to give a time frame, but we expect to have a constitution ratified within 2 years.
Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz expects that could take more than 6 months before the U.S. is ready to hand off control to an independent Iraqi government. President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair will discuss post-war leadership, as well as their disagreement over how strong a role the UN should play in a post-war Iraq during meetings today and tomorrow in Northern Ireland. Joining me now to talk more about post-war Iraq is Fawaz Gerges, head of the International Affairs and Middle Eastern Studies at Sarah Lawrence College. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
In the end, what kind of role do you think the UN will play in shaping a post-war Iraq?
Well, unfortunately, it seems to me that the ideologues in charge of the Iraqi project don't assign the UN any major role. And I think this would send the wrong message, not only to the Iraqis themselves, but to the world community at large. It seems to me that the ideologues do not trust the United Nations, do not want to involve the United Nations, and everyone loses in the process.
What role do the ideologues have to, I mean, what reason do they have to trust the UN at this? You know how suspicious they are.
I mean, I think what we need to remember is that Iraqis inside the country, along with Iraqi exiled Iraqi groups, should determine the future of their country. Paula, for any emerging government in Iraq to work, to function, to be seen as legitimate, the process must be seen as transparent and fair, not as an American diktat. This is why you need, I mean, the United Nations. This is why you need the international community. This is why you need to involve as many members of the international community as possible, because I think the idea of installing either an American commander or an American High Commissioner is a bad one, and it's fraught with danger.
Even if it's a temporary role?
I think
it's being called a transitional
How do we know? 6 months? 1 year? 2 years? 3 years? 4? I mean, this is why, how do you want to convince the Iraqis that the United States does not really have any major designs on their country? How do you want to convince Arabs and Muslims that the United States is determined and genuine about empowering Iraqis themselves to govern their country? And there are larger questions here, and the larger question is Iraqis themselves, in particular inside the country, should determine their own country, their own future.
But there certainly is no guarantee, even if the UN gets involved in shaping this new government, that that's going to work either, is there?
Absolutely. I mean, this is why the political reverberations of the Iraqi crisis are extremely, extremely dangerous. This is why the United States must involve the international community. And as you know, there are some major disagreements between, Tony Blair and the ideologues who are in charge of the Iraqi project in the United States. Here you have the Defense Department and the Office of the Vice President advancing the interest of Chalabi, who has very little political weight or any social base in the country itself.
And no stated interest, according to that 60 Minutes interview, in having any permanent role in a government.
Paula, Chalabi is on record stating that he would not even accept an advisory role. He stated his goal, ambition is to play a leadership role in the country. And both the State Department and the CIA are skeptical and ambivalent about Chalabi because he does not have the political weight or any social base in the country itself. Imposing either Chalabi or any other, the leader of the largest Shiite opposition group in Iraq, Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim, has stressed more than once that the Shiite community would oppose any installed American commander or even an installed Iraqi ruler. And in fact, he threatened to use military force to do so. Why would you alienate the leaders in Iraq itself, the leading Shiite community? Why would you alienate the world? Why not, involve the world, the United Nations, the Arab states? Why not make it an international project rather than just a project of the ideologues within the Defense Department and the Office of the Vice President?
So much of this in play at this hour. I guess we'll have to have you back after the President meets with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, where a lot of this will be discussed. Always good to see you. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Bill?
Paula, earlier today, the British say they now control most of the city of Basra. In fact, they went in there with tanks to the heart of that town yesterday on Sunday. And also in the same part of Iraq, there continues to be these questions and conflicting accounts, it appears now, as to the whereabouts of Chemical Ali. We'll try and get to the bottom of it in our live report in Basra when we continue right after this.
Our competitors have turned computer buying into a game, and we're not going to take it anymore. Here's the new deal from Gateway. No complicated price hooks, no confusing rebates to figure out, no add-ons or upgrades needed. What you see with Gateway is what you get. A feature-rich PC at a great price, with shipping included. Call, click, or come in to hear more. A new deal, a better way. Gateway.
Gateway 500 series PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles.
With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
Steady parade of flames has been going on for hours. The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire.
It's unlike anything I have ever seen.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. I don't know how to... Would you autograph my cinnamon roll?
You want me to autograph your cinnamon roll?
Yes.
All right.
You make mine out to Steve?
Daniel.
Carl.
Bud.
Brian.
Tyrone T. Jenkins.
Juan Carlos Fernandez.
The 2003 Lincoln LS V8 and BMW 540i recently went head-to-head in a series of handling tests. The result? The LS V8 out-slaloms, out-corners, and has better handling performance than the BMW 540i. The new Lincoln LS V6, starting at $29,495. There are those who travel, and those who travel well.
At 29 minutes past the hour this Monday morning, time to sample some Voices of America with Jack Cafferty.
Good morning, Paula. You know, periodically we check the Voices of America, sampling of Homefront responses to the war in Iraq. In Georgia over the weekend, it was a homecoming at Fort Gordon, where they were celebrating the return of the 359th Signal Brigade after months spent setting up communication systems in Kuwait. Army Reserve Staff Sergeant John Hafer talked about getting home after almost a year.
It was very nice to be home. Yeah. Missed the family.
Some of the members think they got out just in time, members of that unit. On the day they were leaving, you'll remember this story. It was played with a lot of exposure on all the news media. That was the day an Iraqi missile hit that nearby popular shopping mall in Kuwait. So understandably, they feel like they made perhaps a narrow escape from what could have been tragedy. They're home now and obviously quite happy to be so.
Thanks for sharing that with us. See you a little bit later on this morning. Back to Heidi Collins now at CNN Center in Atlanta. Good morning, Heidi. Good morning, Paula. Thanks so much. Here's what's happening at this hour. In the heart of Baghdad, U.S. tanks and armored vehicles moved in this morning, seizing government buildings. Army soldiers and Marines are now said to control all roads into and out of the Iraqi capital. The Pentagon says coalition troops are, quote, dominating the battlefield. Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in Baghdad is under coalition control. U.S. commandos entered the compound overnight. The Pentagon says U.S. troops can now go where they want, when they want in Baghdad. Enormous fires and explosions have been reported overnight in northern Iraq. U.S. Special Forces, along with Kurdish troops, are attacking Iraqi fighters at a strategic junction leading to the cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. The body of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid, also known as Chemical Ali, has been found, according to a British military spokesman. The cousin of Saddam Hussein was apparently killed Saturday by an airstrike on his home in Basra. U.S. Central Command says it cannot confirm the report. Ali is accused of overseeing the gassing of tens of thousands of Kurds in 1988. President Bush and British Prime Minister, that is, Tony Blair, are set to discuss war strategy and plans for rebuilding Iraq during talks today in Belfast. They also will discuss ways to jumpstart the stalled peace process in the Middle East and in Northern Ireland. Coming up, the raid in Baghdad. U.S. tanks and armored vehicles roll into the Iraqi capital. We'll have the very latest details. And painting a very different picture. Iraq denies U.S. troops are in the city. We'll have more on that. And remembering a fallen soldier. We'll talk to a family who lost their son in an ambush in Nasiriyah. All that and more, much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning and welcome. Glad to have you start off the week with us here. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Thanks so much for joining us. The U.S. Army has taken what may be a major step toward demoralizing the Iraqi regime. In a remarkable sight this morning, U.S. forces have taken over Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. The 2nd Brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division grabbed the palace this morning, facing little Iraqi resistance. Reporters even wandered around the palace halls, taking pictures of Saddam Hussein's bathrooms, of all things, and fancy ones at that. U.S. forces say they are sending a message that they can go wherever they want in the city. Central Command says it is still deciding whether to leave the U.S. troops where they are, but in the field, Army sources are telling CNN's Walt Rogers that the troops are there to stay. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer on this Monday morning from Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, Paula, hello again. Getting more news right now on some sort of missile or rocket attack that hit an operations center south of Baghdad. The Reuters news agency is now reporting at least 4 dead as a result of that. 2 others listed in critical condition. Reuters also says, according to military officials, that 2 belong to the U.S. military and 2 others were journalists embedded with the U.S. Army at the time. And again, this is what Reuters is reporting just a short time ago. There are more than 600 journalists, by the way, embedded right now with the U.S. and British militaries. Again, it is early word right now. When we get more, you'll hear it here. In the meantime, a number of other developments right now to talk about. Pictures from Baghdad today, and they are dramatic. Iraq's information minister held an outdoor news conference today on a sidewalk in Baghdad to say that coalition forces had not entered Baghdad. He said they were, quote, beginning to commit suicide on the walls of his city, end quote. CNN's Diana Muriel, who is embedded with the British Black Watch Brigade in Basra, says they are starting now to secure the center of that city. They're also getting a humanitarian program ready as well. 3 British battle groups went into Basra and met only light resistance as of yesterday on Sunday and going again today on Monday. More in a minute, Paula. Now back to you in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. And we're going to get some latest reaction to that news in Baghdad from our own Rula Amin, who joins us from along the Jordanian-Iraqi border this morning. Rula, good morning. What's the latest from there?
Good morning, Paula. You know, this is the 3rd day in a row where U.S. troops does go into Baghdad. But today they went into the symbols of the regime. They went to the major landmarks in Baghdad. The troops were in the presidential palaces. They went next to the Rashid Hotel, and they went to the parade grounds. All these are very strong symbols of the Iraqi regime's power and control over the Iraqi people. Now, the U.S. says this should be a strong demonstration to the people of Iraq that the regime is over. But Iraqi officials insist that is not the case. They insist that there has been a fierce fight, that the Iraqi troops have been able to inflict serious damage among the U.S. troops, that a number of U.S. soldiers had been killed. And they say they were even slaughtered, according to the Iraqi Information Minister, Mohammed Said al-Sahaf.
This is only to attract attention, in fact. They gave them, in fact, poison yesterday. The soldiers of Saddam Hussein have given them a lesson they will never forget.
It's clear here that the U.S. is trying to tell not only the residents of Baghdad, but also the Iraqi military personnel, those in the Republican Guards, in the ruling Ba'ath Party militias, that it's futile to fight, that there is no chance for them to win this battle, and they shouldn't waste their lives trying to fight back. That's why the Iraqi officials are being very consistent in trying to draw a totally different picture. They're making it seem that the Iraqi troops are having successes and that it's worth their while, the Iraqis, in order to fight. Paula?
Well, if you would, walk us through the long-term challenge of the U.S. administration trying to convince the Iraqi people, once this regime has completely crumbled, that in fact coalition forces are there as liberators, not invaders.
Well, Paula, it's hard to say that there is one opinion among the Iraqi residents. There are those people who are waiting, and they cannot really wait to see this regime fall. However, there are those also who oppose the Iraqi regime, but also very skeptical of the U.S. motives. They're skeptical of a U.S. occupation of Iraq, and they are confused whether to stand with the regime or to stand by the U.S. forces. They're trying to stay on the sidelines, waiting to see where will this battle end and when. They're very concerned that this battle will have a toll on Iraqi civilians, that people will end up dying and pay a heavy price. That's why on the streets of Baghdad, it was even surprising today to see people on the streets, even in places very close to where the U.S. troops have been seen. So it seems the Iraqis are trying also to see for themselves what is happening on the streets of their own capital. Paula?
Rulameen, thanks so much. Now we go back to Bill in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, his name is Ali Hassan al-Majid. His nickname is Chemical Ali. He got that name accused of gassing 5,000 Kurds to death 15 years ago, March of 1988. Earlier today, there were British commander reports in Basra that say they found his body dead inside of a home inside that city. But since that time, Geoffrey Hoon in London, the British Defense Minister, and Central Command headquarters, also down in Qatar, have not confirmed a positive identification of that report we heard earlier from Basra. With that as a backdrop, there is news filtering to the northern part of the country and Kurdish-controlled area. And David Turnley now, by way of videophone, has been talking to many people about this possibility that it may indeed have been the end of Chemical Ali. David, good afternoon there.
Good afternoon, Bill. We're standing in the town of Kipri, which is on the eastern side of the northern front. This is a town where for years people have had very difficult conditions, unemployed, very difficult. They're just south of Halabja, where, as you may know, in 1988 there was a custard mustard gas attack on that town, and many Kurds were killed. And so the sentiment in this area vis-a-vis Chemical Ali and what he is reported to have done in function of that attack have left these people elated today. We're standing in front of a man named Rasul Karim. He's made his living for the last 10 years as a smuggler. In fact, that's how most of the people in this town make their living. They have smuggled from Iraq here to the north kerosene and petrol and rice, and oftentimes at great peril to their own lives. This gentleman himself has lost many members of his family and friends doing this kind of work. Today, however, Rasul tells us that the situation has changed. Ironically, given now the situation in Baghdad, he has just come from there, and he says that on this particular smuggling trip, unlike any of the previous 10 years, he had absolutely no problems, because the checkpoints that are oftentimes, or actually, let me say, always manned by the Iraqi army are no longer armed whatsoever. There are no checkpoints. He was able to breeze through freely here to the north. I'm going to ask Rasul through our translator, Salah, Chemical Ali. Could you ask Rasul how he feels today, Solar, about the possibility of the death of this man, Chemical Ali?
We are very glad to hear that Chemical Ali has been killed.
We are very happy to hear that Chemical Ali has been killed, he says.
Me and the people of this city, we all are happy because of hearing that Ali Kimyawi has been killed.
Rasul sharing with us that he and his colleagues here, his compatriots in this town, are very happy to hear that this man has been killed, if in fact it is true. They feel that he was responsible for the suffering of the Kurdish people. He became an icon for that, as much as Saddam Hussein and that regime. This town, by the way, is the closest town on the northern front to Baghdad. It's a straight shot down a southern highway, about an hour and 10 minutes, if in fact this highway opens up, which people think most likely will happen when Baghdad falls, that the resistance up here will fall. They don't know whether this will be tomorrow, whether it will be in 3 days, in 10 days, but they feel that the resistance they've been facing in the previous week will simply fall once word actually gets up to this region that Baghdad has fallen. Bill?
All right, David, thank you. David Turnley by way of video phone in northern Iraq. We were told about 2 nights ago that the U.S. and the British coalition forces had launched a direct hit on a Ba'ath Party headquarters in the town of Basra, which may account for the reports we're getting about Chemical Ali. It may also account, we're told, for as to why the British tanks have been able to roll into the heart of Basra as of yesterday, and apparently they're back again today. Hopefully more on all this at about 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, top of the hour, 17 minutes away, 18 minutes from now. The British military will brief down at Centcom in Qatar, so we'll keep a track of that quite closely as well. Paul, again, back to you.
Thanks so much, Bill. President Bush on his way to Northern Ireland, where he will be meeting with Prime Minister Tony Blair. Suzanne Malveaux is standing by in Belfast and joins us now with a bit of a preview. Good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Paula, from windy Belfast, Ireland. President Bush left this morning from the White House. He is on his way now. He will be meeting with the British Prime Minister. This is the 3rd time in 3 weeks that the two have been meeting face to face. It is now Mr. Bush's time to do the traveling here. It is an ambitious agenda, we are told by one aide, saying they're going to deal with the security and establishing peace around the world, but essentially 3 items. First of all, a post-Saddam regime. What is that going to look like? Russia, France, Germany want to see the United Nations playing a central role in forming that regime. The United States making it very clear that it is going to be in charge of those efforts, as well as allied forces. British Prime Minister Tony Blair somewhere in the middle, taking a middle position as far as that is concerned. The main challenge here is to try to find a resolution that the UN Security Council will pass that will essentially recognize an Iraqi government, an interim Iraqi authority, as being legitimate. Another issue, of course, is the timing of all of this, when the allied forces will declare victory and get actually jumpstart, get that on the ground. Another key critical issue that's going to be talking about is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, talking about the roadmap to Middle East peace. And this is directly related to the 3rd item on the agenda, that's jumpstarting the stalled peace process here in Northern Ireland. Bush being here really provides a symbol for that peace process to move forward. British Prime Minister Tony Blair, as well as Irish Prime Minister Bertie Ahern, are going to be discussing later this week how to jumpstart that power sharing deal between Catholics and Protestants that has been put on hold. But for Mr. Blair, this is very important. They really feel that if you can take a model, you look at Northern Ireland, if peace can work here, perhaps it can work in the Middle East, and perhaps they will actually garner the kind of support from Arab allies and garner support as well for Iraq's reconstruction and its government. Paula?
Thanks so much, Suzanne. Suzanne Malveaux reporting from Northern Ireland for us this morning. Coming up, U.S. forces roll into Baghdad, and this time they say it is for keeps. More on that straight ahead. Please stay with us.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
You're gonna love this new quick rent at National Car Rental.
When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me, Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
With coalition forces now reportedly in control of key facilities in Baghdad, we're going to look at just what was seized and the strategy behind the assault. From Little Rock, Arkansas, we're joined by former NATO commander General Wesley Clark, a CNN military analyst. Good to see you again, General. Welcome back.
Nice to see you, Paula. Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about what we've witnessed over the last 24 hours or so. U.S. troops moving inside that perimeter wall that once sort of roped off downtown Baghdad. In addition to that, they've now seized control of a key presidential palace this morning. What is the battle plan from this point out?
Well, it's a strategy of opportunism, it would appear, Paula. That is to say, these are reconnaissance-led attacks. We did 2 reconnaissance forays through Baghdad. It was clear that the defenses were not substantial. There was limited appearance of an organized defense, some buses, some hastily laid minefields, but no strong resistance. So for the third effort, the United States troops stormed back in. They moved deeper. They seized facilities, and they intend to hold, at least for some period of time, these facilities, perhaps use them as an operating base for other moves within Baghdad, probably will be reinforced, and piece by piece take down key regime targets, identify and reduce centers of resistance, and persuade the remaining Iraqi forces and militias to lay down their arms.
You just touched on the important question of the method of the light resistance we've seen coming from the Iraqis, a small arms fire, sniper attacks, ambushes. What does that tell us about the dangers that lie ahead for coalition troops?
Well, it says that there is plenty still of venom out there among some elements of the Iraqis, perhaps the Fedayeen or other groups loyal to Saddam, but that the organized, military-capable resistance probably has been largely defeated. The Republican Guards forces, which were the real vanguard of the regime's military, have been heavily attacked by air power. They've been penetrated on the ground. Soldiers have taken off their uniforms, blended back into the population. Deserted armored vehicles are being destroyed. So this is now down to sort of individual groups of infantry-like fighters resisting the American incursions.
And finally, we just got about 15 seconds left, General. What about the air campaign from this point on, particularly when you have so many U.S. troops now inside the city's perimeter?
It will use close air support techniques, communicating with troops directly on the ground before dropping or engaging targets.
General Wesley Clark, you certainly can take a cue. Thanks so much. Appreciate your perspective this morning. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
All right, Paula, not good news again. As we reported about 20 minutes ago, CNN has confirmed that attack, a missile or a rocket or something that hit an operations center south of Baghdad has taken the life of at least 4 people. 2, we are told, are members of the U.S. Army, soldiers. 2, we are told, R&D journalists, according to the information we're getting through Walt Rogers and others up there around the area of Baghdad. There are more than 600 journalists embedded between the U.S. and the British militaries throughout this current war in Iraq. This follows up the death of NBC's David Bloom over the weekend from a pulmonary embolism that he suffered south of Baghdad, and also from last week, the columnist from the Washington Post, Michael Kelly. He died after a Humvee accident in which he drowned. So again, the word we're getting here at CNN confirming now at least 4 dead south of Baghdad, 2 are soldiers, 2 are journalists. More when we get it, and we'll certainly pass it along to you. On that same very grim topic, Army Specialist James Keel was among 8 U.S. soldiers killed during an ambush near Nasiriyah back on the 23rd of March. Specialist Keel was a member of the 507th Maintenance Company out of Fort Bliss, Texas. He was only 22 years old. His wife is due to give birth in the month of May. His parents, Randy and Jane Keel, now join us live today from Comfort, Texas. And this is never an easy topic to talk about, but I really appreciate you spending your time with us today here on CNN. And I know the reason you came is to talk about your son. What would you like America to know about him?
That we are proud of our son, that he knew he had a job to do when he left. We had talked the Sunday before he was deployed, and that he's a hero. He did not go down just protesting as others have. He went down fighting, defending the United States.
Yeah. Jane, what would you say?
I'd say that again, we're very proud of our son, and that we want to let everyone know that besides our son, we're proud of the other soldiers, and that we're going to stay vigilant and make sure that no one forgets the MIAs that are still out there, the 8 Marines and the 5 POWs that have still not been found. We're still going to watch for them too. James was with his fellow soldiers, and we want everybody to come home.
You two sound extremely strong given the circumstances. I'm curious to know about his wife, Jill. I understand she is in Iowa with her own family. Have you talked to her, and how is she doing? Go ahead.
We talk to her on a daily basis 2 or 3 times. She's doing okay. The baby is due to come. James was a month early when he was delivered, so we don't know when this baby's going to when he's going to come. He's very active, and he's letting his mom know he's ready to come out.
Wow. Hey, Randy, have you heard more about what happened on that day, March 23rd, that Sunday near the town of Nasiriyah?
Originally, we were told that they'd made a wrong turn. Since then, a Representative Reyes out of the El Paso district had an article with the El Paso Times that no, the fine soldiers did not make a wrong turn. They were stopped to assist a stalled vehicle, and that's when they were ambushed on a bridge. And one of the sergeants, Sergeant Campbell specifically, and a Sergeant Jackson that were in Walter Reed, said that they jumped out of their vehicles, grabbed their M16s, went into a ditch along the bridge, established a defensive perimeter, and defended themselves. That lends a little more peace of mind and some more validity to the story of what happened.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I want to wish you the best of luck going forward. This must be, as one can imagine, a huge loss for your family, and Jill as well, expecting a baby in the month of May. Randy and Jane Keel, Comfort, Texas, talking about the life of their son, James. Thanks. Best to you both, okay? All right, let's get a break here. Back in a moment with more.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, SciTech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
Walter Rogers takes you inside the war in Iraq.
Then the Iraqis began firing mortars.
Experience you can trust, only on CNN.
Are you ready for your study session? Then come down to the Library Gentlemen's Club in Lake Forest. Experience Orange County's hottest showgirls as they show you just how fun studying can be. Hit the books at our full bar, join some classmates for a game of pool, or just relax after taking that hard test. And oh yeah, did we mention the best showgirls in Orange County? Come see what all of Orange County is talking about. The Library Gentlemen's Club, off the 5 Freeway and El Toro Road in Lake Forest.
I'm Ronnie Deutsch. I have settled IRS tax bills for only $20. $20!
Ronnie was able to help us settle this debt for only $20.
Saved me $34,000.
Saved me $10,000.
When she says that she can settle this for pennies on the dollar, she absolutely means it.
If you wait, you can lose your chance to settle for $20.
Call the law offices of Ronnie Deutsch at 1-800-391-4411 for a free and confidential tax analysis. Call 1-800-391-4411.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. We're moving up at 3 minutes before the hour. For those of you dashing out of the house, you got to wait just 2 minutes longer for Andy Surwer. I called you Andy Sooner.
That's all right.
I didn't mean that. I just haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of stuff.
So the market's expected to soar today.
Yes, absolutely. Wall Street is telling us that it believes the war is over or nearly over. We're expecting a very powerful rally this morning on Wall Street, 200 points or more on the Dow. Stocks in Europe are soaring right now, 3%, 4%, 5%. An important psychological boost this rally would be. Of course, we have to see if it holds throughout the day and even days going forward. But will it be enough to keep the economy going? Economists are very concerned right now that the economy could slip into a recession. There are a couple of key areas they're looking at, of course. We've all heard about the employment picture over the past couple months. Not good. We lost 100,000 jobs in March. 400,000 jobs over the past couple months and over 2 million jobs over the past 2 years. So that's a big concern. Also manufacturing, that's what people make, that's what factories are putting together. The service economy has not been strong. It's actually contracted a bit over the past month or so. And then the personal income side, how much money we make, of course, that's critical. That has actually grown a little bit, but is still not exactly robust. And the critical matter here, of course, is, Paula, once the war is over, as we wind down, what kind of shape are we going to be in here in terms of the domestic economy, and what can we do to keep us out of that dreaded R word if, in fact, we're close to it, which is recession? I
saw so many references in the weekend papers to that. The R word has sort of drifted back into the national, obviously, in a lot of people's minds, it never drifted away.
Right. Well, you can understand that because essentially the economy was on hold during this whole period of war in Iraq. And now we have to see whether the end of that will jumpstart the economy back and put it back on track.
Andy Surwer. Got your name right.
There you go.
Sorry, Andy.
Not at all.
Have a good Monday.
Okay.
See you back in our
See
next
you later.
hour. Coming up, post-Saddam Iraq, will peace be harder to achieve than victory? We're going to discuss that in an exclusive interview with Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage. Please stay with us. That's coming straight up.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450 E-Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. I don't know how to... Would you autograph my cinnamon roll?
You want me to autograph your cinnamon roll?
Yes.
All right.
You make mine out to Steve?
Daniel. Carl.
Bud.
Brian. Tyrone T. Jenkins.
Juan Carlos Fernandez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. But first, here's what's happening at this hour. American armored units storm into Baghdad, and U.S. military commanders say the tanks and troops are there to stay. But there are reports of U.S. casualties. American troops are on the inside looking out from Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in Baghdad. Commandos seized the compound earlier. Military officials say the massive facility has been used for command and control activities. U.S. Special Forces and Kurdish troops are inching their way toward Mosul in northern Iraq. There were explosions and fires in and around the city today as the troops try to isolate regime fighters. British troops are in Basra to stay, Britain's defense secretary says, and will remain there as long as it's necessary. British forces have taken up positions to secure Iraq's second largest city. They still face small pockets of resistance, but they hope to start delivering humanitarian aid soon. British military officials say the body of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid has been found. It is believed that the general, a cousin of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, was killed in a weekend airstrike on Basra. Al-Majid was also known as Chemical Ali for ordering a gas attack against the Kurds in 1988. U.S. Central Command says it cannot confirm his death. Well, coming up, U.S. forces are in the heart of Baghdad seizing key government buildings, and Centcom says they are there to stay. We'll have the latest from our reporters on the front lines. And after Saddam Hussein's regime falls, what does the future hold in store for Iraq? We'll discuss post-war plans. Plus, a lot on the agenda as President Bush prepares to meet with British Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast. That and much more coming up. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning. Welcome. Thanks for starting the week off with us here on American Morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. The Pentagon says it has sent a powerful message to the Iraqi regime that it can go wherever it wants in Baghdad. Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad is now in the hands of the 2nd Brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry. U.S. troops took the palace in a dramatic show of force after dozens of tanks rolled into the city. Iraqi forces were seen fleeing the area, taking off their uniforms, running for their lives. U.S. troops and reporters have been wandering around the palace, looking in many rooms, such as the lavish bathroom that Saddam Hussein apparently has used, the ashtrays, the pillows. One of the more interesting twists in all of this is the reaction from the Iraqi Information Minister. With smoke rising in the streets around him, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf called a news conference today and denied any of this ever happened. At one point, U.S. troops had moved into the place outside Sahaf's information ministry, but Sahaf told reporters that Iraqi soldiers had taught the U.S. troops a very powerful lesson they will never forget. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who has been watching all of this from Kuwait City. Those news conferences are becoming pretty predictable, aren't they, Bill?
Yeah, I would say, Paula, very interesting this time. It actually looked like they had gone, well, clearly they were outside at the time, but it looked like they had been right near a sidewalk in Baghdad, and there were reports in the background that you actually see some of the smoke lifting off the horizon from the attacks that were ongoing at the very time Mohammed al-Sahaf was talking with the group of reporters there gathered in Baghdad. More developments, Paula. CNN's Marty Savage says Marines east of Baghdad have seized the headquarters of Iraq's Atomic Energy Commission. Marty tells us, he says they found bunkers, unidentified liquids and powders in storage containers. There will be an investigation. In fact, investigators sent right now to that site to explore it, as has been the case in the past days running. CNN's Bob Franken, embedded with the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 24th MEU. Bob says Marines were literally welcomed with open arms in a town near Nasiriyah. Bob says, reporting now, no resistance there, and he says a translator with the unit saw his 2 sons and brothers for the first time since he left that town back in 1991. Walt Rogers, 37th Cavalry, right near Baghdad, says an Iraqi missile hit the operations center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, south of Baghdad. We are told at least 4 are dead, including 2 soldiers and 2 journalists. The other report indicates at least 15 are wounded, some of them critically. Hope to get Walt up in a couple of minutes to get more information on what is happening there. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. Turning now to what happens in Iraq after the war. Most Americans believe the peace will be harder to achieve than the success of the war. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll finds that 84% of Americans say rebuilding Iraq will be more difficult than defeating the Iraqi armed forces. Joining us now from Washington in an exclusive interview to talk about the plan for rebuilding Iraq, Richard Armitage, Deputy Secretary of State. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Ms. Son.
Once the fighting stops, how long do you think American forces will need to stay in place in Iraq?
I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. We have to stay long enough to exploit potential WMD sites and clearly to establish stability through the country, but we want to stay not a day longer than that.
We had heard some suppositions from some folks in the Bush administration that at least 6 months before you can even get a transitional government underway. Does that sound like a fair assessment?
Well, I think that was referring to the 6 months that were required to bring a level of democracy to the Kurdish areas, and certainly that has lasted 10 years. But I think it's very difficult to pin an exact time frame. But you can be assured that we want to be able to get out of Iraq as soon as possible.
Let's talk a little bit about what the administration envisions. Senior officials have told CNN immediately after the conflict ends, the White House wants a military force commanded by General Tommy Franks and a civilian administration headed by retired Army Lieutenant General Jay Garner, who will report to Donald Rumsfeld. Now, there is a piece in the LA Times today saying that some members of Congress are complaining that actually gives Donald Rumsfeld too much control in this process. What do you think?
Well, I can't speak for members of Congress, but it certainly occurs to me that there's going to have to be a very close relationship between the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Affairs and General Franks as he provides security under which those activities can be conducted. General Garner will report to General Franks and further to Secretary Rumsfeld. He will be trying to provide in the initial days a modicum of goods and services to the Iraqi people, and he and his colleagues are very much in the business of working themselves out of a job.
What do you think of some of the suggestions out there by those who feel that the U.S. is increasingly losing its battle to convince Iraqi citizens because of the destruction and the ongoing campaign that, in fact, they are liberators, not invaders?
I think your own broadcast this morning has put light to that. The fact that our forces are being welcomed with open arms. This is something we cherish and we'll do our utmost to continue to deserve. You see jubilance in many of the streets, and I think it will continue. This is not something, however, that will last forever. We have to make sure that our follow-on actions are absolutely consistent with those things which will win the favor of the Iraqi people.
I want to talk a little bit more about the creation of this transitional government. Senator Joseph Biden, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said the issue of forming this transitional government is a very tenuous one and cautioned the administration to tread lightly. Let's listen to what he had to say yesterday.
But the real key here is we get one real shot at starting off a transition government here. And whatever that government is, that transition government, if it looks like it's imposed by us, if it looks like we sat down, handpicked the leaders, put them in place, it will not have any legitimacy with the Iraqi people.
So, Mr. Armitage, what he suggested is that you must internationalize this process, particularly at the front end of the game.
Well, certainly he's correct in that if we put our thumb on the scale, or our British friends put their thumb on the scale, then this will not be viewed as a legitimate government by all Iraqis. So we have to have a government which is of, for, and by Iraqis. The question of how you form it, it seems to me that the administration is on the right track by trying to develop an interim Iraqi authority which will be developed by Iraqis themselves in close consultation with coalition members who, after all, have shed their blood and expended their treasure to bring about the liberation of Iraq.
Finally, we know that the President and the Prime Minister of Great Britain are holding some very important meetings in Northern Ireland over the next couple of days, and there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect on the issue of what role the UN should ultimately play in the process. The Prime Minister of Great Britain wanting a larger role for the UN in a post-war Iraq. What do you think? What's the right formula here?
Well, I suspect when our two leaders issue their final communiques from Hillsborough Castle in Northern Ireland, Great Britain, that you'll find that there's less difference than perhaps you might have thought. Clearly, there will be a role for the United Nations, and many of the functional activities the United Nations engages in, WHO and World Food Program and UNICEF, etc., will have great roles in Iraq. But finding the appropriate role for the United Nations after the coalition members have been the ones who did all the heavy lifting is exactly what our leaders are going to be talking about.